We're gathering the copper ore with a target of 2,000. As you can see here, we also have the rare scanner add-on so that we can pick up a few rares on the way. In the next video, there are a few of these rares in particular that have some pretty crazy loot that I'm farming, so we'll see if we can get that along the way. But it looks like we're all good and up and running, so we should be in a good spot. So of course, the 2,000 copper ore might be a little bit of a hard one to get. Oh, chitter will be the first rare here that we'll take down. A little bit of a defender's quick blade. Well, actually have loot the plays are running for this, so that we can see the loot as we get it. Because we're farming 2,000 copper ore, I think we might have to do a couple bank runs as far as the actual loot that we're getting, but we'll just have to wait and see. Utria Cards is saying that the music is a little bit loud. I can turn it down if needed, but hopefully it's not too bad. Yeah, Chitter taking 2 million damage there is pretty crazy. But actually, I'll show you here. We took down the Spider Chitter, but Null Feaster, which was in the last video, even though our Chromie time scaling is a little bit off, check this out. This is the craziest thing in the zone. This guy, for some reason, doesn't scale with Chromie time, so the Null Feaster is still like a full-on boss. Actually, I can't kill him sometimes. So that causes a little bit of a problem. I won't waste too much time trying to kill him here because it is a full-on raid boss as far as the zone. But that is the only mob in the zone that we don't just one-shot anymore, and I'm not sure if that's intended, but it's a bit of a quirk. I've also found that the first time I killed him, I got the pet, and every time after that, I haven't gotten the pet. So I don't know if that's on purpose, or if it maybe it's because I still have one in my bag. It's like a unique character item, but we'll see. But other than the Chitter, all the other rares are now getting one-shots. We did debate keeping Chromie time on as far as locking to level 69 so that we were not just one-shotting everything. But with the challenge, it's not exactly intended to be a grind while you level type of challenge, so we'll just evolve as the game evolves, and who knows, maybe with the new expansion there might be some weird things that happen in the zones, and we'll play with that. But Nornik, what classes do I main usually? Well, my main Patholerics is actually a Paladin, so that was the first character I ever made way back in the day. It was end of BC. I started leveling in Burning Crusade, but I didn't hit max level until Wrath of the Lich King, and so I played Paladin all throughout that, and then I added on some Warlock play, which is Nert. You might see me in places as Path and Nert, things of that nature, but it's been Paladin pretty much through and through, and I've actually never really played Rogue up until this challenge. I had one Rogue in Mist of Pandaria just for PvP, but I never really played it too much there. No, with the herbs, you can't actually mount them or mine or collect them while you're on the mount. So if I hover over it on my Griffin, I still can't collect it. I have to drop to get it. But the ores, for some reason, I'll go over to this one here. If you are positioned just perfectly, you can mine while mounted. So that's pretty min-max. But let's take a look at the ore just to kind of explain what we're doing here. So we've already gotten the 3 ores that we can in the zone. We're farming copper ore, because as you can see the market value is 4 gold, and we know a few things we can do with it to make gold. Tin ore only has a market value of like 2 gold, so we're going to pick it all up just because we're going to try and do things with it. And then of course silver ore, it's harder to farm because it's just so few and far between, but it is worth 20 gold. And we have some ideas of what we might be able to do with that anyways, so we're gonna pick it all up along the way. But copper ore is, in this zone at least, still gonna be a really big ticket item. Yeah, Brittany, the Sky Golem, I've been... Oh, actually, real quick, we got a sturdy treasure chest. Let's see what we get. These things are like the craziest randomizer for loot. There's things that are like hundreds of thousands of gold in there, so sometimes if you get those, it's a little bit of a windfall. But yeah, the Sky Golem, I do actually have it in my journal. I technically could use it, but because I haven't crafted it on Goldilocks and I don't want to use mounts that I've already obtained on this account, I won't be using the Sky Golem until I can obtain it myself. And this Render's Valley here, you'll notice I might start avoiding it in my loops, because ever since I completed the quest, it kind of phases me into a different zone, because we've already fought off the Black Rock Works. So a lot of the mobs in here and the ores will get phased. So like if I go outside of the Render's Valley here and the crater, when we get into the Lake Ridge Highway, you'll see there's a bruiseweed there. But if I go into here, and you can see all these things that are technically around, they just disappear. So I think we're just going to leave that out because we've completed the quest and we're phased now. So which expansion is my favorite? Now, I feel like that's a nuanced question. I think all in all, I'd probably have to say Mist of Pandaria, which is kind of crazy since I'm not playing Mop Classic right now. But Mist of Pandaria was the first time I really played the game with like some serious intent. That's when a couple of my friends and I really started PvPing, and I also really got into gold farming. Actually, when I was really into gold farming, I used to watch, I don't know if any of you guys knew of Umrin TV. He was the gold farmer, YouTuber, and live streamer that I really enjoyed watching. He was doing the Alani Mount farm, and that's what really got me into gold farming. So if you go back on my channel, there's a few videos of me making gold farming videos back in Mist of Pandaria, and that was probably my favorite expansion for those reasons. But little war knife drop. Other expansions more recently for Mythic Plus, I really enjoyed Legion. That was when I really first pushed Mythic Plus and had a good time there, so yeah. Yeah, Alani is a classic. I used to farm those sky shards, and I would, for hours on hours. That was back in the first gold farm days for me. Yeah, Umrin the guy with the hat, 100%. I liked him. I don't know if he's still making content. I haven't seen him pop up recently, but... Domer, yeah, I must have missed a copper ore. This is actually my first time live streaming, so I'm not the best at reading chat and seeing all the things, so it's a good thing I'm not doing anything that requires too much attention. Yeah, Oreo, this is actually my first stream, so I just wanted to... My plan today was to go just by myself and farm a whole bunch of materials for the challenge. But I figured a good way to interact with the viewers and you guys would be to... If I'm going to be farming ore and herbs for hours on end, I may as well throw a stream up and enjoy chatting with you guys. Yeah, do I still play retail currently with the challenge? Like, do I still log in with my main? To be honest, the last little bit with the challenge, the Goldbound challenge, it came at a pretty busy time personally in my life. So I've been moving and doing a lot, like moving across the province. So my spare time has been the challenge, but I have hopped on a few times to do some retail. This season, me and my friends, we were doing Mythic Plus, so Path Lyrics. I actually just switched to prot tanking this season, and I think I only played like the first 4 weeks, but we got a decent IO. I think now with the later in the season, it wouldn't be too impressive, but I do enjoy playing retail for sure. Yeah, classy province. I am Canadian. That's right. Some of those herbs up in that castle can be kind of hard to get. Okay, now real quick, I want to see if this guy is up. So, okay, he is. This guy is one of the ones with a actually insane drop on the loot table. So I'm not going to say what it is yet, but if we get it, we'll definitely know that it wasn't it. But it's a 0.3% drop rate. Yeah, well, and thanks for the gifted membership. Bailey, have I ever dabbled in private servers? I actually haven't. I have a really good friend who's really into the private servers, but I never got into it personally. I was always very much a retail player, but then when Classic came out, original Classic, or I guess it's Classic era now, I played that, and then I played Anniversary, and I have some hardcore characters as well. So I really love the Classic play style as well. But I definitely bounce back and forth. I'd say I play Classic for the leveling, and then in retail, I really play... Recently, it's been Mythic Plus, but in years past, I'm not a good PvPer, but I really like to PvP. So that's just what I do there. Yeah, Josephine, the new flying, so I can switch my flight style here to the skywriting. And my 2 cents on farming with skywriting versus traditional flight, in these zones where the ores and the herbs are actually quite close, I personally prefer the standard flying, even though your max flight speed is faster on the skywriting. That's also for, just because of how close the herbs and ores are, but for my mining the ores, I can mine on my mount with the standard flying, but I can't do it with the skywriting because you can't hover. So, for example, like for this ore, I do have to dismount to get this one with skywriting, but with traditional flight, I don't actually have to dismount. So I think it comes out a little bit on top. But yeah, classy for sure. If I was a druid for this challenge, we could just be running the Owlkin form and just gathering everything. I want to say I'm kind of kicking myself I didn't go druid, but I really like that I didn't, as far as the different play styles. And it does open up cool new farms. Like in Elwyn, if we went druid, we never would have discovered the frayed knots, which I think was a really fun discovery and ended up kind of being a real good kicker to get out of the forest in the first place. Yeah, with the future of the challenge, which zones am I the most excited for? Well, right now, that's actually on the horizon. The one I'm the most excited for would be Westfall. That could be unlocked in the next zone. And that's just because when I think back to like nostalgia for World of Warcraft, Elwyn and Westfall have just the most of that for me. Like, I remember when I first made my character Path Lyrics leveling up, it was Super Bowl, and back in the day, my brother and I, we had a time limit on how much time we could spend on the computer, because we both just loved playing MMOs. So we had an egg timer, which was like a kitchen timer, that my parents would set to 30 minutes. And my brother and I could both only play for 30 minutes a day. But on Super Bowl day, my parents were watching the Super Bowl, So I got a few hours in, and it was unreal. I got all the way through Elwyn and into Westfall, and that would have normally taken me a couple of weeks with my time limit. But without the time limit, that's when nostalgia kicked in. So I'm excited for Westfall. And my one good friend, Brother Delson, he was another paladin I played with back in the day. And he also went to my school, and we would talk about Dead Mines all day. So I am excited to get into there and explore Dead Mines. Plus, it wouldn't just be Dead Mines as far as gold. Those rares, and there's some specific farms in Westfall that could make it a very quick turnaround. But I would definitely, I mean, as far as the challenge goes, there's going to be some zones that are going to be faster just because they have really high gold per hour farms available, and some ones that are going to be a little bit slower because they're just more gated to lower level things or don't have the most high paying rares. Westfall is one of those ones which could be pretty quick, but even in the videos, I want to explore kind of every gold farm I know and try to discover a few ones. So in those ones, if it is a quicker one, I'll try to make sure I outline all the farms and then cash out. Yeah, OECs, I mean, what is the end game for Goldbound? Am I going to continue this until I've discovered every zone? I mean, yeah, I really enjoy making it. I don't know, it's kind of a weird thing, but there's been a few expansions where I only play the game to gold farm. I just find it really satisfying. And this is a fun way to find new farms, because I just would get into my own routine, do my old farms. So it creates a new avenue for me to discover new things and discover the old game and farm. So I'm not too worried about it. I think I'll slowly work my way through all of Azeroth. Yeah, Fatness, as hit the gold cap as the finale. I mean, we definitely could, and I think we'll talk about it once we're getting close to finishing Eastern Kingdoms and Kalimdor, like when we should open up the boats to different zones and different expansions. And I think that might have to be hidden behind a larger unlock, but we'll see. Because right now, and one thing as well, on the release video, we did the WoW token poll on what we should do with our channel members on what we should do with the WoW tokens. Kind of the options were, we're either going to equip it, like use it to add 30 games of time and then just keep track of how much time we have and see if we can really build up future time, or equip it and use it for BattleNet account currency. So I'll look at it again here. If I used it, I would get 22 Canadian dollars of Blizzard balance, and then we could just see that stack up, or we could use that and then vote on cosmetics like mounts to buy, or we leave it in the bags and let them stack up. And that is the choice that people decided to go with, is leave it in the bags as a trophy. So we'll see how that goes, because my first thought about that, I wanted to put it in the bank. But as it turns out, you can't put WoW tokens in the bank. It says they don't go into that container. So, oh yeah, this is another zone that kind of bugs out. So for now, they're just going to be in our actual inventory. We'll see. Eventually, it's going to start clogging it up, but that's kind of a cool problem to have. And I think we might actually, I was playing around with some ideas if once that becomes a limiting factor, I guess how many zones are there in all of Azeroth? We could just purchase a really large bag as a kind of a trophy case, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there. We only have one WoW token in the bag, and it took us 6 days played to get it, so I don't think we'll have that problem for too long. Yeah, Psycho, you're glad to that I'm enjoying the farming and grinding? 100%. I mean, the series was one of those things where I've had other YouTube channels in the past that I was kind of doing, and I took a break from those, and I just wanted to do something on WoW that I really enjoyed, so that, as a fun thing to do. And that's when I made the Goldbound episode 1, and to my surprise, and I'm really happy you all are enjoying it, but it totally blew up. So I'd be doing this regardless, so I'm really happy that you are all enjoying the journey, and I can make some entertaining videos for you all. Put the copper, can I put that on my action bar? I don't think I can. Is there a way to show it on the action bar? Because it's not a usable item, so I don't think I can put the copper ore on the action board. Maybe what I'll do is I'll put it in here. And maybe we'll just organize some of the major herbs and ores into the inventory. There we go. And put the, is there any more in there? I think that's it. And then we'll just leave the backpack open. That way you guys kind of have a running tally there. Yeah, Silo, I was looking at a weak aura to make a tooltip. I'm not the most technologically advanced when it comes to add-ons. The most I do is like Trade Skill Master, and that took me a long time to learn. Will Deadwind Pass be a unlockable zone? That is a good question, actually. I haven't really thought about it. I mean, it's a zone, so there's also that question with Duskwood. Should this be a zone? I think it could make an interesting challenge. For things like that, where there might not be much in there, that might be a good one where we could open up when it is the Darkmoon Fair, that maybe Deadwind Pass, if the Darkmoon Fair is open, I'll access it while I'm there, doing it there. Yeah. Creamy Pineapple, thanks. I'm glad you're liking the videos. I've been really enjoying making them. Oh, I'm sorry, I closed the bag. It's, for me, it's like an automatic tick to like press B when my bag is open. So I'll try to keep it open so you can see a tally of the copper ore. And how long? Wait, tooltip copper ore. Yeah, I think what I was kind of planning to do with these streams was, it's just a good way when I'm farming to, because I'm going to be doing circles around Red Ridge whether or not I'm interacting with you guys. So this is a good way I can actually chat. Otherwise, what I have been doing, to be quite honest, is I just farm and I watch streamers. So that's also very fun to do. But if I'm going to be doing a dedicated afternoon where I'm just farming for the challenge, I may as well hop on it and chat. But I think I really like the whole aspect of making the videos. So I'll always be a video first creator, but I think, you know, maybe we'll see if a live stream every week or so could be good just for a farm challenge. Yeah, and right now we're getting, I think when I was testing this in Red Ridge, when I'm farming all of the herbs and all of the ores, then it's probably like 200 to 300 copper ore per hour. But if I end up farming more, then, I mean, if it's going late, I can just start picking up only the copper ore. But I really do want to get a whole bunch of that because it is still a really good way to get liquid gold and fast-acting gold in Red Ridge. And every now and then we'll take a couple of these guys out. Any other WoW series that I've been watching? Yeah, I've been tuning in. There's been a lot popping up. I've been really enjoying seeing them, actually. One that I saw came up recently. I think the second episode is out now. I have to watch the second episode. Is Dungeon Locked. That one is a cool concept as well. I also, when I'm playing by myself here, I still watch a lot of old school RuneScape series. So I'm a bit of a lurker, but I tune into, I don't know if you guys know Link and Rarg. They're doing a cool, really large scale kind of subathon, then we fight challenge. So I've been tuning into that, but that's on old school RuneScape. Yeah, Dungeon Locked. I think he did a really good job with it, and it's doing well as well. So I'm glad to see it. Yeah, in Mad Season, he's got some of the OG series. I have been tuning into his classic WoW no money spend on his hunter. That's a good challenge for sure. Yeah, it's interesting, like with Dungeon Locked and, I mean, with Goldbound itself, I mean, we're on retail, right? And there's always going to be, let's see if I can even get this ore. It's a silver one, so I want to try to get it. There's always going to be weird things happening in retail, and I don't doubt that when the new expansion comes out, we might have some strange things happening in our world, but I think it's just part of the journey. I mean, I've learned more about Chromie time scaling on this character than any other character before. Yeah, Stunt Edward, Blizzard adding an Iron Man mode to WoW. They have, I mean, like the only thing kind of like it, right, is hardcore solo self-found, which is, I mean, you can't trade with other players, and you can only obtain items that you've used yourself. So they're collected, so you have to farm herbs and ores to make your flasks and armor. So I think that's the closest, but it's only on hardcore if I'm right. Always got to take a look for Ro the Silent. He's not in right now. Doc, how many years have I played WoW for? Well, let's see. Feats of Strength. Events. It would be the anniversaries, right? So 5th anniversary. So since 2009. So I guess however many years that is. And Bravery, thanks for the $2 super chat. You love the series, and what's the long-term goal? The long-term goal is really to explore all of Azeroth and get the Explorer achievement, right? That would be the ultimate feat, and I think it is possible over time. It'd be cool to see the different zones too, right, and different expansions. Slash, let's see, we can make a macro. What's the most beginner-friendly class to master for a brand new player? I might not be the best person to answer that, and I think it would also depend on if you're playing retail or classic or mob classic. Oops. But I find Ret Paladin is pretty easy in Mythic Plus. Yeah, Redictor. Technically, I mean, it should speed up as we go through the expansions, but it's kind of weird. Like, there's going to be some zones in all the expansions that are way faster than others. Like, even in Azeroth, and I mean, in Kalimdor and Eastern Kingdoms, there's going to be some that are a lot faster. And it's just based on if there's some cool rare items that are in there. So we're at 93 ore right now, 93 copper ore. Right now we're picking up everything. We're picking up all the herbs and all the ores and all the gems, but we'll see how long we go. I'm enjoying just chilling, but if we start really slowing down, we can only pick up the copper ore. Yo, Piku97, nice to see ya. And John Hines, yeah, Ret Paladin or BM Hunter for retail. Yeah, Ret Paladin, I played Ret Paladin for years and years and years, and it's changed over the years, but right now it's in a pretty good spot for picking it up pretty quick. Sometimes I joke that it's a little bit of a lawnmower simulator, but hey, Border Keeper. What drives me to keep doing such a repetitive task? I don't know. I think it's just in me. I'd be doing this either way. I mean, you can ask my friends, but I'll play Classic WoW, and I leveled one character by just only grinding crabs, mobs. I don't know why, I just really have fun doing it like this, and I just throw a stream on or hang out. And Andrew Swally, thanks for the super. Oh, lights. If I was doing this RP walk only, that might be where my threshold for patience comes in and goes. Use /copper ore would work as a macro to display copper ore in my hotbar, Corbin. I don't want to open up my macros just because right now I'm using an alias name, right? I think it might show it, but I'll try to just leave my backpack open. And right now, I mean, that's also a good conversation to have. Like, we're trying to do it so I can post on the auction house under an alias name, but so far every episode I've accidentally leaked it by Trade Skill Master tooltips and stuff, and I think pretty much every episode I'm gonna have to do a name change. The only other option would be to send everything to alts, right, and post on an alt that no one would know who it was. Yeah, getting a zone without a dungeon. Out of the two that out of the three that we could have rolled, we got this one. I think it's we'll have plenty of dungeons in the future, but even in those ones, it's only going to be a small part of it, right? We're definitely going to do. I mean, I'd imagine if a zone has a dungeon, like if we got Westfall, we would probably do like a loot from 100 runs segment. But there's still a lot of ways to find gold in those zones, regardless of having a dungeon or not. Yeah, Azoli. So I'm not technically like locked in Redridge. Like I could fly into Elwyn and do farms there. We're unlocking zones one at a time. But right now we're just trying to kind of explore the new farms that Redridge has to offer. And once we've kind of gotten to the end of the barrel of that, then we might open up Elwyn to go back and do some more favorite farms just to get the token. Yeah. Yeah, we're allowed to farm in previous zones. I haven't done it yet just because there's so much new content in Redridge. But theoretically, we could get a zone that would have not much new content, and we would try to find any farms that we have there. I mean, I think the Elwyn series, at least for me personally, really showed that. Like after episode 1, I kind of figured that's about it for the farms, but then we just kept finding more and more. So it's nice to try to fully explore the zones, but no, we can go back and farm in older zones. Yeah, Diabolical Bunny, when we rolled the new zones, that's a good question. Why wasn't Howling Fjord on it? So for right now, we're just doing zones. I guess the kind of the loose definition is that we can walk into on a path. I guess we can technically walk onto the boat, but I want to leave the expansions locked to a bigger upgrade where we might have to buy it for like $1 million or something like that. And just for now, at least for a little bit, explore Eastern Kingdoms and Kalimdor. Hi Morris, thanks for the €20 for the next name change. Oh, I appreciate it. Yeah, I think I'm going to be needing a lot of name changes, so I'm glad you're enjoying it, and thank you. That'll help. I'll put that into the name change bank. Yeah, I've been thinking about how we want to enable the new expansions to be unlocked, and if they should be in order or if it should be a randomizer. But I do think it should be behind quite a bit of we have to pay more than a WoW token to get into a new zone like that. Yeah, like so if we unlock an OP zone, we can always go and farm in that zone. It would be overpowered, but kind of for the challenge, I'm enjoying exploring the new zone. So if let's say we get a new zone, like let's say Westfall has some farms that are insane, then theoretically every new zone we unlock, we could just stay in Westfall and farm there for the gold. And if it was like a speed run, then 100% we could, but I would still fully explore the new zones as we unlock them. And then if we got stuck, try to really work it through that zone, but then we could always go back to older zones. Lazar, yeah, we're primarily gathering today, but as certain rare spawns come up that I'm trying to farm, I'll be taking them down. There's a couple that are on like a 30-minute to 4-hour respawn, so we might get 1 or 2 kills on them. Hi Zazaru, thanks. Glad you're liking the series. Do I not worry that it will be years before I'm done the classic zones? I mean, it might be a while, but I haven't, locked into... we might unlock the other continents before we've done every single zone, but I'm not sure yet. We're figuring that out as we go. And do I have an... Ooh, that's a good question. Do I have an all-time favorite zone? I honestly might come at you with a bit of a out of left field answer for that. I do. And it's Sholazar Basin in Northrend. That's the one... I'll go on the map. Sholazar Basin. It's just a circle. And I spent hours and hours back in the day just doing loops here, farming ore. Serenite ore, because it vendored for so much gold when you cooked it into bars. Yeah, going back into Wrath, I was still doing my antics of going around zones farming. And then also I love the Nessingwary quests there, Hemet Nessingwary and his Sholazar quests. Yeah, Sholazar Basin is actually peak. I have a core memory where my one good friend, Edithundar, if you know Patholarics and Edithundar, were a dynamic duo that goes back ages, but he was a real life friend and my Resto Druid healer in Mythic Plus and Arena. But in grade 7 we were playing Wrath and we had a sleepover and we just stocked up on Dairy Queen chicken ranch wraps and spicy chicken ranch wraps and monsters, and we played WoW all night. And I was questing through Sholazar Basin for that, and that was a peak core memory for me for sure. Yeah, we did like a random, we did a impromptu 24-hour game sesh where we literally played WoW 24 hours straight. It was pretty awesome, I'm not gonna lie. Adam, yeah, you enjoying the series and asking if I'll be using archaeology. That is a good question, and I do want to. Only problem is, we don't have any zones yet that can train me in archaeology, so once I can unlock it, I definitely will be. What are my plans for Horde-only zones? That's actually a really good question. I had not thought about it. Yeah, this herb always throws me off because it's phased. So I gotta stop going there. I think we'll still do the Horde zones, right? Because don't there... Yeah, I'll still be able to farm all the mobs and whatnot. I just won't have any new trade vendors to use in those zones. Do I plan to incorporate fish pools in my gold farms? 100%. There's a few that I have my mind on. Yeah, you can learn archaeology in Stormwind, but for right now, I'm trying to only use Stormwind for the auction house, so I haven't used any of the trade skill vendors or trainers in Stormwind. So I didn't want to use the archaeology trainer in Stormwind. I think there might be a way, because I mean, if you look at here's the logic, right? So if you go to Elwyn Forest, Stormwind City like kind of is a city in Elwyn. I mean, it's a major city, so I don't know how we should deal with unlocking it, but right now we technically don't have it unlocked to use for gold farms or for traders. Zazaru, I'm not currently on Twitch. This is actually my first ever live stream, and I don't know how to multi-stream. It was hard enough to set up OBS to stream to Twitch, or to YouTube. So for now, I'm just on YouTube, which is where I make my YouTube videos. So maybe if you guys like the stream, then we can, and you know, maybe you like viewing on Twitch more. I might have to learn how to multi-stream onto that platform, but I'm still, I mean, primarily going to be making videos and maybe doing a stream every week or so, just so I have a big farm to do. Yeah, KB, I'm super, I love the support for the Goldbound challenge. I mean, I can't believe how much of a chord it's struck in the World of Warcraft scene, so I really appreciate it. Thanks, yeah, first stream, thanks. Yeah, so far so good. I've really the idea was that I was going to be farming in this zone anyway, and I wanted to have a better way to engage with the audience. Casey, thanks. I'm glad you're enjoying the series. Every episode I'm editing, I'm trying to improve something and get a little bit better, because I'm definitely not a professional editor as far as videos go, but I'm working on it and slowly working my way through OBS settings. I did a bunch of troubleshooting last night trying to, because for some reason, I'm recording OBS on like a very high bit rate, and I've tried a lot of different bit rates, but I still get some weird artifacting for some time, so I don't know why. Iris, thanks for the super chat. You love the series and you always watch at lunch. That's awesome. I feel like that is one of the biggest compliments a creator can get, is to be a series that someone wants to watch a meal with, because that's, whenever I sit down with like lunch or dinner, I always scroll through, and there's certain creators that I always will delay my meal to if I know they're going to be posting. Yeah, the first episode actually has a little bit of here's a little bit of a lore drop on that. I didn't plan on making it. I had a week off work because I had my wisdom teeth surgery, and I was up all night because I couldn't sleep because of the wisdom teeth pain. Which, in hindsight, turns out it was I had to get a root canal after because it was an infected tooth. So that was what was causing the pain, not the wisdom teeth. But I was up all night and watching a few old school RuneScape series, and I was like, you know what? I should make one in WoW. So that's when I decided to do it, and I made it the next day while in a lot of pain. So I couldn't really talk properly because I was still a little bit frozen. So if it sounds a bit different on episode 1, that's why. Yeah, 2013 MLG Call of Duty style montages for farming. I thought about it. I mean, especially with being a combat rogue. I mean, look at this. 360, right? You could do something like that for sure, but I haven't gone all the way down there with that editing style. Yeah, Chelf, root canal pain is no joke. You really can't escape from it. Malik, I've been playing WoW since about 2009. 2009 is when I started. First character was Pathalarix, and I haven't looked back. Invalid name. I don't know if your name is invalid, but it reminds you of RuneScape series. I appreciate that. That's 100% where a lot of the inspiration came from. I mean, the challenge itself is heavily inspired by Trader Steve, who's like a RuneScape snowflake style character. And I started watching Trader Steve, I think a year and a half ago, and it got me back into old school RuneScape hard. And I was really, really into OSRS for a while there. And then that's when I got into all these other ones, like, of course, I mean, you got your Settled, all of that, classic. Well, Andrew, thanks for the super chat. Whenever I enter a new zone, do you randomly get reminded of the things you were doing from previous visits? My first time through Red Ridge, I was watching Trailer Park Boys, and I can't unsee it in my mind's eye. 100%. I was just saying how one of my favorite zones is Westfall and Sholazar Basin, and that was because of the things I was doing when I was going through those zones for the first time. It definitely, it's weird. It will unlock some major core memories whenever you're going through a zone that you haven't in a while. Yeah, Trader Steve is your favorite series. It is. That is a goat. I love Trader Steve. That is. If Goldilocks had a hero, it would be Trader Steve. Let's see if I can get this this ore without phasing. Looks like we're good. If I unlock a zone like Dun Moreau, do I unlock Ironforge? I unlock Ironforge for the purpose of getting to the zone, but I'm still hesitant to unlock major cities as a way to farm, just because I know, like, a good way to farm in those cities is to buy all the trade good vendor goods and sell them on the auction house, because there's a few that have a lot of value. So there's a lot that would be unlocked from that. So I think it'd be a big decision to do that, but it's something that we'll have to think about. Yeah, Swampletics is a GOAT. OSRS series 100%. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't rewatching that during some points of this challenge. Also Tile Man I've been rewatching. And someone mentioned apparently that, oh yeah, see that the phasing in these areas is kind of annoying. I might just have to stick to a tighter loop. But someone mentioned that you can only have 10 WoW tokens in your bag at any time. And I'm a bit worried about that because I don't know what we're going to do. I'll have to pull you guys, but we'll see. Yeah, maybe we could unlock all the major cities in one go. I think a good way to do it, well, I've been kind of playing back and forth on how I want to do it, but one option would be to be locked into those major cities with access to the vendors and the trades in there, but also maybe something with the auction house. But I'm also very hesitant to opening it up to buying anything on the auction house, because I was thinking you could do zone locked into Stormwind with only the auction house and like flipping to get out, but it kind of goes against the whole aspect of the challenge. So that's going to be something I'll think about, and before I make a decision, I'll probably do a poll for my channel members. Make sure it's in line with what feels right for me and also with what feels right for you guys. Yeah, professions are like kind of separated by expansions, in that I think there's like you have to train like Cataclysm mining or Cataclysm X, Y, and Z. So we'll have to see how that plays out in the actual series. Yeah, that's a good point. Like if we unlock Stormwind, do we also get Stockades? Because right now we're using Stormwind only for the auction house, but there is a dungeon in there, so we could actually lock ourselves to Stormwind and farm Stockades. And you can fish in every city. That's a good point, Malik. So I think there's a lot of ways we can go with it. For right now, I think we will have to unlock the cities before we unlock an expansion. So we'll play that by ear. There's a lot to think through. I didn't necessarily fully think it all out when I started. I'm not sure if you can hear, but my cat is meowing back at the back door there. I locked her out just because she is a classic cat that will sit on the keyboard and the mic, so whenever I'm filming or recording I try to keep her out, but I think she's worried I got locked in the room, and so she'll go meow at the door. So if you hear something like that, that's what that is. Thanks, Forge. I'm glad you're enjoying the series. Andrew Swally, thanks for the super chat. You're saying idea, maybe add unlock all cities to one roll. Yeah, that's actually a pretty solid idea. Free the kitty. She will. Oh, I don't know how loud that was, but there's a simple buckler. It's a gray item, so we'll post it. I don't have a cam on, right? So I can't show the kitty. I can't show her. Her name's Poncho, though. And, you know, a little bit of more of a lifestyle lore here. I have Poncho, who's my cat, and I also have a dog, Stella. Stella was my dog is my dog. I've had her for about 7 years. But Poncho was my wife's cat before we started dating and got married. But we are getting a new cat today. So my wife's out of town and she's picking it up today. So tomorrow or the next day when she's home, we will have a second cat. Yeah, honestly, I mean, if we do end up streaming more and more, we might have to throw in some dog and cat cams. Okay, this is one of the guys that has loot that we actually want to farm. Alright, so we got the gloves. Yeah, there's one item on Royal the Silent that is actually an insane. So the new cat, we're actually adopting the cat, so it has a name already, and its name is Boo. But we might be doing a bit of a nickname, calling him Benson Boo. We'll see. I must admit I do love singing a little bit of Benson Boo quite obnoxiously. I won't do it now just to save all your eardrums. Yeah, Cleedwood. 2 cats, a wife, and a dream of filling bags with tokens. That's pretty much it right now. That's that's what we're doing. It's pretty awesome. We actually just moved, my wife and I, like 20 days ago. So we've been having a lot of life changes lately. Yeah, you like the name Benson Boo? Yeah, actually, the cat, he's 6-7 years old. We're adopting him from some friends who, they had the cat when they had Boo when they didn't have like a family and kids, and they just don't have the time to, he needs a lot of attention. So keeping it in the extended family, we're adopting Boo, and well, we'll be keeping a lot of attention on him. Yeah, Bjorn, we're I really didn't know what to expect with this stream, so I'm happy you're all tuning in. I'd be farming this ore anyway, so happy to have you all here tagging along. I don't know if my wife was watching the stream. I told her I was streaming today, and I think she's in another town picking up the cat, so I think she has a few. She's meeting up with a bunch of friends here and there to catch up, because we live a few hours away now from where we used to. Daw, yeah, there are treasure chests in the zones, and I just see them like really sporadically, but they do have some crazy loot in them. So I always try to keep an eye out, and if I see them, I pick them up for sure. Andrew, no, my wife does not play World of Warcraft. I don't think she would like it very much. She doesn't mind me playing. I've played long before we were we were together, but she plays like we play like more classic like board games and whatnot. Well, I mean, I guess the games that we play are like Mario Party, Mario Kart, things of that nature. Thanks for the super. How will these live streams be cut up for the video, if at all? Oh, we got someone who found me, I guess. So the live streams are going to be, I'll probably just have it posted as a VOD, I mean after. And right now this is, as far as my video, I'm like the content is very much video first. So right now we are kind of like, when you watch the next episode, this will be part of one of the segments of that video where I want to farm a whole bunch of materials to do some crafting. So the loot from this will be in the video, but I don't know if I'm going to be cutting it up for like a separate video. Sander, I'm not Dutch, but I think I do have some Dutch heritage. I'm Canadian though. Jumblot, thanks for the super. Yeah, 60 minutes and 154 copper. I have been a little, to be fair, I have been pretty scatterbrained. I've probably flown over quite a few copper. But as we get going, we're probably going to stop picking up some of the herbs and pick up more and more copper. Yeah, the phasing in Redridge from the quests can be a little bit annoying, but it's okay. Thomas, do I have a schedule for uploading videos? Right now, it's not technically a schedule, but the best kind of cadence I can do for editing and farming to make it, I find a good quality video is like every 2 weeks. Every now and then there is going to be weekly videos, so we'll see though. But as I get more settled into it, we'll probably have a more scheduled cadence. And the Juice 923, you hear my friends are super proud of you. I appreciate it. I hope you have the pleasure of being good friends with them as well. And Drake, and you're trying to figure out the mods. Yeah, I do want to do more of a dive into the add-ons I'm using. In the next video, episode 7, I do have a bit of like a segment on some of the mobs that I have, just to kind of break them down, but I do use quite a few. I try to keep my UI pretty clean, but I do use a lot of gold add-ons. So, I mean, the ones you can see on screen here, I have a loot appraiser, which is an add-on that tracks all the loot coming into your bag, and it uses the trade skill master, which is another add-on, region market value average, which is like the live prices that are available on the market. It's more of a transmog add-on, which will tell you like how much theoretical value in transmog you've obtained in a farming session. So I use that a lot. Yeah, you can probably still hear Poncho back there. I think, yeah, if we stream again, we might have to have a cat cam. I put up upstairs on like the big picture window, one of those. They're so tacky, but I don't really care. I love it. One of those cat hammocks that suctions to the window, and she just sits in it all day. So I assume if I put one down here, she'd probably hop in. Havoc, do I plan on playing Mop Classic? I want to, and I do plan on playing it maybe later season, but right now I'm just with work and YouTube. It's a busy time in life, and I just moved, so once a few other of my plates get a little bit less full, I will be playing Mop Classic, mostly, to be honest, for PvP. That was the season that I really got into PvP. And I think a lot of the OGs too, as far as the PvP scene, will be kind of hopping back in the game and playing a bit, so I think that'd be cool. Yeah, that's a lot of copper ore to go for. I'm gonna not lie, it is a lot of copper ore to go for. But as you can see, we're at 54,000 gold, so we need a lot. We need a lot of gold. But right now we're still picking up all the herbs and stuff too. Yeah, I got a message in game. Looks like I've been tracked down. Might have to do another name change. What do you guys think? Should I just keep doing name changes or mail off items to an alt to list? Because that might be the easiest way to avoid people. I just want to try to keep the channel and the challenge as honest as possible and not have it boosted, right? That's my only concern. Joe, any advice for using TSM for a goblin that wants to make a little bit on their own? Yeah, actually, I would say watch a few guides, but don't blindly copy and paste every single auction string. Like, think about when you look at an item, look at the market value and region market value price, and when you're making your auctioning operations, think, what are the parameters if you were going to list this item yourself? What would you post it for? Would it be, you know, your region market value average? Would it be the regional sale average? And then you can make your own operations that say your minimum price will be 80% of the region sale average, and your maximum price will be like 150% of the market value, right? So I would try to make your own operations just so you kind of understand it a bit. Yeah, you guys think maybe transferring to an alt would be would be ideal. Yeah, because I could keep trade goods on Goldie, but have the transmog, which are the bigger ticket items, which is why I would want to do name changes, go to an alt. Because I mean, if I'm posting these, like there's 47,000 copper ore that's sold per day. Even today, I'm only going to farm 2,000. So it's not like I'm going to be that big of a problem on the market for that. Yeah, it sounds like a lot of you guys are saying mailing to an alt would be kind of ideal. I'll have to think about it. That might be the best way to do it, because right now it seems like every video I'll probably need to do a name change. Yeah, especially if once you know the server, it's easier to find. Yeah, I do try to keep my UI pretty clean as far as add-ons go. I mean, there's a few that are visual. I used to run more like combat add-ons and changing action bar add-ons, but I like more of the classic look. Yeah, that's true, Andrew. Mailing costs no real money to me, right? That's the thing. And it doesn't... I mean, it's not game breaking to the challenge. Like, I'm not getting a benefit or a detriment to it. It's just trying to avoid people buying it. But I do really like, I don't know, I kind of liked the idea of just keeping it all on my one character. Yeah, and also, I mean, it's hard to tell if someone does buy it. That's the problem, right? You can't tell if it's just like someone who needed that piece of transmog or someone who wanted to try to support and boost the challenge. But what I have done as well is I went into my trade skill master settings and I did drop my max list price, because you end up getting some auction house creep if you're posting with other people who are using trade skill master. You'll find like values just go up and up and up. Yeah, and I could use the warband bank, right? I could drop it in a warband bank and just have one character who's an alt who's dedicated to accessing that warband bank to list the items, and it would be a pretty easy way to do it. Well, definitely, this is some good considerations, 100%. Hey, Chummy, glad you're enjoying it, and you don't really play WoW or anything, but you really like it. That's I appreciate it. Have you ever played WoW? Like, or do you just like the series to kind of like have a look into the game? And Shocks, have I ever thought about doing a challenge like this, but in Classic? I've thought about it. I think it would be a really cool version. Who knows, maybe down the road. But right now, 2 full-on Goldbound challenges would be a lot to balance, I think. It would need to be slower unlocks or a lower amount. Sinus, thank you. You like the voice? I appreciate it. I definitely have a when I'm in my full-on narration, my narration voice is a little bit different cadence, but I appreciate it. One thing that I do want to do one day, maybe not right now when I'm trying to kind of focus on the Goldbound a bit, but is I have some ideas for Old School RuneScape series as well, but that might have to go on a different channel when I have time. Yeah, Wilson, people on my friends list will be able to see my current name. I don't have too many people on my friends list though on my BattleNet, so I think should be okay. Hi Primes, earn a bond for each chunk in OSRS. That's a a heavy task. I mean, there's the Trader Steve series that kind of is like that, but one good thing about Trader Steve that I'll give a nod to for sure is his idea of the items over 1,000,000 have a really good way to make the challenge scale in the later game. I think it was a really good idea. Because some of the items he's buying now cost more than a bond to unlock chunks, but the earlier ones are like a mil. Yeah, I think, I mean, as far as Classic goes, it has a really special place in my heart too. I love playing me some Classic. Tyler, are there any mounts that allow you to gather herbs and mine ore while on a mount? Yes, it is the Sky Golem. There's also consumables that you can use, or maybe they took that out of the game. But there used to be consumables you could use that would allow you to do it. And there's also, if you're doing War Within, like current content retail farming, if you gather enough knowledge in the like talent skill points in mining and herbalism, you can unlock to mine an herb on any mount. But of course, War Within content is very far away for Goldilocks. Yeah, and Druid as well. I mean, if you have Flight Form, then you can if you have Flight Form, you can gather while mounted. I don't even know if like I'm supposed to be able to gather or like mining ore while mounted, or if that's kind of a bit of a bug where you hover over and gather. I feel like it's just a bug that they don't really worry about because it seems like it would be easy to patch, right? Because it can't be that you're meant to be able to mine like in these zones while mounted. Like for example, let me find an ore. If we go up to this tin vein, oh, it got zoned out. Yeah, if I go up to an ore, once we can find one, I think I might move this so I can actually see the rare spawns that come up. Where, there we go. Oh, okay. There we go, there's an ore finally. So like if I go down on the ground, it will dismount me. So it's not intended to be mining while mounted, but when you hover over, you're good to go. So I don't know, like is that intended? Like is that coded? Like why wouldn't they do it for herbs then? You know what I mean? Henner's Man, I got you back, or I got you into WoW and you're currently playing through Dragonflight. That's awesome. I hope you're enjoying it. I mean, it's a good game to play. I enjoy it a lot. World of Warcraft and Old School RuneScape for sure, for me. Oh, chatter. We'll take a shot at this one. Defenders, Bracers of the Aura. Have I tried Gathermate and Routes? I have, yeah. I used to always have Gathermate on. So Gathermate is an add-on that every herb and ore that you mine, it shows up on your map after you've mined it, so you kind of know where all the nodes are, and then you can like download or make your own routes, and the routes show up on your mini-map. I was using it a little bit in Elwyn, but you end up, once you've farmed enough, you just kind of get a muscle memory for where the nodes are and where everything is. Christian, you also got back into WoW, you last played in Wrath of the Lich King. That is a while ago. Wrath is, yeah, a top tier expansion for sure. And we're not going to be taking down Noel Feaster. But the nice thing about mining while mounted, it's not so much of an issue now that Chromie time scaling has put us back into a higher level, but you can actually mine the ore without things attacking you and taking you out. So that's pretty min-max. What would my gold per hour have been if I farmed on Dark Moon Island? I won't say exactly, just because I am going to do a Dark Moon episode for sure. And it is going to be pretty high. Like I think, I haven't tested it, but I could imagine the realized gold per hour, it might be like 10 hours played for a token. So like 20, 30K per hour. That's why when we were halfway through Elwyn, I was a little hesitant to just go into Dark Moon and make a whole bunch of gold. Because we were currently making like 2K an hour, so it would have felt a little bit scummy. Mr. B, chromie scaling is really confusing for you. Like, what do you choose for classic zones? Honestly, yeah, it is a little confusing. So, chromie scaling, to have the classic zones scaled to you, you actually choose Cataclysm, because the zones changed after the Cataclysm. And then they will stop scaling with you once you hit level 70. You just then all of a sudden become a complete boss. So it's a little bit strange. But beyond that, I'm still very confused with Chromie a lot of the time. Yeah, you hear the you hear the meow. Yeah, that's Poncho. She's in my office has a closed door right now, so she's behind the door meowing because she will be all over my keyboard and the mic. I don't play Mop Classic right now, actually. So right now, Noobcast, the max level in retail is level 80. So I'm technically 10 levels off, and ever since we turned off Chromie time scaling, you'll notice here, the only thing that gives me XP is gathering herbs and ore. So I have rested XP, because I only get 130 XP per ore and per herb with rested, but I have 225,000 XP until the next level. So this is the only thing that gives me XP right now on Goldie Locked is gathering. Well, actually, and pet battles. You hit level 90 on Mop yesterday? Congrats. I do want to play. I just don't have the time right now. And plus, there's just so many things I want to do on WoW. I can't do it all. Sharks, what do I think about people being inspired by the series? There's a lot of YouTubers doing challenges like this now. I think it's good. I mean, I think there's been a lot of innovation on it. I mean, if you look at the old school RuneScape scene, there are so many different Snowflake accounts and different challenges, and I think it's only good for the YouTube content scene, so I'm loving seeing it. Yeah, I mean, there is something to be said for making a bit of a, I mean, I guess, I don't know if you guys know Ludwig, he's a streamer and YouTuber, but he calls it the yoink and twist method, where the best renditions of things are going to be things you take from another creator and twist it to kind of match yourself and innovate a little bit, and that's how things evolve over time, right? So I think that's good. There's definitely a few series out there right now which I'm tuning into on the WoW side as well. Wait, there's someone that's doing max level only pet battles? I haven't seen that one. I should check it out after. I wonder how long they would take, because they do give you a good chunk, for sure. Well, I mean, back in the day, there was the guy that did Mist of Pandaria. When it first came out, he did a pacifist monk. So he made a monk, and I don't think he ever declared a faction, and he just leveled up to max level in the monk starting area by gathering herbs. I think someone did that, right? Like way back in the day. Yeah, the tile locked, Chummy. You're enjoying that series. I also was tuning into that. I think it's a good a good vibe. The monk is called Double Agent. Yeah. Is that the monk that did the mining and herbs without declaring a faction? Yeah. That's legendary. Yeah, because that was a pretty big story back in the day. I don't know if I gotta go back and look. I don't know if I've ever seen his actual posts himself. I think I've just seen like YouTube documentaries about it. All right, let's go into the cave here. There's usually ore in here. And we got ways we can move around here faster too. Yeah, have I ever seen Nabble and his 100% ATT playthrough? 100%, yeah. I was watching Nabble a little bit before I made my series as well. Both him and the OSRS guys definitely inspired the series. So I've been tuning in to his stuff as well. That one, it's... yeah, the 100% ATT is a pretty crazy ask. I'm not gonna lie. Some of those drops are wild. Don Nex, appreciate it. Yeah, the 3 million is kind of crazy to see on these guys. What is ATT? That's an add-on called All the Things. So it's a way to basically track how much of WoW you've completed. So it'll track everything from unique appearances on transmog to quests. So it'll let you like 100% complete everything that's completable in a zone. So that's kind of the premise of it. So it's like the collector's dream, right? You can track everything in the game and work towards 100% completion, which a lot of games will have that built in. Sid the Conductor. I assume I've seen some hardcore moments, videos on YouTube. Do I think those people just die for views, or are they really overestimating their skills? I would say in the vast majority of cases, they die legitimately. I mean, playing hardcore myself, it's one of those ones where it's so easy and like you're chilling and you're just rolling through with no issue, and all of a sudden you bite off more than you can chew and you just get flustered and die. Like I've done that so many times. But I'm sure some people do it for the content, right? I would hope not, but... Although, I mean, like, what... Like, wouldn't you get more views if you're just leveling, right? I don't know. I just farm copper ore and post it on YouTube, so that's my idea of content. But you guys seem to like it, so I appreciate it. Andrew Swally, appreciate the super chat tie for the stream. While you wait to start my shift, good luck. Thanks for tuning in. Yeah, I'm glad you enjoy. And Unfooly Tool, are there any other MMOs that I play? Yes, so I guess currently play RuneScape, old school RuneScape. That is a game, and the beautiful thing about old school RuneScape, it's a game you kind of play and you never stop playing, you just take breaks. So I haven't actually logged in for maybe a month or two. Yeah, we're at 212 hours. But yeah, old school RuneScape is the other MMO I'm playing right now. Invalid name, you're welcome, and good night to you. What made me pick the cap of 2,000 copper ore? I thought 1,000 was too low. I didn't think about it too much, I'm gonna be honest. I was debating doing some other ideas, but it might be a bit high. That's okay. It's, I got no plans today. I was just telling everyone that my wife is out picking up a new cat for us today, and she's out of town, so I'm pretty much got nothing on the agenda except for once I end the stream, I'll take my dog for a walk. But don't worry, we already went for a big run this morning, so she's sleeping in the other room. Brad Warrior, appreciate you love the content, and you're saying your mom is watching too. That's awesome. I've been actually, it's crazy how many comments I've been seeing of people that have been liking the series that don't play WoW. That's just, I appreciate it. That's such a crazy compliment, to be honest. Baki, you're enjoying it. I'm glad you're enjoying the stream. I was kind of playing around with streaming. I wanted to do it earlier, but the last month I've been moving, and I just kind of finished getting my house set up done in my office. I work remote on my actual job right now. Well, kind of hybrid remote. And so now that we got this fully set up and I'm no longer playing World of Warcraft off my phone's hotspot, I can actually stream. So I think I'll do a stream every now and then, just when I have like a big kind of goal to get in the series. Because I mean, let's be honest, I'm going to be farming copper ore whether I have a stream on or not. So I may as well interact with you all. Oh, Drubs, am I maxed in OSRS and do I play Iron Man? I'm a noob. I'm not gonna lie. I am not maxed in OSRS. I started playing again about 1.5 years ago, and I don't even have a 99. I hate to say it. I'm a very casual RuneScape player, and I don't play Iron Man. When I play RuneScape, I kind of like farm. I'm a skiller, and my brother, we both played RuneScape and WoW back in the day, and we both got into OSRS at the same time, much to the dismay of, I think, his fiance, now wife. But he's really into PKing, and so he'll always send me Snapchats of his wildy PKs, and I love it. Yeah. Nick, thanks. I'm glad you're loving the channel and the dedication to the challenge. Yorick, you're at 92 thieving in OSRS, halfway there. Yeah, it's actually crazy when you think about the breakpoints for XP in RuneScape. How like 92/93 is halfway. The closest skill I have to 99 is, I actually think it's strength. I think I'm 96 strength. I was doing a lot of Nightmare Zone. I got my fire cape though, actually, which was a big unlock for me. I was so sweaty. I was on vacation in Palm Springs on my laptop, and my brother and I, he brought his laptop as well. We were like on a family vacation. And the quest for the week-long vacation in Palm Springs was for both of us to get our fire capes. And we both did it. And I'm not gonna lie, I watched a few guides and I got the fire cape first try, which I think is one of my biggest crowning jewels of my whole entire life. Yeah, I've been seeing some content on the Varmore update. There's some good AFK stuff there, so I might have to check it out. I have like my home setup now. I have 3 monitors, so one monitor could be for a stream, one can be for WoW, and one can be for some AFK RuneScape content. Dylan, you got your fire cape on mobile? I didn't know that was possible. That's crazy. I needed to have the plugin that shows where the next wave is going to spawn, like the majors and whatnot, and the rangers. And then my prayer flicks were, I was so sweaty. Kagrok, my wife, she is really happy with, or really proud, I guess, that would be the word of the YouTube. The series going so well. I've had a few YouTube channels in the past on different topics, and I came back to World of Warcraft because if you go back on my channel, there's videos from like nine years ago, and I came back for a fun idea to do a Goldbound series, and I did not expect it to blow up like this. So I love all the support, and I'm happy I can live stream and hang out with you guys. Yeah, mobile has, like on RuneScape, you can play old school RuneScape either on your computer or on like an app. That's how low intensity like operating system the game is. But the mobile app has some crazy features, like for fletching. If you want to level up fletching, in the game you had to click back and forth like really fast like this on a mouse. But on mobile, you just tap with your fingers, and people can get like crazy XP rates on their phone. I think I saw someone that like it was their life. They like made an old RuneScape video of like maxing fletching in like 17 hours or something, and it was just on mobile. Just hilarious. Baki, am I hitting up rare mobs while doing the rounds? Yeah, I'm grabbing some of the rares as I go. There's a couple in particular I'm farming for certain drops, so I'm grabbing those whenever I see them. Yeah, Noob Card Collector, I do have some old videos. They're kind of cringy, like they're old gold farming videos, but I'm not about to take them down. They're there if you want to go look at them. I've always loved playing WoW and making videos about making gold, so... But to be fair, I mean, this series is more about the adventure than the actual gold farm. Benny, do I ever feel burnt out from farming on Goldilocks? Not really. I've been really enjoying it. I've discovered so much more in these two zones alone than I thought I would. And plus, I mean, it does help that the series is doing so well, right? That it's nice to have that as well. But I mean, going back years and years, one of my go-to ways to play WoW is literally just farm gold, and I would just do loops and loops of herbs. If you played back in the day, I think like Wrath of the Lich King is when I first started gold farming, and there was one guy who made YouTube videos. His name was Taro WoW Guides, and he would do like the routes and show the routes and show how to farm the gold, and I would go out and farm herbs and ores for hours and hours and hours. So I don't know, I just love it. It's one of those things where I would be farming herbs and ores if I didn't make a YouTube series about it. Plus with retail, sometimes if you're in a, like I got kind of into the solo queue, like solo queue arena, and the queues were anywhere between 20 minutes and 2 hours, and so I would just farm. Yeah, someone found me, it looks like. Yeah, Murloc. Taro WoW Guides was actually a really good creator back in the day. He was like probably the first WoW gold farmer that I really watched. Carl, yeah, the Sholazar Basin farm. I was telling people that Sholazar is one of my favorite zones of all time because you just go in circles and farm Serenite ore. And back in the day, Serenite ore was, if you smelted it into bars, the vendor sell price was like the same as like the market, and it was so good. NX, yeah. So I'm gonna upload the stream as a video. So with YouTube streams, it's not gonna be like a video like published on my channel, but it will be a video on demand in the live stream tab. So if you wanted to go back and watch it later, it should be up there. From what I've read, I'm not too experienced in the live stream technical aspects, but as long as it's under 12 hours, YouTube automatically uploads it, so it'll be up there to watch later. Yeah, I don't know why. It's one of those things like gold farming in WoW is weirdly relaxing. It shouldn't be as fun as it is. You know what I mean? And then the whole thing about like getting a WoW token, like I usually use WoW tokens to pay for my WoW sub, but I mean if you price it out dollar per hour, it's like obviously if you go work a minimum wage job for an hour and a half, you get a WoW token. But if part of the game is fun that helps you pay for the game, I say more power to you. What's the add-on for the action bar? I actually don't have an add-on for the action bar. This is just the base retail action bars. They changed them up a little bit ago. So yeah, this is the base. I might have moved it around in edit mode. Like if you look at this, you can go edit mode. This is just like the retail WoW, and you can move things around, but it's the base. It's the base action bars. I don't think Classic has that edit mode option. Yeah, Casey, minimum wage in Canada, maybe. Yeah. NX, I haven't myself actually ever played cracked WoW servers, but I've heard that they can be pretty fun. But I don't even know if they're with like Classic being out. I'm not sure. Are they still as popular? If the token close to 22 days of minimum wage, then 100% you could farm it way faster. I guess I was just comparing it to Canadian dollars, which is where I am. But if you're in a place with a different currency, then it might be comparatively, it might make a lot more sense to actually farm gold for it. Yorick, yeah, Turtle WoW is huge. Yeah, my good friend and his brother, I think they play Turtle WoW, and they've been trying to get me and some of our other friends to play on it, but I've just been like, right now, if I'm playing WoW, I'm doing Goldilocked, or on Pathfinder, like my main on retail, I do Mythic Plus, and I also play Classic Hardcore. I have a Pathfinder, a Paladin there. My favorite times though, like for reference, I'm 28, I'm 29, sorry, I just turned 29. But my friends and I from high school, we still have probably every 1 or 2 months a LAN session where we all bring our computers to one of the other's house and we just play WoW. So that's usually where I get my Mythic Plus, and we all just play Mythic Plus in the same room and drink way too much Diet Coke. Yeah, York, it would be cool to check it out, that private server. But right now, with especially with the Goldbound series, I'm trying to keep a relatively decent upload pace with keeping the quality as high as I can with editing and making sure I'm making good progress in each zone. Yeah, that's like having those LANs nowadays is literally the dream. Like we have a good group of guys that are all down to just drop everything for a weekend and play WoW together. There's really not much more you want to ask for from a group of friends. So
it's too far away.
I think we have one. We don't have one scheduled. We usually always have a LAN set up in the next every 2 months. We try to have one scheduled because I mean now we're all older, married. Some of us have kids as well. I mean you gotta plan around life. So you gotta plan the LAN like 2 months out, and then make it for that. Xandar, are there any dud zones that would be rough? I think there will be, but I don't know what they are going to be. A lot of this, especially in Red Ridge and Elwyn, was learning as I went and discovering new farms as well. But I think what I feel is that there's going to be a few dud zones that actually have, like, or quote-unquote dud zones that have sneaky gold farms that are randomly really good. Carl, have I ever tried selling any of the battle pets yet? Yeah, so I have. The pets I can sell are the ones I can buy from Donna Anthea and Elwyn, because you can purchase from the vendor. But the battle pets that are sitting around here, like the mountain cottontail there, for example, or any other battle pet that I can battle and collect, you can't actually trade the battle pets you loot out in the wilderness. Those can only be collected from going and getting them yourself, so I can't just farm them in the zone and sell them. I have to either buy them or get them from drops, because those are the only two ways a battle pet can be caged and sold. Peter, would I try to play on private servers such as Warmane? Right now, probably not. Maybe down the road. There's just too many versions of WoW that I want to play. Like I want to play MoP Classic, I want to play Retail, I play Classic Hardcore. So I think I would maybe play those if I was in a real lull and I wanted to switch things up, but for now, I'm not on the private servers. Yeah, there might be some duds like Moonglade. I don't think we could unlock it, but like on my Warlock, I have these rare recipes from Burning Crusade to craft primal, like primal Mooncloth gear. So I don't know if we could capitalize the Moonglade for that, but if we could, there might be some cheeky ways to make gold in there. And I think Moonglade itself, if we look at it, it does have a rare. Am I in combat? Yeah, I'm in combat, and it does have a rare. But it looks like they're all blind when picked up, so actually Moonglade could be quite a dud. We'll see. And Aquila, what's the end goal of the challenge? You know, the goal of the game is to play the game, but ultimately it is to get the title of Explorer and explore all of the map. That is, at his roots, what Goldilocks is. He's a explorer. Well, yeah. So Duskwood has, I guess. What is this? Is that not Moonglade? Like this circle in here? Oh yeah, Moonglade is a different zone, isn't it? Isn't Moonglade like? I don't know. Yeah. Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, Moonglade's up there. I guess the question would be, if we unlock Duskwood, do we unlock... I forget what that's called, but that's the little mini zone in there. Yeah, Elizabeth, that Moonglade dress, I think it's like the Primal Moonclave cloth is worth a lot. I made a lot of gold farming that back in the day, because I got the recipe from the Burning Crusade dungeons, and it's a recolor of one of the tier sets, so I would craft it and sell it. I also made... I'm sure you still could do this. I'm not really into the current content farms, but a really good older content farm is jewel crafting and making the panthers, like the jade panthers. Those things, you get like 20k profit each. Thanks to you 3BOs, you're liking the Goldbound. I appreciate it. Yeah, at this rate, the Copper Ore stream will be 11 hours long. I mean, we're at 262. Yeah, we're not doing the fastest farm, are we? But that's okay. We're just chilling. I got a cup of coffee in front of me, and that's going down pretty well. So I'm still on my first cup, so that's a good sign. You'll notice I'm not picking up all the earth root anymore. The goal for the farm, I could have like obviously said any item that I want to farm a lot of, but I do want some copper ore to work with. Kala, the area in Duskwood that I was pointing out is Twilight Grove. Okay, that makes sense actually. And Real Deal Brando, good question. Can I return to the previous zones in my challenge, like Elwyn, to get a profession or get items? The answer is yes. So we're unlocking zones. We're not relocking ourselves in the new zone. So I can access Elwyn. We could even do a old Elwyn loop here for some copper ore if we wanted to. And I can use the trainers in there. But for the most part, especially for the first 1 or 2 episodes of each new zone, I'm trying to keep it pretty focused on just the zone I'm in. And Kawai, am I doing YouTube full-time now? Right now I have a full-time job, but I really like making YouTube videos, so we're gonna try to make that happen. If I do that, you might see some more frequent uploads. Oh, here we go. I think another real question I had as well is how much silver ore are we gonna get in the time period of getting 2,000 copper ore? Because silver ore, this stuff is worth more than the current content ore. Like if you go and farm in War Within, some of that ore sells like bismuth. It sells for like nothing. But silver ore, 20 gold each. That's actually crazy. And Genanthia, will I keep having herb and mining all through the series since it's harder to swap in higher level zones? Bit of a nuanced answer for sure. I think, which might make a little sense why we're doing this stream. One of the ways around that is we're going to have to farm up larger quantities of trade goods before we start crafting, and then craft in bulk, right? So that might be why we're farming 2,000 copper ore. So that's a good question, and definitely an issue that will happen more and more as we go. But there's, like, for example, for engineering, getting up to the engineering level isn't too bad, because when we do this farm, we have so much rough stone and coarse stone, and a lot of the trade skills, you can use those like B tier crafting reagents to actually level up the skill to the point that you want to use it. But it's in the higher level zones, we'll have to play that by ear. Open this back up for you guys. Yeah, Ravenform, question for the future. Do I plan on doing Outland and Northrend? Yes, I do. So that's going to be an ongoing discussion of when we're going to unlock those, but those are going to be hidden behind something of a bigger unlock, whether it's like a mill or a couple of tokens. But eventually those will be zones, and I think it would be really interesting to go through those. There's one zone in there's a few places in Northern that have really special places in my heart as far as gold farming, which sounds crazy to say, but Northrend and Rathalich games when I started farming gold in the first place. So there's, I remember there's this one cave that has these wolves, and you can get primal fur, or like Arctic fur. I'll have to refresh it myself when we get to those zones, but I'm excited for those ones. To be honest, it's one of those things where I'm enjoying making Goldbound so much. I have so many other ideas I want to do, but I'm like, I gotta just, you can't get distracted by the shiny object and make, you gotta work your way through as you go, for sure. Andra, am I going to do Horde as well? I'll do Horde zones, or most likely we'll do Horde zones, but I don't think I'll make a Horde character for a challenge like this. Maybe other mini-series down the road I'll do a Horde character, but those zones will be interesting to say the least. Casey, am I going to make socials like Insta Twitter for the channel? It would be great to see you, and a good way to keep up with when things are posted and whatnot, and our dungeons included. Yeah, that's a good point. I do want to make socials. I need to sit down and do that. And dungeons will be included. So any zone that has a dungeon in it, that dungeon will be part of that zone. So for example, like Westfall has dead mines in it, and so dead mines will be included in the Westfall zone. And Carl, am I going to level fishing at some point, since that's one that you don't have to drop? Oh yeah, we did a little bit of fishing in Elwyn, and I'll be doing some more fishing here to keep it leveled up, because you're right, you don't have to drop that skill. And same with cooking, but there's a few fishing farms I know of that will be pretty good. Thanks, Robert. Yeah, I'm super happy. It seems people are enjoying the chill stream. Who would have thought? I didn't really have much expectations for the stream, since I'm just farming copper ore in circles. But hey, I'm glad to hang out. I was going to do this anyways. And Flo, what's the upload pattern for new episodes? I'm trying to get a good cadence. Right now we are on every 2 weeks, which is a good balance for where I'm at right now to edit and get the content. And I put a lot of time into the editing and the script writing and whatnot. So right now, because I am working another like a full-time job, I think going faster than that, it might be a bit difficult to keep the quality quite as high, and I might burn out a little bit. So right now it's bi-weekly, but there's certain times in weeks where I have less to do in my other job, and so I can maybe get another episode out. So the answer is twice a week, or sorry, not twice a week, once every 2 weeks, but every now and then there should be, you know, maybe an extra episode a month. Alright, and Quentin Rhodes, do you think that dungeons will actually net you good gold? And what is the origin of the channel name? Oh, two good questions. So first off, I do think dungeons are going to net pretty good gold. It will be a little bit of a transmog angle for sure. So like we'll be going to be doing transmog farming in there. Some dungeons will also have some herbs and ores. But there are for sure some solid things to farm in every dungeon, especially in vanilla. And the origin of Patholerics is, that's my original World of Warcraft name. So my main is a paladin named Patholerics, and everyone calls me Patholerics since I started in like 2009. And so it's just stuck. I think Patholerics, it was a randomized name originally, or like a few letters off of a randomized name on the character creation screen, and I just changed a few things. Like I think it was like Pathanax or something. But I modified it a bit, and then there was Patholerics. Pontus Nelson, I appreciate your liking this series. I'm having a blast making it. If I roll Burning Steps after this, would Blackrock Mountain count as a separate zone? Huh. That's a good question. I think it wouldn't, right? Like it's in there. I'd have to think about it, but I think it would be unlocked. How many ore have we farmed? We're at 281. I think we've been live for 2 hours, so... yeah, we might be live for a bit longer. That's okay, though. If you're familiar with the challenge, 2,000 copper ore might be worth about 10k, so we need a lot more. But I mean, if we craft it into bars or bolts, it's like worth maybe like 12k, so just a drop in the bucket of the challenge. Oh, it's both. Yeah, I guess Blackrock Mountain is both in Burning Steps and Searing Gorge. That's a good point. It might be one of those things where we would... I'll think about it, but it could be one where we would unlock it once we have both those zones unlocked, then. I don't know. Dylan Brady, appreciate you enjoying the stream. I thought it would be a good way to interact when I'm doing a farm I'd be doing anyways, because the videos take a long time to come out and edit and whatnot, so I wanted to hop on and chill with y'all. Meloria68, no worries. I appreciate that farming over and over and over isn't anyone's cup of tea, but I'm glad you're liking the series and that you tuned in. T3BOs, thanks for the 1,000 Chilean coconuts. Appreciate it. Ron, that's a good point. I could do a poll during the live stream. That might have to be reserved for another live stream just because I don't know how to do a poll on my live stream. But that's a good idea. I do polls on my channel members for things, and those will be the decisions I'll be polling a lot on. So for example, like last episode, or when we unlocked the new zone, I polled the channel members on what we're going to do with the tokens, and the verdict was to keep them hoarded in the bags. So that's what we're doing. Tapo, yeah, I've been liking seeing, it seems like the series has, I mean, it's definitely an old school RuneScape vibe, and I've been seeing a lot more of those pop up in WoW So I'm enjoying watching them as well. And then you have the more of the OGs in the scene on World of Warcraft as well, like Mad Season and Nabble, that have been in Shax and Venario, all those guys that were doing more of this kind of like series type of stuff, which I really enjoy watching. Loic, what's up? Good to see ya. Christian, yeah, you liking the background music? I just have the game music on repeat. So I need to get a headset because I had to turn my audio off in my room because it was reverberating into the microphone. So I'll get a headset and that way I can listen too, but right now I'm currently sitting in silence, listening to myself. But that's okay. And how much is Swift Thistle worth? Right now market value is about 4 gold, but we have some ways to make that worth a bit more, I think. Stay tuned. Yeah, for the 2 weeks, it is a lot between episodes. Ideally, it would be weekly, I think, for this series. Just logistically, with a lot of the time that goes into farming, I think if I went to weekly right now, unless I was able to free up some other things on my plate with my work, it would be a matter of, I think there'd be less content. Oh, the bandit boots. Okay. So ideally my goal is to eventually move to weekly, but also I have a lot of ideas for other video concepts too. A lot of one-offs and other things like that. And Reindeer Floto, what is the website and program I use to see the history of the prices? Then with a bar graph and a line graph on it. I think that's TradeScale Master. So TradeScale Master is both an add-on and a website. So you can search it up on there. And they have a lot of good like market data on the history of item prices, things like that. Yeah, Flarnish, with the pace being 2 weeks, like if I went to weekly, it would both increase like, because like there's a certain amount of time it takes to edit and like plan the episodes, and the time outside of that I use for farming. So weekly would reduce the total amount of time I have for farming, and so each episode would be less than half of as much farming as I could do, if that makes sense. And then what add-on tells me the price of an item as I get it. And that is actually one of my favorite add-ons. I'll tell you about it here. So while I mine this. And actually we're gonna go ahead and get one tag on a scout and see if we get an item. We didn't. But the add-on is Loot Appraiser. So you can see here it's running a tally of all the loot I've collected since I pressed start. So we've been doing circles here for an hour and 52 minutes. And so this add-on connects with TradeScale Master. And so it shows here it's using the notification and the calculations from region market value average. And I have it set, I think, so that any item that is worth more than 500 gold pops up on my screen with a notification. And this add-on actually has a couple cool other features. So if you get the plugin for it, not a plugin, but like the secondary add-on, it's called Loot Appraiser Reloaded Challenges. You can sync up with like 3 or 4 other people and do transmog challenges where it shows who's getting the most theoretical gold per hour from the transmog. So that's a fun thing to do with friends, or it's also a fun thing to do maybe for a future stream where if we all get on a Loot Appraiser and farm a certain dungeon, we can see who gets the best drops type of thing. Classy, yeah, I could switch it to buyout, but I found a lot of them on my server were so inflated that it was kind of crazy what the buyout price was. I have been meaning to do a video where I break down all of the add-ons I use, and it's just too much to kind of cover, and I think would be a bit too much in like an actual Goldbound episode, but maybe one day I'll do a video. If you go back on my channel, there's older like 5-year-old videos. I talk about my transmog farming setup, and I use the same add-ons. So you can go look at those, and it's not as well produced as far as a video, but it has all the information. It still holds pretty well. Logix, there's a chest in the Knoll camp. Okay, we're going back. Which Knoll camp? Those chests can be valuable. I'm still learning to read and play at the same time, and I miss things. Is it back here? Oh man, this is gonna be... Oh well. Maybe I'll see it next run.
It's too far away.
And Loken, is the audio cutting out, or is it on my end? I think the audio is all good, but I'm not sure. If anyone else hears it cutting out, let me know. I'll try to troubleshoot a little bit. Okay, with the caves, right, Logix, I just saw that. I'm not seeing a chest. There are some things here that look like the chests, but they, I think they're called Battleforged chests that have like a ton of loot possibilities in them. Game Dev Made Easy, thanks for the super chat. Appreciate it. Wowbs, thanks for popping in. Appreciate the support. Thanks for popping in. Yeah, one thing you'll notice here in Redridge, I keep mentioning it just because it is annoying, but after you finish doing the quests, there's certain areas that will phase you out of all the ore nodes. So like every time I fly over here or over here, it sends me to a different phase and all the nodes disappear, which is kind of annoying. But we are at 294 copper ore. We may, to mix things up, we may do a loop of Elwyn Forest in a little bit here. And right now, Siri performs... I'm not following a set route, I'm kind of just flying around blindly. But that's kind of how I do it. I end up eventually getting into a rhythm, and it's like a route that I'll end up doing over and over. I definitely had one for Elwyn. Christian, joining in on the $2 for Goldilocks, appreciate it. And Don Smoke, you loving the series? Hello, how's it going? Glad you're joining in on the stream. And Dylan, would I consider getting handy notes for treasure chests? Yeah, I actually had it for a bit. I just found that that's probably a good idea, actually. And yeah, I don't know honestly how retail works for low, medium, or high pop servers, but I do know, like when I was in Elwyn, I would randomly be on, I think, Moonguard. Because Goldshire would just randomly be popping. So I think there is some kind of layering that happens in retail on lower zones. So sometimes it looks like there's no one here, and sometimes it's like there's so many people. So it's kind of weird. And do I ever feel burnt out while doing the farming? Weirdly enough, no. I'm not gonna lie, I love it. This is every expansion I've played WoW, I always start trying to like PvP or Mythic Plus competitively, and I end up just doing loops of gathering, so. Or at least, gathering while I'm in queue. James, Sharm, and thanks for the super chat. I'm glad you've been enjoying the chill watch. I think we might have to, you know, maybe do a loop of Elwyn in a little bit here, because lots of copper ore there. Let's go into the cave, though. If there's no copper ore in this cave, that is actually... that's surprising. Yep, no copper ore. And yeah, that's called sharding, with the servers being on different different cadences. That makes sense, but I suppose. And Stin Demin. Do I play of any other WoW models, like Classic or Anniversary? I do, yeah. I've actually played a lot of both of those, and most recently would be Classic Hardcore. Got really into that for quite a while. And right now, yeah, we are level 70 with the Chromie time scaling. But we did level up through quests and whatnot, up to level 70. But at this point, from level 70 on, all this XP is just from gathering ores and herbs. I haven't actually tried EVE. I've tried other MMOs for sure, but not EVE online personally. And that's one thing, Manu's Season Discovery. I never actually played Season Discovery. I was just really busy with real life stuff, and I just never got back into it. I was playing a lot of hardcore at the time, because hardcore is really good where you can hop in and hop out. But I never got into SOD. I was watching a lot of streams with like the more recent phases. But on Classic Hardcore, the highest levels I actually got to was, I think, my Paladin. I haven't died on him yet. He's level 42. I have a Paladin named Patholerics on Hardcore. Aside from that, I died at level 34 on a mage, I think. But I don't know. Hardcore, it just is so fun. It's one of those things where it just sucks you in. It's dangerous to log in. But yeah, I was saying that maybe we could pop back into Elwyn Forest, because with Goldie locked in the challenge, we do unlock zones, and it doesn't, like, that proverbial door doesn't close behind us, so we could go back and farm ore. But for now, we're just chilling, getting the copper here. Sevru, is there any way to shorten your name, like Patholerics? Yeah, so, and well, I mean, I guess Goldie locked would be Goldie, and Patholerics, people call me Path. That's probably the easiest way. And Arrival, I'm glad you're enjoying the challenge. I will be posting or doing some kind of a add-on overview, just so people can get some of the add-ons, because I've had a lot of questions about that, for sure. And as Isaiah Weatherspoon, is this my first live stream? It is actually, yeah. I spent all last night trying to figure out how to make OBS connect to my YouTube channel, and I guess it works. So yeah, I was maybe looking in at, I heard multi-streaming is a lot of things people do, and you can stream on like YouTube and Twitch, but I mean, all my videos are on YouTube, so I figured it made sense just to do YouTube. And Makobi, would I choose a different class if I were to do it again? Like, if I could go back and change it, I would not. I would stay with Rogue, but I think a cool playthrough would be... Well, of course, I mean, for any kind of farming thing, the go-to would be Druid. That would be the default. Druids just have so many farming benefits. Like, for example, I can mine ore while mounted on Goldilocks because it's kind of a bit of a bug, but I can't mine or gather herbalism on Goldilocks, whereas a druid in flight form could gather herbalism, and druids for mob farms have Moonfire, which they can use a macro like I'm using my boar macro to shoot a whole bunch of things. But theirs is a much longer range and they don't run out of energy, so druids would be better. And for dungeon farming on a druid, they can use like Moonglade teleports to get in and out of dungeons really fast. So technically, like that would be the objectively best gold farm would be druid. But I think if I were to do a different run, I would do something like a paladin, just because I'm a paladin through and through. I have my whole quad is the paladin class order hall tattoo, so I am definitely a paladin player. And clickety clack, how many subscribers have I gotten since I started Goldbound? Crazy enough, the answer is like all of them. I think when I posted Goldbound, I had 400 subs, so the series really took the channel off for sure. Yeah, Bort Paladins, I love playing Paladin. I'm not going to show my quad tattoo right now on stream, but maybe one day. I don't even have my cam set up, but we were talking, I don't know if you've heard in the stream, there's a cat, or my cat in the background sometimes meows, so we might, one day if we keep streaming here and there, set up some cat and dog cams. Yeah, Makoti, the algorithm for Goldbound definitely hit. I was really surprised with how well it took off, and it's one of those things where I really enjoyed making that first episode, so I was super happy to keep going with it. Siri performs, yeah, the quad reveal. I'll tell you this though, I'm a little personal life aspect. The quads, I don't know if you want to see them, I'm a power lifter, so they're not the most sightly quads. They're usually scarred up and not ideal. Let's see if Row the Silent is up. This is one of the rares we are trying to farm here, but he is not up as of right now. That's okay. Yeah, when I set the 2,000 copper ore for the stream, I think in my head I was calculating Elwyn rates where they only have copper ore. But that's okay. We'll just keep on rolling. And Casey, did I intend to be like a faceless YouTuber and stay anonymous? No, there wasn't any like intent to do that. It's just for the series. It's I don't think it would add to it to have like a face cam. And then for the stream, I just wanted to get going with like a really basic setup. So I think down the road, I'm not gonna have like be a faceless YouTuber or anything like that, and I'll probably have a cam. But it's just right now for setting up. I just got my office together, so it works well. Q-Dog, 100% correlation, but why are weightlifters always grinders? You'll never see regular dudes doing insane Goldbound grinds. I mean, fair enough. Like, honestly, actually, I started playing WoW and farming gold before I started lifting, and I've been lifting for 10 years. But I do like natural powerlifting and bodybuilding. And I think like the MMO vibe of like slowly leveling up, it really translates to the gym because you put in the work. As far as like, you do your quests, you do your dailies, and over time you get stronger. It's kind of like a very similar, I think, dopamine response. Loken, you glad to sub? Yeah, I appreciate seeing you in the chats there. I'm glad you're enjoying the series. Yeah, Falcon, my main Patholerics is also on Alliance. He is a paladin. Well, I guess, I mean, I rolled female for the last couple of expansions, but yeah, Patholerics goes between male and female character models, but they're on Alliance. Yeah, Corlock hit the gym for a few hours, or in a few hours, right on. One of my favorite back in the day, and still to today, WoW content creators and streamers was Bajira. And particularly in lockdown, I would watch his like morning workouts when I was working out at in my home. And so we would always do, I'd tune into his gym stream to lift. So yeah, he's no G for sure. Have I ever started trading an IRL market? Seems like I have the perfect mindset. I do. I don't trade. I have like investment accounts, but they're pretty much all in like index funds. I don't day trade or anything like that. But could be. I get the appeal. It'd be a lot of fun. And James, what is my favorite day in the gym and why is it leg day? Yeah, you got me. As far as like being a power lifter, the lift that I'm the most kind of adept to would be squats. So it would be leg day. My bench isn't as good comparatively.
I need to get closer.
Scooter Boy, reveal the lifts. Well, I don't want to. I guess I could reveal the lifts. So my most recent PRs in comp would be squat and deadlift are the same at 628 pounds, and bench is in comp 319 pounds. So for kgs, that should be two. Oh wait, no, didn't I deadlift 290? Which would be 3 or 6. Anyway, deadlift is 290, squat's 285. No, squat's 290 as well. Anyway, yeah. I'd have to double check. I cut a weight class for my last meet, so it was not a lot lower, but a fair amount lower. JYL, yeah, so in comp means in competition. So when you compete as a power lifter, most people will distinguish between their best lifts in the gym, which is like in your training facility, and in a competition. Just because in competition you have like the judges giving you the competition standards and commands, and things aren't controlled. As well, they use calibrated plates, so things are accurate within like 100 grams or something like that. Whereas in the gym, maybe you cut depth, maybe you lift on iron plates that only weigh 43 pounds. So that's why I say in competition versus gym lifts. But to be fair, my best squat is in competition, not in the gym. Whenever I train for a powerlifting meet, I always try to save my best lifts for the meet day. Hey, Kawa, thanks for the super. JYL, do I get drug tested and stuff? Yes. Yes and no. I compete in a drug tested fed, so every competition I compete at, it's like a random drug test. Some people get drug tested, and I'm Canadian, so if you win Canadian nationals and you represent Canada at Worlds, then you're in the WADA drug testing pool, and they'll pull you randomly. But I'm not. I've never won nationals. Actually, so I'm not in that pool, and I've never been randomly tested at one of the meets, but I do compete in drug tested federations, but I haven't personally been drug tested. But I don't take steroids, no, or performance enhancing drugs. Yeah, I think archaeology it is going to be a really good option to do down the road. We will only be able to do archaeology once we've unlocked the major cities to train it. Because right now in Elwyn and Redridge, there's no archaeology trainers. Otherwise, I would for sure be doing archaeology and probably making a lot of gold. But for now, we don't have access to it. So one day we got to figure out how we're going to unlock the major cities. I think this time we're actually going to go into this cave to get some more. You may as well take them down, right? Okay. Lentil Shan, you started going to the gym a year ago and it's been amazing. That's awesome. Have you been doing more like bodybuilding style, like CrossFit? I know Hyrox is pretty big lately as well. Okay, I gotta get up. Okay, there's the nice thing with a combat rogue. What? Okay, wait. So could a druid do that? I don't think so. Yeah, I think there would be something to unlocking cities after a certain amount of zones, or putting them behind like a certain kind of wall somehow. Be something I'll have to think about for sure. Right now I just use Stormwind for, I have access to the bank and the auction house, but I don't use their trainers there. I do think there's some interesting ways we could do major city unlocks. All right, so I think right now with the phasing in Redridge, we're going to expand the loop to do a big loop of Redridge and Elwyn, since those are our two unlocked zones. Because right now the phasing is not ideal. In my bank there isn't much. It's some trade goods. I have a few like herbs and ores in the bank, just because I wanted to start this stream with a clear bank. But other than that, I don't have much big items in the bank. There's a couple things that were... Let's just make sure I'm going into Elwyn and not Duskwood. I would hate to discover Duskwood by accident. And what... let's see. Eric, what OSRS content creator inspired you to start my Goldilocks journey? I would say the OSRS scene in general was a massive aspect. The most direct inspiration to the actual structure of the Goldbound series would have been Trader Steve, but a couple of my favorite OSRS creators in general are obviously Flipping Old School, who runs Trader Steve, Link and Rarg. I love their And Then We Fight series, and Settled, Tileman, Swampletics. There's just so many completely goated RuneScape challenges. But I think those ones there are my top ones. Those are like my go-to when I'm going to bed. I'll watch I have to admit, I've watched so many Then We Fights back to back to back, like way too late into the night. Same with Tileman and all that. Yeah, and for now, like we are using Elwyn for part of the copper ore route, but we're trying to keep all of our loot as much as we can in Redridge while we're still discovering it. So I'm farming a couple rares in Redridge, and I'm not actively farming rares in Elwyn at the moment. Oh, we got a treasure chest though. We'll leave that one. Yeah, Mr. Sunglasses has been hitting the gym, but your pants are now too tight. Let me tell you, that is a struggle. I've ripped so many pairs of dress pants. I had to start buying like Lululemon dress pants that are stretchy that match my suits. Yeah, Trader Steve, I'm super impressed with his production and like content quality and his pacing. It's just I love that series. I haven't actually seen Dunstuck yet. And JYL, I am currently not dual streaming. I'm just only streaming on YouTube. I think down the road, I'm liking the vibe of having a good farm session on the stream, and so I'll probably learn how to multi-stream, but I just don't know how to do that right now, to be honest. Oh, Archokio, thanks for the super chat. Dunstuck, he's the one doing every dungeon. Dungeon Locked, yes, I have seen that. I'm watching that. I saw he came out with episode 2, and I want to check it out. I just didn't realize I didn't connect the channel name there. How come we're back in Elwyn? Right now, the loop I'm going to do is just a big loop of Elwyn and Redridge for copper ore. Just because the Redridge loop is pretty small, and we were hitting a lot of the... Redridge has some quest areas that phase you out. So it's nice to keep a bit of a bigger route. I'm not going to be killing the rares in Redridge, sorry, in Elwyn today, though. It is really satisfying to get back in Elwyn, though, isn't it? Victor, any tips for a beginner in the gym? Just started as a skinny one, did my first leg day this morning, and man, that's a tough one after a few days, can't even move. Yeah, first leg day, even if like you take a few weeks off and you come back at the first leg day, it is a very sore one. What I would say is, tips for beginner in the gym is to find what basic exercises you really enjoy and just work on progressing those, and don't get too down into the weeds on like optimized splits or things like that yet. Just find out what you like doing personally. For some people that's going to be squat, bench, deadlift. For some people that's going to be body weight stuff, and just progress on those, and you'll enjoy seeing that when you're starting out. You can make progress week to week. Yeah, I know. If you literally can't move, maybe go a bit lighter. But if you're using that as like a play on or a euphemism that's saying you're kind of sore, if you do the same workout next time, assuming it's a safe workout to do, you shouldn't be as sore. Yeah, Artichokio, there are definitely some zones that are going to be in the actual zone a harder grind. Deadwind Pass will definitely be one of them, but I'm sure we'll be able to discover some things in each of them. And Mr. Sunglasses, for leg strength, what do I do? For me, I compete in powerlifting, so I mostly just do squats and deadlifts, but I actually just recently bought a leg extension high curl machine for my home gym, and that's pretty sweet too. But I'm specialized in squatting. I squat a lot to squat more, right? But if I just wanted total leg development, I would do a bit more of a variety for sure. But really, like whatever you find feels good and you get a good connection with and you enjoy doing is really the best thing to do. And yeah, like Gungo said there, lower weight, more reps can help. It's good to keep mixing things up too. Like do some lower weight with more reps and some higher weight with fewer reps. Both are good, and it's not always best just to do one thing. Although in powerlifting, that is kind of what you end up doing. Yeah, Deadwind does have Kara, doesn't it? So I mean that's probably the play if you once we get that zone is Kara. I think there might be some. Is there like herbs and ore in Deadwind Pass? I haven't checked. You'll see in the next video, but there is one mob here that we've been farming for a trade good that is not herbs and ore, so that's a fun one. And yeah, for the the question is, if I don't fly by the ore, I dismount to mine it, but if I hover above it, the game just lets you mine it. So that's nice. That's why I'm doing that. It just saves time between ore nodes. Oh, Isaiah, what is my most memorable WoW Classic memory? All right, this one's kind of funny. One of them is probably when I first started getting into World of Warcraft. Me and my one friend were both super into WoW, and we played Elwyn and Westfall, and we both really liked Deadmines. At this point in time, though, we didn't know we both played WoW. We kind of both did it on the down low, I think. And one day we were out on the playground, and this was grade 7, so we were chatting, and we were like, oh yeah, and I've been doing this one dungeon called Deadmines, and you go and you get Edwin Van Cleef. And he's like, what? You like Deadmines? I'm like, yeah. And so we, this is super nerdy, but we sat on the swings and visualized a Deadmines run, like verbatim, and we were like vocalizing our pulls. It was honestly crazy. I'm glad no one else overheard it. But that's a core memory for me for Classic WoW, right there. Robert, it might be you're saying it might be a 10-hour stream? It might be. We'll see. We've opened up the route here to include Elwyn, so we get a few more ore respawns. And at the start of the stream, we were picking up herbs, but the rates for the ore is a little bit low, so we're just picking up the ore now. Sinus and Emily, yeah, that is peak grade 7. I'm 29, and I've been playing this for a long time. Yeah, 2,000 ore is a lot. I didn't really think it through on what number. I just knew I wanted to get a lot of ore, and in retail, ore stacks up to 1,000, and I thought just going for 1 stack was like a little low. And I didn't want to do like 1,500, which is like 1.5 stacks. So I just said, we'll just get 2 stacks of copper ore and call it good. Which, in my head, I kind of thought we'd get 400 per hour, but we're definitely slower than that. That's okay though. Yeah, that's definitely a core memory on the playground doing Deadmines. Hi, Craig Hooper. Glad you've been following the series and you're enjoying it. So Agnes, welcome to the live. Yeah, this is Goldilocks' first live stream of the challenge. And so far, I've been having a good time hanging out with chat, being able to chat with you guys. Yeah, you stay mounted underwater in retail. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. So copper ore, we're at 405. 405 copper ore. And I think we've been live for 2.5 hours. Oh boy. That's all right. I think 2,000 is still a good number where it's somewhat challenging, but still not crazy. I could have done something crazy like 10,000. That would have been not good. I do have to work tomorrow. How do you get the good bags without buying in the auction house? All the bags I have here were drops that I got in these in Elwyn and in Redridge. It seems like either we got really lucky, or the game secretly scales the bag drops to your level and that people don't know, and then so Wowhead drop chances don't really update with level 70s killing these mobs. But we've gotten all the bags from drops in the zone. We didn't buy any of the bags. Yeah, 2,000 ore is, for some reason it seems like there's not many nodes. Yeah, on average you get 2 to 4 ore per node. 2 to 4 copper ore per node, so it averages out at 3. 3 ore per node is the average, I think. Yeah, hell please. The Goldbound, I mean, I think it's a good take on retail, because retail, when you compare it to Classic WoW is very much a leveling first content style, and retail is very much endgame. So I've been having a lot of fun exploring these zones and finding different ways to really enjoy them and play the game in them. And Cygnus, will 2,000 ore buy me a token? Unfortunately, it's not going to be... It'll be a drop in the bucket for the token. So they're worth about 4 gold each. But we're probably going to be producing them into bars and then probably selling some as bars and probably selling some as copper bolts. So we'll probably average like 5 gold per ore, give or take. So 2,000 ore should be about 10k gold, but a token is 305,000 gold right now. And Sir Matchsticks with the gifted membership. Thank you. Well, and the thing is too, right? It's right now we're farming both Red Ridge and Elwyn for the ore. But Red Ridge, we also get tin ore and silver ore, so some of the nodes that we get in this zone aren't actually even copper ore. Yeah, frequency 0, I think there are probably some hyper rare drops out there where you just wouldn't really know they're on the loot table unless you were doing a challenge like this. Because the loot tables, from what I can tell, seem to change in retail based on your level. So I think it's reasonable to conclude that there's some drops that we might not have even seen happen in the game that could happen, and you just wouldn't even know it. Yeah, I think the recent WoW token price increases is like there's a new expansion coming soon. Mop Classic just came out, so I bet people are buying it for that. And Lord Nerd, thanks for the super chat, €5. How can you fly and mine at the same time? By the way, thanks for your good work. Well, I appreciate the support. And flying and mining at the same time is, let me get to a node here to show you, but if you hover over the ore, it just lets you do it. Whereas if I'm mounted beside it, it dismounts me. But if I hover over slightly, it just lets me mine it. I think it's kind of like a somewhat intended bug that is just kind of accepted by Blizzard, so we're going to use it, that's for sure. Hendersman, do I play just Alliance? I have some Horde characters, but in recent expansions, I've really only played Alliance for my mains. It looks like we're gonna bother going into this cave because there is a gold mine in here, or a copper mine. I feel like every now and then we should pop into these because they slowly populate, because we're mining all of the herbs, or sorry, mining all of the ores outside of the caves. And then every now and then we go in and keep it. It looks like this guy is doing that quest line that we did. I almost didn't hand in that quest, because if you don't hand in the quest when you have these followers, they just stay with you in the zone, and then you would have like a full crew for the rest of the Red Ridge. But I kind of thought, well, we should maybe hand it in. Mr. Doctor, what are you doing with your life watching someone mine copper ore? I mean, what am I doing with my life mining copper ore? Fair enough, it's fun though, right? So, at a certain point, sometimes you just gotta roll with it. Yeah, you're right. Rant Gaming. It might have to do something with how the Moonkin or the Druid flight form was coded to mine. But then I would have thought that it would also maybe apply to herbs. And dwarfs, I do play RuneScape. I play old school RuneScape. I actually, way back in the day, played RuneScape before World of Warcraft. And recently, in the past, like 2 years, year and a half, I got back into old school RuneScape, and I have a new character on OSRS, and I've really been enjoying playing it. Yeah, I feel like animation. How do I not get bored with these farms? I did mention that I have some roots in old school RuneScape. I kind of like it. Yeah, I like farming gold in WoW, and been doing it for years. And then to be honest, the series kind of keeps it fresh because I'm always trying to find new farms or different ways to optimize the farms. Because if you don't have a challenge like this, every farm is going to be compared to the theoretical best farm in the game. And if you're just comparing gold per hour, you might feel like, well, I shouldn't really do this fun farm in Redridge because I could go do a follower dungeon and farm current content cloth and make 40k an hour, right? But this challenge kind of gives me an excuse to go and do some more atypical farms and find new farms for myself. So keeps it interesting for me that way, for sure. Yeah, I don't really get burnt out on the gold farms. I find when I play WoW, and when I play retail, usually every new expansion or every new patch, I do play current content stuff like Mythic Plus and a little bit of raiding and Arena. But eventually I get burnt out on those and I kind of fall back to just gold farming. One of my favorite things is just running transmogging, trying to get the rare drops. And I think it must be those RuneScape roots. And Shishark, yeah, so this stream, if you're at work and you can't catch it all, it should be uploaded as a video on demand on my YouTube channel in the live stream tab. So it won't show up as like a post, but it should show up if you go to my channel page as a video on demand. And Alcyone, is my time on WoW right now just purely dedicated to this challenge? I've been doing a couple other things actually. Well, nearing the end of the retail season, I haven't been doing current content retail stuff, but I've been playing a certain hardcore character that has been pretty fun. There might be a potential other video on that, but we'll see how it goes. Boombalar, my RuneScape account is unfortunately very, what would the word be? Mediocre. I started old school RuneScape again like not too long ago, and I'm not maxed by any means. I'm a big RuneScape noob, but I like playing the game, so. There's sometimes, I haven't recently, but I probably should when I'm farming, just start AFKing Nightmare Zone or something. Or like some redwoods while I'm doing Goldilocks. Might help me get my OSRS EXP up, but that might just be too much dopamine for me to handle, I think. Steezy, no, I don't have a Twitter account yet. I'm meaning to make one for Patholerics, because it would be helpful to post when videos are up and stuff, but I've actually never had a Twitter account, so I don't know how to make one. I'll make one soon, though. Most of my content creating energy has been going into the series and into the editing on this challenge. Yeah, we're literally just out here mining. Like, this is it's a cool. I think the live stream compared to the actual YouTube videos, it's a cool comparison where the videos are very like highly edited into a shorter time period to kind of display the different farms and the progress. But this is the day in, day out of the Goldilocks grind, right? We're just out here farming. This is it. It's nice to have you guys to chat to be honest. Yeah, so we're at 470 copper ore. We've also got 152 tin ore and 27 silver ore. So we're making good progress. But right now, I mean, as you've probably noticed, we're just picking up the ore. I mean, both herbs and ore are pretty good gold as far as steady gold. The whole idea of the farming is like especially for Goldilocks, there's the slow moving items that have high market value, and that's going to be your transmog and your pets. And so I try to farm up those, but then while I'm waiting for those to sell in the auction house, I do something like this, which is a more steady gold farm. It's a lower gold per hour technically, but if you're waiting for the items to sell anyways, you may as well be doing something. And copper ore, it's selling for 4 gold, 32 silver right now each. But you can smelt it into bars and do other things with it to make it a little more valuable as well. We're gonna do this, something crazy and do this route counterclockwise today, or this time. Cupcake, I have not heard of the Guild Wars pre-searing community, to be honest. I'm not too sure what that is. And yeah, Bernardo, this is retail. It kind of looks like classic sometimes. I play zoomed in, and my graphic settings are high, but for some reason it doesn't always outlay that high of quality, so I think it kind of looks like classic sometimes. And Isaiah, am I OCD about my stacks and quantities and bag management? Honestly, not really. I usually just use cleanup bags, and that's good enough for me. But for something like this, I'm just trying to have the bag open with the copper ore stack, just so you can see the progress, because the whole goal of the live stream today is to farm copper ore until we get 2,000. Yeah, but I've really been appreciating the zone locked community coming up for sure. Oh, and actually, if we look here, we actually sold the heavy woolen cloak pattern for 99 gold. Oh, we'll just go ahead and do this real quick. There we go. Someone got a 24-hour timeout. But yeah, it looks like we actually sold an auction. It pops up when we get the pattern heavy woolen cloak sold in the auction house, so we did sell one. Anyways.
It's too far away.
Whenever I'm farming, I'm always hoping that one of the big ticket items is going to pop up in there. There's a few that we're still holding on to, but we have dropped their prices a little bit on them just to try to move them, but yeah. Yeah, which dungeons do I hope to unlock? That's a good question. Like, immediately we have a few that are on the table. I do really want to do Dead Mines. Another one that I'm really looking forward to is Zul'Farrak in Tanaris. That is a really fun gold farming one, and I heard like it is one of the OG transmog farming dungeons, but I have heard that as of recently, with some like the weird world drop problems happening, that the Tanaris farms in the real world, like in the open world, aren't as profitable, but Zul'Farrak itself is really profitable. So, because some of these items now aren't dropping in the open world with the recent open world problems, it's only dropping in the dungeon. Probably in Elwyn, this might be my favorite ore. This node right here. I'm also diving into the rivers to get these ones. Yeah, Premium Foods Botanica is a really solid gold farm dungeon, but we are pretty far away from that. Yeah, Cabalk, wonder what the wife's gonna say when I say I had over 1,000 people watching doing what I'm doing. I feel like she doesn't, she understands it, but I don't think she understands why people like watching Goldbound. I'm just like, well, I like farming it, so it's good. But then again, she doesn't play WoW herself, so I feel like it's, who knows. Would I be interested in starting a Horde character to go through the zones? Probably like in a different challenge. Yo, JYL1, thanks for the super chat, $20. Thanks for the cool content. You're welcome. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Glad you're tuning into the stream. Bort, you're the guy that did the post on the world drop bugs? That was, oh yeah. That's awesome. I was wondering, is your in-game name Kazaki? Was that it? I think. Yeah, because it's still a problem. There's a lot of things that I've been trying to farm that I can't actually farm because after you kill a mob for like 10 minutes, maybe even less, it just stops dropping a lot of the loot tables. Nice, Sport. Yeah, I'm glad you could tune in. That's cool. Yeah, I was going through the forums and I was reading your post, and I'm like, okay, there is something going on here, and so I figured it was good to include it into the video. Maybe get some eyes on it. Glad you could tune into the stream. Yeah, and Paladin, let's roll. Paladins for the win.
It's too far away.
Pinchy, you were away for 1 hour. What did you miss? Well, we farmed a lot of copper ore, but I got a feeling we're gonna farm a lot more, so should be okay. Yeah, Wisp Mage, like repeatable tasks in a game that you can do with like second monitor content. That's basically RuneScape in a nutshell, isn't it? And I think that's why people like it. And that's kind of like, this challenge is almost it's the challenge itself. The YouTube series is a very RuneScape based YouTube series, but the way to play the game is also a very RuneScape based way to play World of Warcraft. Like, it's kind of like mindless grinding that's weirdly satisfying, and you can also tune into like your favorite streamer or YouTube or watch a show. Yeah, it's fun. And then, you can still do your I do enjoy doing Mythic Plus, mostly with like I have a group of friends I queue Mythic Plus with, so I enjoy pushing keys. You know, maybe once a week we'll push a couple keys, get our vault capped out. Yeah, one chunk challenges are very entertaining. Like one chunk challenges, it's crazy, like in RuneScape, because like a chunk might be small, but there'll be like one random drop in the chunk that completely unlocks a grind. Oh, yeah, I love watching one chunk challenges. Oh, that word disappeared. How much copper ore are we up to? We're at 528. 528 copper ore. Lucas Riviere, yeah, I'm at 528. So we're over a quarter of the way through. Which is okay. Be a good chunk of change in the auction house pull next week. Yeah, I think Dunmorrow would be a cool zone. There's a lot going on there. It's cool that it's a starting zone with the dungeon, right? Because there's definitely some fun content that could be had in the actual dungeon.
I need to get closer.
Yeah, Nornik, the challenge does take a while. I feel like I've probably been a bit slower at farming just because I'm trying to keep up with the live chat here and chatting with you all. So I've probably flown over a few ores. But it's one of those ones where if there wasn't like transmog items that we were also selling, it would be very, very grindy. But a lot of this is we're doing these farms while we're trying to sell other items on the auction house. So even if the gold per hour in these kind of farms is lower, it's good steady gold to get in the bags. And Wavix, you're saying you're just listening on the second monitor while completing Lore Master? That is something I've been meaning to do, get the Lore Master achievement.
I'm out of range.
And Silinar, you haven't played retail, but is fishing a gold farming method too? 100%. So fishing in certain zones is a very, very high return on investment gold farm. There's a couple in particular I have in mind that we'll be definitely doing in the series, but the lower level zones, the fish aren't worth very much. But later on, there are some fishing farms that do pay pretty well. What zone do I think has the most potential for gold overall? That's a hard one. A lot of these zones I haven't really explored from a gold farming perspective. A lot of gold farming has been in current content that I've done. And a lot of the older ones, I know of some transmog that you can farm, but there's some hidden farms that you just wouldn't think about. Things that are like long forgotten. Yeah, Bombalar. So Westfall will be in the running for zones that can be unlocked. So it'll be like an ever-expanding map of zones that we can unlock. Whatever is connected to a currently unlocked zone. So we'll have to go through because it'll basically be, I'm assuming we can walk into Swamp of Sorrows, Deadwind, and Burning Steps, Westfall, Duskwood. So it'll be a lot on the spinner for the next roll, but we're still only at 54,000 gold, so that might be in a little bit.
It's too far away.
It's crazy too how the two different zones, like right now, even Elwyn and Redridge. Redridge, it's a sunny day, Elwyn's a sunny day, and Redridge is kind of a gloomy day in there. So I don't mind having the farming route pop into Elwyn for a little bit. Yeah, will burning steps include Blackrock Mountain? I think we might have to have that locked to both having burning steps and Searing Gorge unlocked, just because you can access it from both, but we'll have to think about that. And that'll probably be a members only poll. Speaking of members only, Rune Morty just gifted 5. Thank you. A couple people in chat getting the gifted memberships, so that's cool to see. So when that poll comes live, you all can vote on it. And Lukeski, how is alchemy for low-level gold? It is pretty bad, at least that's what I've found so far.
I'm out of range.
'Cause it's all just like the low-level potions. There might be some, as we get into somewhat higher-level zones, that have unique effects that people might want to use at higher levels. But for the Elwyn, the potions that we can actually farm in Elwyn, they're not very valuable, and they're it's quite a bit of a reduction on the gold you could get from just selling the pigments or selling the herbs. Nornik, yeah, when you were farming, you're saying you used to put the mini-map
It's too far away.
in the center. I definitely, for our next stream, will be moving things around, because right now I have the mini-map, well, of course at the top right, but then my chat is on my second monitor to the left, so that's kind of not ideal. So I might have to move that around, because it is sometimes a bit difficult to see things coming in the chat log and then things coming up on the mini map as well.
I need to get closer.
Yeah, there's a lot of talk or like thoughts as well in a lot of different aspects about when certain continents or expansions or zones will be available for unlock, and that'll be an ongoing discussion for sure. But for now,
Out of range.
the boats, especially like boats to northern, they'll be off limit. Yeah. And yeah, I mean the prices for transmog does vary across realms, but to be honest, it isn't as much as it used to,
It's too far away.
because now with the war bank, you can actually trade items across realm. So you could look at the region-wide auction house and see where the lowest price item is. Put gold in your warband bank, make a character on that realm, go to your warband bank, take the gold out, buy the item, and put the item in your warband bank and get it on any realm. So it's a few steps, but there is a lot of people making gold with cross-realm arbitrage doing that right now. It just requires a lot of characters on a lot of different realms, and then you kind of scan for arbitrage between realms. And Q-Dog, the challenge will theoretically end once we have every zone unlocked, not once we hit max level, because we'll definitely hit max level far before the zones are unlocked. And do I recommend WoW Classic or retail for a brand new player? That is a good question. I think it depends on what you're looking to get out of it. I would say WoW Classic is going to be the easier character experience where you're playing the game to level. Because I think retail for a new player would just be a lot going on, and you'd kind of be left in the dark on a lot of things. Yeah, all the zones. I mean, the idea for Goldilocks is to get the title of the Explorer. Yeah, but the retail leveling experience, I think, would be tough for a new character. It's good where you can get a character up really fast to play endgame content, where I think is where retail really shines. You know, mythics, raids, arena, things like that. But if you want the classic MMO leveling experience, definitely play classic. I'd say for sure. And then even within Classic, you have a... You know what? I think if I was a brand new player, I might recommend someone to play Mop Classic. Because the leveling pacing is a little faster, but still kind of like a more old school vibe. And it's still a more old school MMO feel, which tends to hook people in faster. Yeah, and if we do all the zones, that's true, we will get Lore Master. And I do plan on doing all the quests in each zone as we go through, so... I guess eventually we will get Lore Master. But for how many zones there are, that could... I'm sure that could be an expansion or two away. It's cool to see though, like we've been talking about how the Trader Steve series is a pretty big inspiration here, and he's getting relatively close to the Quest Cape, which is kind of his technical goal. And I personally would love to see that series go on past where the Quest Cape is, but I guess we'll have to see. I mean, I say he's getting close. It's still like he has so many chunks to unlock in his challenge that it would take a long time still. Yeah, Oleg. I mean, theoretically, later on in the series, there definitely might be some zones that are like one episode zones, depending on the gold farms, for sure. Jeez, did we just stop tracking minerals? They're are nowhere to be found. Usually the lake has some. There we go. Yeah, Jack Dury. So the Trader Steve is a similar style challenge in old school RuneScape, except RuneScape is divided into chunks, which are like a grid. So he unlocks chunks with expensive items, and he does farms to get those. So it's if you like Goldbound, I would recommend checking out Trader Steve for sure. Yeah, we can go into the caves to get some more nodes. Yeah, so we're at 595 copper ore. Do I recommend RuneScape for a new player? I think that's I'm sure it would be fun for people, but I feel like it might be a game where, unless you played it back in the day and there's a nostalgia factor, it might be hard to get into. Yeah, this Elwyn loop is for sure ingrained in my muscle memory here. Is there an extremely profitable zone for the future of Goldilocks that I don't have access to right now? Yeah, for sure. I mean, a lot of the top farms are always going to be, or oftentimes going to be, current content like War Within farms as far as liquid gold per hour. And then the older zones, like the ones that we're in, are going to have a lot of the transmog value and a lot of the items that move slowly. I mean, with that, but like the current content will be higher liquid gold, where like it's trade goods that are going to sell instantly as soon as you put it on the auction house, versus gold that might take, I mean, some transmog items could take years to sell theoretically. So it kind of depends on how you're classifying gold per hour. Because transmog, you might do a transmog farm for an hour and get 100,000 in looted value, but you're not going to sell that right away. It'll take a while. Linus, what's my opinion on channels making spin-offs of Goldbound? I think it's only good for like the WoW YouTube scene. It's nice to see like spin-offs with like a bit of a twist on it, and I think there's been a few channels that have really taken the concept and like modified it a little bit, which I think is really good. But I do think, as far as like, if someone was to start another series and they wanted to really take off, look at old school RuneScape and just see what concepts you can maybe relate to WoW. Because it's definitely, I think it's a lot of fun to make it, and it's a lot of fun to watch those. And I'm definitely tuning into a lot of these new series. Yeah, and the nice thing is, like with the Goldbound, most of the day I'm just farming these ores anyways. So if I can every now and then pop up a stream and interact, that's a fun way to do it too. But I do want to keep the content as far as Patholarics and like the Goldbound channel, primarily video first, and like kind of stream secondary, just a good way to chill and hang out, rather than doing kind of stream first content, if that makes sense. Hit this warrior. Yeah, LT Fork. There's been a lot of cool series cropping up. I definitely wasn't the first WoW creator to do a zone locked, or a kind of OSRS based challenge. There's been pretty few solid ones too, but it's nice to see them cropping up again. Alex, you're training agility on old school RuneScape while watching this? Fair enough. I mean, agility training can be a little bit mind-numbing. You doing rooftop courses or Hallowed Sepulchre? Is that how you pronounce it? I did quite a few. Well, when I was doing for my last powerlifting meet, I was cutting weight and I had to do cardio. So I would always go on the treadmill, and I would do the Canifis rooftop course while on the treadmill. So I would do agility IRL and agility in RuneScape. iPack Dips, what's up, dude? Oh, we got a Blackheart Hunter that's trying to hunt us there. Yeah, a lot of people are leveling previous expansion professions right now in preparation for housing, so I think that has had an impact on these older world materials actually selling. But people still use them for other things. Like I know a lot of what we do with the copper ore is we turn them into bars and then turn those bars into bolts, copper bolts. And I think people are using those bolts to make the current content engineering mount because they need like a whole bunch of material that they scrap. And I think you can use copper bolts as scrap material to craft it. At this point, with how far in between these nodes are getting, it might actually be worth switching to skywriting for a bit. We'll see though. Yeah, and in these caves, and especially in Red Ridge, we get tin and we get silver as well, so we're getting lots of different kinds of gold for sure. But even though we're not a druid, we can still move pretty fast through these places as a combat rogue. And the nice thing with the rogue too, I mean, it's less important now that we're level 70, but we have the vanish, right? So we can easily drop aggro if we need to go farm a node or something like that.
I'm out of range.
Yeah, we'll see. We're gonna get the 2,000 gold, or 2,000 copper ore for sure this stream. One thing I want to make sure is if we are, I think we'll beat the 12-hour mark, but if we do approach the 12-hour mark, YouTube doesn't save and upload automatically streams that are more than 12 hours. So if that happens, I'll stop the stream and restart a new one right away. That way they do actually upload to the channel as a VOD. But I think our pace will beat that. Yeah, we should beat that pace. I mean, I didn't want to pick a number that was too low, so I think 2,000 is the perfect amount of copper ore to farm in one stream. Fill animation. Have I ever thought about using that on a track? Gold per hour on screen. It won't be as perfect because it's going to pick up BOE drops. Yeah, I actually have Loot Appraiser up right now. It's just the BOE drops are really throwing it off, but it's saying 15,000 gold in looted value. And for some reason it doesn't give me my gold per hour, but that would be about 5k per hour. I think the copper ore itself is probably going to be closer to, I don't know how much per hour. I kind of just close it though, because I don't really like having that screen on my UI. When I'm doing transmog specific farms, I always leave Loot Appraiser up. Luxury, you can get 2,000 copper ore and OSRIs faster than WoW, surely, right? 100%. You could probably like 2 or 3 tick a couple of the spots that have 3 nodes. I think you could probably get 2,000 copper ore in like, I don't know actually. In RuneScape. It's got to be like 2 hours, right? For 2,000? And Ardenol, as a side challenge, am I intending to unlock all the transmogs for myself, like doing all the things run? That's a good idea, like to equip one of each. I haven't really planned on it, but I definitely have gotten a lot more item appearances as I've started going through the challenge, so I'm sure just by virtue of doing the challenge, I'll get a lot of progress towards that, and also progress towards the Lore Master achievements. Yeah, I guess with bank, if we're talking about the 2,000 copper ore in RuneScape, if you're banking it, where would would it be the Varrock? Like the West Varrock pit? and running to the GE, or the bank south of the GE, would that be the fastest copper ore farm? If you are banking, or would you be using like a telly? Yeah, I mean, a lot of the rare transmogs I'll sell rather than equip, but there are a few, especially the ones in Redridge that are from the mobs. Like in the last episode, we talked about the Riverside Staff and the Scimitar of Attune. I think I am going to equip one of the scimitars just to have the appearance myself, because it does look really cool. Mortis, yeah, this was a brand new level 1 character when we started, and we've leveled up. At this point, we've outscaled Crummy Time, so we only get XP from doing herbs and ores, and it's like 130 each, even with rested. Oh, Archer, yeah, for the RuneScape 2000, Mining Guild would probably be the move. Yeah. I'm sure you could, it would be a lot faster in RuneScape than
It's too far away.
than WoW for 2000 copper ore. Uh-oh, my auctions are expiring, but I don't want to go repost right now because I don't want no spoilers on my in my mailbox, so I won't repost until the stream's over. Yeah, I think someone is going to 80 just mining and picking ores, to be honest. It really slowed down here because we've outscaled the zone. But when we were like still in Crummy Time scaling, they were like 400 to 500 XP per node. It was actually pretty good. Oh yeah, this is a new character, but I'm on my main account, right? So I have my other characters on this account. So if I open up my collections, it has all my other character stuff. If that's what you're asking, yeah, it's not a fresh WoW account. Oh, I think someone might be walking out in front of my house if you can hear my dog barking.
I'm out of range.
I might have to go check on her in a sec here if she keeps going. She's a little bit nervous sometimes. Yeah, Jerp, someone did that in the Panda starting zone years back. We were talking about that earlier. That's an epic, that's a legend of WoW for sure. It's super cool. Yeah, I've had my dog Stella she just turned 7, and I've had her for 6.5 years, so she's chilling. We live in a spot where there's like a lot of mountains and trails around, so this morning we were out for a long morning walk / jog, because I knew the stream would be a bit longer today than I might normally sit down and play for, so I'll try to get a little bit of energy out for her. But we'll probably go, once we're done the stream today, we'll probably go for another big walk. Yeah, Thumb Dog. So we're in, right now the mining route we're doing is both Redridge and Elwyn, just because we have both zones unlocked, and we want to try to maximize the amount of ore nodes that we're flying over. Yeah, we can farm in both zones for the challenge. As far as the first little bit in each new zone, we're trying to really discover the new farms that they have there, and we're not abusing old farms like farming a whole bunch of frayed knots, but for a big copper ore farm, we kind of go through both. Oh, Marky D, I'm sorry to hear about your cat, but I'm glad we can have a bit of a distraction here for you. Sorry to hear about that. I can hear Stella walking around. That's my pup. I'll probably let her in after this. This 3 corners here sketches me out because, like I was showing in that one video, there's a point right here where it's just like you're so close to Duskwood. And I didn't know if the path goes in or out of Duskwood. I think still my preferred zone to unlock after after Redridge would still be Westfall. I just love Westfall myself. But honestly, any of the zones at this point I think would be pretty cool. Yeah, Duskwood actually would be a really cool unlock next as well. I honestly, with the quest line, Duskwood would be my favorite quest line, I think. But yeah, there is no dungeon in Duskwood, and I do kind of want to have a zone that has a dungeon next. I think that'd be a lot of fun. Oh, flew over that one. Yeah, LT Fork Classic having different prices than retail for WoW tokens. I don't know how it works, right? Like, because doesn't only like Mop Classic have tokens, and like normal like Classic Anniversary doesn't have WoW tokens, so it's a bit confusing to me as well. Adson, thanks for tuning in. I don't yet have an add-on list in any of my YouTube videos. I'm probably gonna build that out. A lot of people have been asking today about the add-ons, so I think it would be helpful to just have a description list. So I'll work through that once probably in the next video that we'll have a description of the add-ons, and I might even do like an unlisted video that will be linked to a description and talking about all the add-ons I use. So yeah, this place, it phases you and you can't get the ore. Yeah, I do have some, if you wanted to look at something sooner, I have some older videos about what add-ons to use for transmog farming in particular, and like how to set it up. They're like 6-7 years old, but they do have some decent info, and I use the same add-ons today that I used back then. Thumbdog, what's the token price going for right now? 296,000. So, yeah, fair chunk of change away. But, you know, stay tuned for the next video. We might have some decent sales. Who knows? Yeah, the kill counter add-on, I think it's called Kill Track. I like it. When I found it, I was looking for it for a specific video I was going to make. And it was like I think it only had like 10,000 downloads or something like that. I feel like it's gotten to be a bit of a skill of weaving in and out of Elwyn's trees here. I think the WoW token price, as far as I'm aware, is unified across US region, no? And then there's the EU region. But they do vary pretty heavily. Brandon Shelley, the RuneScape challenge series I was talking about, that's a similar kind of gold one. The series is called Trader Steve, but the YouTuber is Flipping Old School. I would Yeah, I've been watching that again lately. I'm not gonna lie, it's a lot of fun. Yeah, Alex Trader Steve. Yeah, but to me, I like the Goldbound is a nice series to have, but I do have some ideas for other kind of like one-off videos and stuff. Maybe once I have a bit more time for content creation, hopefully in the near future, I'll be able to have keeping this current cadence of Goldbound a bit faster, and then also having some more content. Because let me tell you, I got so many ideas, just not enough time to do it. But I love, I truly love the process of making these videos, like the farming, and then the editing. I find it quite fun. LT Fork. How many Murlocs do you have to kill to get from level 1 to 70? I don't know. I think if you have Chromie timescaling on right, it would probably be... I don't know. Maybe... I would guess 2,700, but that's just like a out of the blue kind of guess. But yeah, is something to be said for the WoW token prices, EU versus NA. EU prices are crazy. Like that thing spikes like 445,000 gold, whereas NA usually sticks between like 260 and 290. And I'm not sure, from what I hear, like the auction prices on EU are lower as well, so it's both more expensive and it's harder to gold farm. But maybe things sell faster, I don't know. Yeah, I'm sure you could level up though, only killing Murlocs. Be like Live to Win Grind Murloc Edition. I'd watch it. Yeah, the Murloc sound is definitely a sound that doesn't escape your ears too, fan. Yo, Chonk, yeah, we're farming gold farming live today. I had a plan to make a whole bunch of gold on Goldilocks today and do a whole bunch of farming, so I figured may as well do live and hang out. Yeah, I have some different content ideas, things I want to do. It's mostly like challenges I want to do myself in the game. A lot of them are one-off kind of gold challenges, but a lot of them also are like classic WoW stuff. A lot of it does really resemble RuneScape vibe content. Henrik, yeah, the Murloc only series could be called Murlocked. That's pretty awesome. Someone should do that. Murlocked.
It's too
Yeah.
far away.
Super Pixels. We're at 767, and it's been 3 hours. But I don't think I'll change the goal. I think we'll just keep rolling until we get to 2,000. In true Goldilocks spirit. I mean, we gotta farm the ore anyways, so may as well do it right now. Wim, yeah. So we opened up Red Ridge. We can farm in both Elwyn and Red Ridge though. So for our farming route right now, we're doing a big loop between Elwyn and Red Ridge. So old zones we can use for farms, particularly for ore and herb farming. It kind of makes sense to go do a bigger loop. We've actually gotten a fair amount of experience points this episode. Or this stream, I suppose, not an episode. 99 Plocko, hello. Glad you're enjoying the Goldbound series. We'll keep it going. It looks like the weather changed in Red Ridge from when we were last in here. A little bit more of a sunny vibe. Maybe we'll stick around for a few extra loops in here. Might pick up a few of these herbs too.
I need to get closer.
Yeah, as far as how long the stream will go, the only kind of reservation I have is I know YouTube caps stream lengths that are going to be reposted as a video on demands at 12 hours. So if we get approaching that, I'll stop and restart the stream real quick. So I guess that would technically be 2 streams, but you know, that's just because I want to have it available if people want to watch it after. LT Fork, there's a battle pet that in SV, Stranglethorn Vale, it comes out when it's rainy. Oh, it only came out when it's raining in the zone? I did not know about that. What battle pet is that? That's actually really cool. There's other things I've heard that certain mobs, especially in Duskwood, only come out at night. Is that true? If we get Duskwood, we're going to find out, that's for sure.
I'm out of range.
Chonk, I've been playing since 2009. I started at the end of Burning Crusade and the beginning of Wrath of the Lich King, so a bit of a backstory here. Of course, my first character was a paladin, and I leveled up through Burning Crusade, and I think like maybe 1 or 2 patches into Wrath of the Lich King, I hit level 80, but I wanted to make my level 80 ding a pretty memorable experience. So what I did is I got within about 100 XP of level 80, and I bought a whole bunch of gear that required level 80 to equip, and then I queued up for an Alterac Valley where I would get in when I'm level 79, and then I would instantly ding level 80 and equip all this like level 80 gear, and it worked. It was pretty awesome. So I was level 80 in like decent gear in an AV, Alterac Valley. So Wrath was the first expansion that I was actually doing end game content at. Silco, how do I go about storyboarding the episodes? You're saying they have quite an engaging structure. Well, I'm glad you think that. I plan them all out beforehand, like kind of before and during, based on farms I'm doing. And I'll plan out definite segments of the video, and I put them together in a kind of a way that makes sense. And then I try to work up through I guess you could call it a storyboard, but I visualize it as segments and try to script each of those segments individually. And I put a lot of time into that, for sure. Oh, I missed that one. If there's a counter for how many copper veins I missed from reading the chat logs, I'm sure it's pretty high at this point. And Ballarun, at what point would we unlock stockades? I think we're probably going to think of a good way to work in unlocking major cities, and at that point, if we ever unlocked Stormwind. Because yeah, it's fair. Stockades would be a good way to farm some gold, and it would be pretty fun to. I would enjoy making content in there. Fenrir, yeah, I probably should have done Arathi Basin for my level 80 ding. Yeah, Aeronaut, I was actually a prop paladin back in the day. When I first leveled, I was a prop paladin because I loved watching WoW Hobbs, the Hobbs way of pulling, and he had an epic level 80 ding, if you remember that video. He was like on the edge of the ICC spires, and he jumps off the ledge and dings and bubbles. So I wanted to have a similar level 80 story. So I was a prop paladin, but then after that, I kind of respect into Ret once I started playing more Arena. But I've recently respected my paladin back into prop. In this past season of Mythic Plus, I was tanking for my my group. Seems like the war spawns are picking up again a little bit. But yeah, the rule could definitely be to unlock all zones around Stormwind to unlock Stormwind. Yeah, I could see that. That would be a reasonable way to do it. I think for a lot of these decisions, I'm going to use my thought process, but also I'll probably put it to a poll. Albert, would it be possible to figure out the transfer rate between how much gold per hour you're making and revenue from YouTube? So, like since gold and during the videos to profits IRL. I guess I could. I would have to like have a time recording software where I would like track my editing time, scripting time, in-game time. To be honest, it's probably more time than I want to add up. So, but it would be possible, but it would probably take a bit more work. And a lot of the times, especially with editing, it's kind of in random time slots. Like I'll sometimes have a big chunk of time to edit, but sometimes it's just a little bit here and there. So it would be kind of hard to add up. And I can't really just do like a slash played because sometimes I'm AFKing and farming rares, like waiting for a rare to spawn while I'm editing. So that would be double accounting time.
Too far away.
And Chonk Bennett, do I think later in the challenge it'll just get easier and easier the more zones I open? Yes and no. I mean, like, we are keeping access to the old zones, so theoretically, if we get a zone that's like really hard, we'll try to explore it to the fullest extent and, you know, do a fair amount of grinding there, but we could always come back to older zones to access some older farms if we got stuck. So it'll never get like hard. Like, we're not relocking ourselves in new zones. So there'll definitely be ones where I think the zone itself, it'll be a challenge to find out good ways to make gold, but I do want to find a decent way to make gold in every zone. Whether or not that's the only farm we do all the way, yes or no, right? But I think it'll be fun either way. Yeah, I think...
I'm out of range.
Yo, Wild Ask, 50 gifted. Oh my goodness, thank you. Everyone in the chat here is just getting gifted memberships from Wild Ask, so that's crazy. Look at that, all those wild, oh my goodness, popping up. That's more gifted than I'm farming copper ore at this point in time. Wow. Thanks, man. That's awesome. So now we got a lot more members to participate in the traveler conversations. Love to see it. That's a big W, 100%. That is a massive W. I think YouTube prioritizes when for gifted. I think YouTube prioritizes people who have been active in the chat. So hopefully all you are getting your gifted membership. That's cool. Keep on keeping on, brother. Appreciate it. Yeah, I'm having a fun time just chatting on the stream here because normally I'm just farming by myself.
I need to get closer.
Yeah, that's so nice of Wild Ask. That's Wild Ask. We got Mr. Re-Raising getting one of the gifteds. I can't even look at my mini map here. I'm just looking at all the gifteds coming through. We are approaching on the 1,000 copper ore mark, which will be a cool halfway point here.
I'm out of range.
Wisp Mage, yeah, we got over 1,000 people watching mindlessly grind. That's crazy. I mean, I'm happy you're all enjoying the Goldbound journey. And I think the stream is a really fun way to interact and just chat about the rules. And also, I'm getting a lot of good ideas from the kind of like the collective mastermind here that we have on different ways to solve some of the problems in the challenge. Like we were talking earlier about the auction house dilemma on how I'm changing my name pretty much every episode. And it seemed like the alt option where sending higher ticket transmog to an alt might be, just for selling purposes, might be the way to go. So we're getting a lot of good ideas from y'all too. And Chonk Bennett, how long do I think 2,000 will take? Well, we're almost 4 hours in, and we're at 860. So if we keep on pace, we should be sub 9 hours, which will be good. I think at 1,000, I'll probably double check on my dog and my cat, make sure they're okay. And then I'll be back with a small break there. Yeah, Shallow God, you're playing this in the background while playing WoW yourself. Happy to be chilling with you. I'm when I'm not live here, I'm usually either watching a challenge series on my second monitor or tuning into another live stream. So it's cool to be on the other end of that here and interacting with y'all. And Joe Mighty, you started playing WoW again because of the series. Appreciate it. I hope you're having a good time. It is actually a pretty fun time to get back into WoW because depending on what kind of content you're into playing, you could jump right back into MOP Classic, Retail, or any other classics that we got going. So
It's too far away.
yeah. Oh yeah, we'll keep on grinding here. We'll get the 2,000 for sure. No doubt about that. I had a rough idea of how long this would take. It is going a bit slower than I thought, but I blocked off my afternoon and night, so we're gonna get the 2,000 for sure. Roar, you gotta go to work in a few minutes. Well, thanks for hopping in the stream and chilling with us here. Not every day you get to hang out and farm 2,000 copper ore. Well, it kind of is an everyday occurrence for Goldilocks, to be honest. Yeah, we might actually beat the 9 hours because at the start of the stream, I was a little distracted with reading chat, and we were also picking up every herb along the route. And we were, for the first little bit, just doing our Red Ridge loops, but now we're primarily just picking up the copper ore. So our rates will probably go up a little bit. So yeah, it'll be probably around that time. I mean, I'm not sure exactly how long it'll be. I think we'll be under 9 hours though for the stream. But this is the Goldbound experience, right? I mean, the
Need to get closer.
the grind is, it's real, but it's not really a grind. It's pretty chill.
It's too
Like you're
far
just
away.
playing World of Warcraft, so it's kind of fun. Thanks, Oscar. You like the challenge and the commentary? I appreciate it. I put a lot of effort into the editing and the scripting and the voiceover, so I'm glad you're appreciating it. And Baba, so my next video, right now I'm on for the Goldbound. We're trying to keep to a like an every 2-week schedule. I would love to post every week, but right now I work another job, and it's just, depending on how much time I can play, it's hard to get enough content as far as the farm and the edit time to make it a banger episode in a week. I think every now and then there'll be a weekly episode, and then down the road, maybe once we're doing a bit more content, then we can have it be weekly. But for now, it's about every 2 weeks.
I'm out of range. I need to get closer.
And how much is 2,000 copper ore worth? We'll probably sell some of it as copper ore, which sells for 4 gold, 29 silver each. And some of it will sell as bars and some as bolts. So we'll probably average like 5 gold per bar. So it'll be about 10,000 gold. But we're also getting a few other materials, right? Like tin ore and silver ore. Good morning, Matthew from Australia. Nice. Do I wish that the enemies were a little bit harder to kill or out in one-shots? Well, we had a good phase there where they were a bit harder to kill, but I think I'm okay with the one-shots. I mean, we leveled up through the zone, and now we're taking them down as they go, so. We could have, I suppose, turned off our XP. Like, if you talk to the old Twink Rogue in Stormwind, you can turn your XP off. So we could have stopped ourselves at like 69, but it might just artificially slow down the challenge for some of these rare spawns and rare drops we're farming. Yeah, grinding is really fun if it doesn't require much attention. That's like the whole reason I think I love RuneScape so much. I also play old school RuneScape. And that game is, I mean, there's times where you're playing really focused, and there's times where it is a little bit of an AFK simulator, but like, it's still really fun. And Funky Glass Cannon, is Darkmoon Fair considered a dungeon for Elwyn? It is. We didn't consider it a dungeon for Elwyn. I debated it. But because it actually phases you to a different place, and it's like a different map, and it's not Elwyn themed, I didn't want to include it in Elwyn, but I think we will have a Darkmoon themed episode or a spin into an episode, because there's some really cool gold farms in the Darkmoon Fair that I definitely want to include in the series, but I want to make it make sense. Alright, so as we're coming into this Alwyn Forest here, I am going to take a quick, like, 1-minute break. I just hear my dog is scratching, so I want to make sure she's okay, but I'll be back momentarily. Stella, you okay? Stella, my pup, is okay. She was just a little bit worried while I was in my room with the door closed. And Grey Wanderer, glad you could tune into the stream. Yeah, Goldilocks in action live. I think that we'll probably try to do a stream every now and then. It's just a good way to interact with you all here. Yeah, we have a dog and one cat, but soon to be 2 cats. My wife is actually picking up our new cat. Well, adopting it today or tomorrow. She's out of town from where we live, and she's picking it up today or tomorrow. So we'll have a new kitten. Well, I guess it's 7 years old, so it's a cat in the house. So I'm excited for that. Yeah, Marky D. Thinking a dog or a cat cam would be nice in the future. I agree. I think that would be cool. There's a sunny spot in my office here that I know my dog Stella likes to hang out and sit at, so we might just have to throw a cam up. Wild ask, can we call Stella your Goldie pup? 100%. I think she'd like that. Yeah, I'll have to get a dog cam for her. That'd be cool. Anthony, yeah, this is actually the first Goldbound stream. So welcome to the first Goldbound stream. Glad you could join. I think it's just a good way to farm some gold and hang out. Goldie pup and Goldie cat, exactly. Yeah, the new cat we're getting, I forget. I think it's like a mix, but it's a long-haired black cat. It's very cuddly, and his name is Boo. So I think we're gonna nickname it Benson Boo. So I'm excited. My cat that we have right now is Poncho, and she is the classic keyboard cat. Where if I'm playing WoW, she will be on the keyboard. So that's why I have the office door closed. Otherwise, you'd be hearing smacks on the mic. Scythe, you see I'm streaming at 60 FPS. Wondering why the videos aren't in 60 FPS. I might need to look at my render settings. I'm not the best at the tech side of things, but I'm trying to improve it as I go. So I'll double check and see what the render settings are on my editing software, because the footage, I use OBS to record and stream, and it's 60 FPS. But I think I must be rendering it down or something. Something to look in for sure. Yeah, Isa, where is everyone watching from? You're from Sweden? Well, hello. I'm streaming from, I'm from Canada, so that's where we're here today. But I'm interested to see where everyone else is at, to be honest. Zanjin, thank you for the compliment, and you're asking if I expected to grow so much in such little time. 100% no, I did not expect the growth that Goldbound has had. It's been crazy, so happy to see. Okay, and we got a lot of people, a lot of Canadians, Poland, Sweden, UK, Tennessee, BC, oh my gosh. Where else here? Estonia, Netherlands, Brazil. Geez, this is really a worldwide audience. That's so cool. Poland. Well, I'm glad you could all tune in to hang out and farm 2,000 copper ore with me. Otherwise it is a little bit of a lonely journey, so welcome. And sheep, yeah, I guess I do have a bit of a Canadian accent, so that's what you're hearing, and that's true. I think it probably comes out more when I'm not narrating. When I do my narrator Goldbound voice, it's a little bit different, I think, and I think I don't have as much of an accent, but when I'm just talking off the cuff, I probably sound more of a traditional. Oh, Germany. Australia. Yeah, that's so many time zones, that's right. Because it's 4 p.m. where I am.
It's too far away.
Oh, sheep is Saskatchewan locked right now. I don't live in Saskatchewan right now, but I did go to university at University of Saskatchewan, U of S, in Saskatoon. Randy, Montana, you love the way Canadians say words like out and about. It's lovely. I definitely can hear it when other people say it. I don't know if I say it as aggressively. Out and about, oot and a boot. I don't say it that hard, oot and a boot. But I probably do round those O's a little bit. Yeah, fair enough. I probably have a much thicker accent than I realize. I think that's classic, right? Everyone doesn't hear their own accent. Randy, Montana, everyone where you're from in England says oot and a boot as well. Whereabouts in England are you from? Well, you don't have to give me an exact location, but my wife taught in England for a year, like many, many moons ago. Too saucery. Pathy just farming the coppers while drinking a Timmy's, eh? I actually don't have a Timmy's with me, but I probably should have done that. And to be fair, a little bit of the backstory here. If for those of you that were on the stream a bit earlier, I was talking about how my like middle school and high school friends, we all used to play WoW together, and we still get together every like 2 months or 3 months for a LAN, and we just bring our computers to each other's houses, and we get what's called the carafe from Tim Hortons, from Timmy's, which is basically just like 12 cups of coffee in like a big milk jug that's insulated, and we get 2 of those, and we just play WoW all day. And now that I think about it, that's a very Canadian thing to do, but we do it probably like 4 or 5 times a year. Usually it's like a new expansion or a new patch, and we push, like when a new Mythic Plus season comes out, we'll push Mythic Plus and gear all together. Yeah, LAN party, 100%. There's not much more fun you can have than a LAN party. Yeah, it's super fun. Usually like we'll do like 2 nights, 3 days kind of thing, like pick a long weekend and just get together with your friends and play WoW. Or League. I kind of don't play as much League of Legends anymore though. Usually what we do, because we're all pretty into the gym, so we'll get Timmy's, like the carafe, but we'll do a big crock pot of, like we'll put in like a whole, like 2 cans of salsa, and then probably like 20 chicken breasts, maybe not 20, maybe like 10 chicken breasts, and then you slow cook that overnight for like 8 hours, and then the next morning you throw in some rice and let the rice cook in, and you just have like really good macros gamer fuel for the rest of the day, and you just eat that and drink Timmy's and play WoW. Pretty awesome Pretty awesome way to run a land for sure. Hein, is there a particular reason for not streaming on Twitch? Well, I wanted to stream on YouTube. This is the first Goldbound stream. And I was looking into like multi-streaming on both platforms. But I was kind of troubleshooting just getting YouTube going. So probably next stream I'll try to multi-stream. But if something wasn't working, I didn't want to have two things to troubleshoot at the same time, if that makes sense. But I'll probably for future streams try to multi-stream a little bit. Yeah, Wismage, that is... You gotta think ahead on these lands. I mean, it's not all Mountain Dew and Doritos when you're 29 playing World of Warcraft. To be fair, there's a lot of Diet Mountain Dew and Diet Coke that I'll drink when I'm playing WoW, but I gotta keep my slender figure, you know what I mean? So, gotta plan ahead with some good food. Otherwise you end up just skip the dishing, like Uber Eats, ordering food, and it adds up pretty quick. Yeah, I should ask Nabble what he does for multi-streaming actually. 'Cause I know he streams over on YouTube and Twitch. I don't know how it would work though to get the chat to play in both spots. And I was playing around with stream elements to like get notifications on my stream, but I didn't figure it out in time, so that's why there's no notifications on the stream as is, but I'll learn as we go. I got nothing against Mountain Dew. I have a mini fridge beside me filled with Diet Mountain Dew, so it's the highest, as far as I know, it's the highest caffeine content pop that you can get in Canada. It's like 50 milligrams of caffeine per can, and I think Diet Coke is 34. Dr. Pepper might be 46. All right, let's keep a little bit of an eye on the ore here, because we're at 993, 995, so pretty soon we're gonna hit that 1,000 mark. Which will be the halfway point. So we're making good progress. Let's see, 999, so one more node, and we will be at 1,000. Hey Max, greetings traveler, and thanks for tuning in. I'm glad you're enjoying the stream and the series. All right, this underwater ore should get us to 1,000 here. All right, yeah. Oh, well, actually, so in retail, ore stacks up to 1,000. So there we go. We got a stack of 1,003. So now we're working on the second stack. So we are over halfway. Aeronaut, you started LANs with 6 friends, and after a few years you hosted 250 to 380 person LANs? That's crazy. That would be a logistical feat. Hey, Silinar, thanks for the €5, the super chat. Halfway done, and you pay for the next coffee. I appreciate it. I'll make sure to remember that when I get my next coffee here. Yeah, so I think as far as like the ores per hour for copper ore, we're doing the big loop, but I do think Elwyn is faster ores per hour than Red Ridge for a couple of reasons. First one is it's a bigger zone,
I need to get close.
so there's more node density or more nodes available on our route. And the second one is there's only copper ore in Elwyn, whereas Red Ridge also has tin ore, right? So if we were only farming in Red Ridge, we would get more tin. But if you were only farming in Elwyn, this 200 tin ore would be copper ore. So from a copper ore perspective, I do think Elwyn is faster.
It's too far away.
Casey's saying that there's a thing you can download on OBS to multi-stream from it directly, so you don't have to pay for any services. Okay, I'll have to look into it. I think I have because the biggest thing from what I understand for multi-streaming is to have enough upload bandwidth, and I definitely do. I just got new internet here, and so we should be able to handle that. Greg, do I drink alcohol? I do enjoy a nice pint every now and then, that's for sure. But like I said, I'm also a power lifter, and right now I'm actually prepping for a natural bodybuilding show, so I got to keep things a little bit tighter. Well, right now, actually, I don't know why, I commit myself to so many like big things, but I'm in an ultra marathon in 2 weeks too, so there's that. So it's a leg based though. It's like a team ultra marathon, so I'm only one leg of the ultra marathon, and then there's 4 other people, and it's like over, I think it's like 150 kilometers, which I think is like 98 miles or something. So I'll be one of the legs of that. So while I do like a good pint every now and then, I got to keep it in check. What I have been really liking lately is the Guinness Zeros. Those are actually really good. I do enjoy one of those with dinner. And the Corona Sun Brews, I think they're called the Corona Light, like Zeros or somewhere. But in Canada, they're Sun Brews. And those are really tasty as well. And Patrick asked, are you farming this much for any reason, or is it a personal challenge? Well, today I had planned, like a couple days ago, to do a big farming session just to farm up some copper ore for some crafting for some liquid gold on the challenge. And then I figured, you know what, why not make it a stream and set a number to farm to? So the 2000 is kind of a ambiguous, or like I just picked it randomly number, but I am farming to make some liquid gold on the challenge. And Bilath, you're asking about Chromie time, how it shuts off at level 71, and you're wondering if I'm going to turn it off. I am not going to change it. I'm just going to leave it be. I think things might change a little bit when the new expansion comes out anyways. But as of right now, you actually aren't allowed to turn your XP off at level 70. You can turn it off at level 69 or 71. But at level 70, I think because people were twinking at level 70 for raids, Blizzard made it so you couldn't turn off XP at 70. So I don't plan on turning it off. I think I'll just slowly level up with my herbs and ores and see what happens when the new expansion comes out, because with the level cap increase, I don't know if they're going to change how that affects Chromie time scaling across different places. But we'll see. I do think, I mean, like if someone else wanted to do a similar challenge, I think there is a lot of merit to, you know, turning XP off at 30 or something like that. Yeah, Sinus, you might not be able to turn it off at 71 either. I knew if I wanted to turn it off for Kata time walking, or for Kata time, I would have had to lock at 69. So I could have either done that or not. So I've already decided not to do that. So I won't be turning it off, but it is very possible. A little belly grub kill here. Nice. When the new expansion comes out, they might change what that level is. Sidgerson, did we know when the new expansion comes out? I think they did announce it, right? Isn't it end of August? Is that this year or next year? I don't know. Because the big release right now is Mr. Pandaria Classic, right? Which, that's a fun game to play too. I will probably be off, you know, not making content on it, but playing it. Yeah, I haven't stayed up to date on the like the release schedule. It could be next year. I do want to, whether it's on MOP or World of Silence, whether it's on MOP or on retail, I do want to push Arena in 3s with my friends in one of these seasons pretty soon here. It's been a while since we really focused on Arena. I think that'd be a lot of fun. Oh, Brandon, you're saying that they're announcing the new expansion in August? Okay, that makes sense. So they'll probably... I would imagine they might announce it for... Isn't it not uncommon for like a New Year's release? Yeah, I could see the new expansion coming out like 2026, January, February. In Aurora, do I plan on playing Legion Remix when it comes out? I might. I might. Almost missed this copper vein up here. You heard speculation for a release in March of 2026. Yeah, I could see that being a reasonable timeline. Like January, February, March, I think would be kind of, if I had to bet, when I think it might be, if they're announcing it in August. Yeah, I haven't looked into Legion Remix too much, but I imagine it could be fun. I really liked Legion. It was a fun expansion. It was probably the expansion where I made the most gold. There was like 3 weeks when the expansion released that I was just doing like these herbs and ore farms, and I was making like 300k gold an hour. It was nuts. Lukowski, random question, but have I ever played any fighting games before? I have, but like with a very strong caveat of not really. So Soul Calibur would be the only fighting games I've played, and I was just with my friends like on the PS2. I never got into it competitively, and I don't think I even ever really won a fight because my one friend was really, really good at it, or two of them were really, really good at it. But I played some Soul Calibur with them, but that's about it for fighting games. It seems like the ore spawns have picked up. I'm not complaining about it either. We're at 1,070. Wisp Mage, do I do any tabletop gaming, card games, board games? Not actively right now. During COVID, my group of friends got really into Yu-Gi-Oh again, so I did some Yu-Gis back then, but I haven't played in a couple years. Yeah, Soul Calibur is nostalgic for sure. Yeah, I think the War Within, as far as an expansion goes, I think it's been a really well-received expansion. Like, people are liking it, right? I really liked, to be honest, like Legion is a top tier one for myself, but I also really enjoyed Mist of Pandaria. Mr. Clark, you know a few powerlifters that are closet 40k nerds? Oh yeah, me too. I think that is a... Powerlifters, you have like a couple overlapping Venn diagrams, and 90% of the Venn diagram is nerd, and then there's like different types. But there's a lot of my people are powerlifters for sure. Yeah, BFA was one of your favorites, Tailman. That is... I liked BFA. It's a controversial one, though. A lot of people really were polarized on it. I also feel like when you start playing WoW has a big impact on what your favorite expansion is. Like oftentimes the first or second expansion after you start playing can be your favorite. But Legion, yeah, was really fun. I think if I had to give like an all-time favorite though, it would be Mop. I was saying earlier on the stream that Mop was the time I really got into gold farming. I used to follow a guy called Umrin TV. He was a gold farmer who was a streamer as well, who made YouTube videos and gold farming videos. He'd farm the Alani Mount and all that stuff in Mist of Pandaria, and that's what got me into gold farming, so I really liked Mop for that. Mop was my first gold cap. Derek B, congrats on the gifted sub. I'm glad you're liking the channel and the content. Yeah, I'll keep Goldbound coming for sure. I'm having a blast making it, so.
I'm out of range.
Lulowski, you're mistaking Shadowlands for BFA. Yeah. Yeah, Shadowlands was a lot of fun. I think Shadowlands, if I'm not mistaken, was the first expansion that Mythic Plus was a thing, right? Because before that, it was Mop, and that was like the challenge modes, which were cool, but right now, like as far as endgame content, Mythic Plus is my go-to. I love it. I love the style. I used to do a lot of arena, and I was never very good. And I would get to like a rating that I was really happy with. And it was like a high, and then I would queue the next day, and I would drop 400 rating, and I'd be so sad. Whereas Mythic Plus, you just kind of work your way up, and if you have a bad day, you don't drop rating. Oh, BFA had Mythic Plus? But Legion was before BFA, right? Yeah, I must be thinking of Legion for the first Mythic Plus season. I had a lot of fun in that season for sure. Dark Warrior, is there a gold cap now? Yes, so on a character you can't have more than 10 million, or like 9,909,999, but you can put it in your warband bank or across different characters. Stindamin, yeah, hopefully I can get to a point doing content creation full time. I would love that. I really enjoy making the videos, and we'll see if we can make that happen. Might be able to get a higher cadence on the videos if we can do that. That'd be awesome. And how much is 2,000 copper ore worth?
It's too far away.
It's worth, I mean, raw, it's going to be just under 10,000 gold, but when we process it, it'll probably be like 10 to 12,000.
I need to get closer.
We've also gotten a few silver ore and a few tin ore along the way, and I have been picking up a few herbs here and there. I was kind of planning on picking up herbs the whole time, but I didn't really think, because if I pick up herbs and ores, I think the ore per hour is like 150 or 200. Now I'm just thinking the calculations here. Might be even less than that. So now I'm kind of just picking up the ores. Hi Nikki, glad you can catch the stream. First time catching the stream. This is the first Goldbound stream, so you can say you caught the very first one. Glad to have you here. And I keep coming back to this this guy here. If you look on the map, it's Ro the Silent, because he does have something I'm looking for. But he's a longer respawn. Good luck in Eldor, Nix. What are you farming? Anything in particular in there? Nimron's Head? Is that where that's from? Because we still have the Collector's Bounty on. My one friend actually just got Invincible from ICC with the Collector's Bounty on. I've ran it on Path every week so far, but I haven't got it even with the bounty. So maybe one day. In Soul Slayer, you're asking if it might be old news, but does copper, the currency, still exist on retail? Yeah, it is here. So if you look down here, I have 54,767,000 gold, 10 silver, 6 copper. My it might just be the quality, you might not be able to see it, but it does exist. Oh, Aurora, you were doing the Navel's Zone Locked. Did you have to get that item from Ro the Silent? That would be rough. I know if you look on the Wowhead drop rates, they're a bit lower than they actually are, I think, just because there's a lot of these rares have items that were discontinued, but the rares were still in the game. So people logging kills on Wowhead Looter kind of inflate or deflate the drop rates. But they definitely are crazy rare. Nix, yeah, farming for Mimron's Head. That is a, well, good luck. If there's any time they get it, it's during the bounty, so. Yeah, 10k for 22,000 copper in like 6 to 7 hours is not a good return. You're not wrong. Oh, that's actually a good transmog piece. The Buccaneers, those sell pretty frequently. But you gotta keep in mind, like, while we're doing these challenges, we're not only getting gold from these steady farms. I have a bunch of transmog that's listed that will be selling slowly. And then we're also getting a few other things here as far as herbs and ores. So I think the actual like gold gained from the stream, if we do like 7 hours to get 2,000 copper ore, it'll probably be like liquid or like really fast moving gold of like 16,000, 17,000. But when we do things like that while we're selling off the higher ticket items in the background, that's the way we get out of the zones. But yeah, I mean, it's not exactly a get rich quick scheme as far as farming copper ore. Sunwisp, thank you. Glad you're liking the editing style on the videos. And the map add-on, it's the rare scanner. So it shows where the location of all the rares are and all their drops. And that's the one that also shows this pop-up whenever I go over a rare. So Olive Thor, the transmogs that don't sell in time for the next zone, I'm not going back to Elwyn right now to actively farm new transmogs, but the ones I have in my inventory they're still getting posted on the auction house, so we could theoretically sell one of the Elwyn transmogs while we're still in Red Ridge. And Tailman, I'm not actually using the UI add-on. This is the Blizzard retail UI. So it definitely looks different than Classic, but it is the built-in one. It may look a bit different. I think I might have moved the layout, but that's just with like the in-game edit mode. I was meaning to get a what's it called? It's the add-on where you can show like big pop-ups for like a copper ore counter, but I couldn't get it working, so I don't actually have a UI add-on there. Oh, Frederick, talking about when I killed the mob and the Buccaneers thing dropped and it told me instantly how much it was worth. Oh, so that's Trade Skill Master. It shows a few things. It has the min buyout, market value average, region historical price, and it shows, if you read their TSM auction database 5 hours, 8 minutes ago. So that's getting live data from Trade Skill Master's like servers. And so I have a desktop add-on installed that actively updates my in-game add-on with the new prices. So that's Trade Skill Master. That's what that is. I do have an older video that goes over setting it up if you wanted to look into that. But it's like my 5 years ago videos, so keep that with a grain of salt. They're not the best. Yeah, JR plays. Well, I'm glad you started playing WoW because of the series, but I'm sorry that the community you've been entering into in the game isn't as supportive. It is a learning curve for sure, but it comes faster than you think, I think. So it's worth sticking to. It's a fun game for sure. JR, are you playing retail or like a classic? Miss Pandaria Classic or anything like that? Which version of the game are you playing? Lulowski, does it ever rain in Elwyn Forest on retail? The weather effects were always so cozy. It does rain in Elwyn on retail. Yep. There's a few different seasons in Elwyn that I've come to be very well versed in over the past month or two. Rain is one. The one I don't like is this weird like dark fog. It's like a musky fog, and I don't like that one. My favorite is the sunshine and rainbows though. Yeah, I could make a macro to like / use copper ore to put it on the action bar. I do want to do that, but I can't go into my macros while I'm live right now just because I'm using a display add-on that shows Goldilocks on my nameplate. But yeah, I think if I go into macros, I don't think the add-on overrides that. Have I ever played on the earlier RTS Warcraft titles? You're super nostalgic for Warcraft 2. I never got deep into it. I played here and there, like for a couple hours on my friend's account to like watch them play, but I never really got deep into it myself. And yeah, JR plays. I mean, WoW, it's such a large universe, right? And the game's been out for so many years that there's so much knowledge packed on top of it. So it is a steep learning curve, but once you get the hang of it, it's like riding a bike. So definitely stick in there, and it's a fun one. But Frost Mage, if you're playing Frost Mage, that's a bit of a trickier spec to learn. I actually did a season Mythic Plus playing Frost Mage, and compared to Ret Paladin, oh my goodness, it was like 20 times harder. Ret Paladin, I just play Lawnmower, Whack-A-Mole, and I do top damage. Frost Mage, you gotta learn your rotation, and like, then you can do top damage, but it takes a while to learn. Randy Montana, do I follow any and watch any sports like soccer or MMA? I follow mostly strength sports, so like strongman and powerlifting. So I'll definitely be tuning into Hafthor Bjornsson's 505 attempt this weekend, 505 kilo deadlift, going for the world record. Other than that, I do tune in kind of like at the end of each season, so like I'll watch like the playoffs and stuff. But I'm also really into, with the powerlifting, I'll watch a lot of the more local and provincial level meets. Hi Andrew, thanks for popping in. I'm glad you're popped into the stream and you enjoy the videos. I appreciate you stopping in and saying hi. Matt, do I watch the slapping tournaments? I don't watch the tournaments, but I definitely have the highlight reels come across my feed. But yeah, I haven't watched a full tournament, to be honest. Urath, yeah, I do watch nerdy sports, you're right. And I compete in them too. Yeah, Ret is really easy to play. They've added some stuff recently, which I think has increased the skill cap a little bit, but I mean, if you just slam your keys a little bit on Ret, you're gonna do okay damage, right? In order to min-max and like get like you know, parse the top 99th, you're gonna have to be really good. But if you want like one button rotation WoW without having one button rotation WoW, then Ret Paladin isn't a bad choice, in my opinion. I have on my main Patholerics back in last expansion, I got Firelath, the legendary weapon, and oh my goodness, playing Ret with that was so fun. You just like cleave everything. That one took a while to get though, the Firelath. Appreciate it, Wisp Mage. Snoot the Rooter has got to be the worst rare in Elwyn, I'm not gonna lie. We'll pick up one Earth Root here, why not? Yeah, talking about the one button rotation, I think it is good and bad for new players. I think it is really good for new players trying to get into, or like new players once they've learned the rotation trying to get into like Mythic Plus, because if you're still a little bit rusty on your rotation, you could do the one button rotation and really learn the mechanics of like the Mythic Plus or like a raid boss. And then once you have that down pat, go back to like take off the one button rotation, really maximize your rotation again. But I think if you leveled with one button rotation, I think it might be doing you a disservice as a new player, just because it is really good to learn how your abilities interact. But like I said, I think if you're trying to learn a fight, it can take all that bandwidth that you would normally use to do your rotation, which might be like 70-80% when you're learning, of like your mental bandwidth, and allow you to put all of that on learning the fight and learning the pulls and learning the dungeon. And Raccoonial, has retail ever had a gold squish? It seems like the prices aren't too far off from when I played Cata Classic. So it hasn't had a gold squish, but they do, or Blizzard does put in things that take gold out of circulation. So if you think about it, every single gold that I have here was at one point either obtained from a player by killing a mob and getting loot, like getting the gold from the mob, or vendoring to a NPC and getting vendor trash, or from completing a quest reward. That's like how 100% of gold comes into the economy. But then Blizzard does things like releases unique mounts that cost a lot of in-game gold. So you might go to, you think about the old Brutosaur, which was a mount that costed 5 million gold to buy. So players would effectively, when they buy that mount, take 5 million gold out of circulation. So that acts as a way to take gold out of circulation and squish down. Same thing with auction house cuts that takes gold out of circulation and keeps inflation down, and repair costs. So that's, I think that there hasn't been like a gold squish, but those are the ways that Blizzard keeps the gold from getting crazy. But it still slowly climbs, right? Like there's more gold in circulation now than ever before. But I suppose another big thing is people stop playing the game with gold in their inventories. It takes it out of circulation too. Steen, you're asking if Goldilocks is flagged for PvP. I am not flagged for PvP. I don't plan on it. We're not hardcore, like if we die, we don't have to delete the character, but I don't want to deal with getting ganked. There was one time that, I mean, I guess the one way that PvP comes into it is when I'm in Goldshire doing my profession switching to like train different professions to craft, and someone comes and kills the profession trainers. I have to wait for them to respawn. So that's like the only PvP Goldilocks has. And as far as a gold tally, we're really approaching 1,250 gold. We're making good time. Jeez. Bismarck, did I get any rare items today? Nothing too rare. I mean, we've got a couple greens just from a couple rares that we've killed. But nothing that's like major big ticket. There are a couple that I'm farming. I don't want to spoil too much now. It'll be in the next video with a couple of the specific rares in Red Ridge and what they drop. I'm sure a few of you know exactly what items I'm talking about. But there's a couple in there that are worth a lot, but we didn't get any of those today. Recipe for ZZZ. Are there any other auction house manipulations that I know about or resets? You're asking about like how the frayed knots. I think that one in particular was very atypical because the amount of frayed knots being sold and purchased like really went up with those episodes being released. And so I think it was probably people who were farming them before that knew the true value and just bought them up to resell. Because I bet in a month, if you go look at the value of frayed knots, they'll be back probably up to like 500-700 gold. So similar to that, I think some people do resets on a lot of trade good items that have a faster faster sale rate. It can be a bit more risky because if someone just comes back in after you and undercuts you, you kind of have to like double down and buy it all out. There's some people that make a lot of gold doing resets like that. I haven't really had much experience myself doing it, but it's definitely something people do, and people make a lot of gold on it. Silinar, is tin ore worth more processed than copper? Well, raw, it's worth about half. It's like 2 gold each. But we're going to try to find out a way to make that processed into a lot more. But we're still working the kinks out on that. And Matt, why are the frayed knots so valuable? Well, they're actually... so in Oribos, I think I pronounced that wrong, but it's just how I say it. There's a vendor called Keeper Tahoot, and you use the frayed knot along with the rabbit's foot and something else, another gray item, to buy a battle pet. So people use the frayed knot to buy a battle pet, basically, which is why it has value. I also love when I'm questing or just gathering an Elwyn, seeing level 10s questing. It's so satisfying. I don't know why.
It's too far away.
Nicola, yo, welcome. You got one of the gifted memberships. Congrats. Yeah, we're doing a stream today. Just chilling, farming 2,000 copper ore, which is a bit of a task, but it's a fun way to just hang out and interact with you all. How much gold do I think my inventory is worth right now? Well, I have been having a loot appraiser open for this whole farm. So you can see here it's 4 hours and 41 minutes of farming. And the market value average of all the items I've looted is 21,700. So that's ores, herbs, and some transmog pieces. So about 21,000. And Nicola, right now I'm just on YouTube. This is actually my first Goldbound or Goldilocks stream. But in the future, I'll probably try multi-streaming on both Twitch and YouTube. I'm just more familiar with like YouTube getting it set up and getting my stream settings right. So we'll play around with it. And Randy, yeah, do I plan on doing more streams? I'm super happy. I mean, I was glad to interact with everyone, so I'll definitely be doing more streams. I think it's a good way to farm some gold on the challenge, and just to relax and interact with you all and answer a lot of questions, but also get a lot of feedback back on the challenge. So we'll probably do maybe one stream a week or so while we're doing farms. I think that might be a good way to do it. Maybe we'll figure out what a good schedule would be for that. Yeah, I'm having fun as far as a first stream. I think it's one of those ones where I can only interact with so many people in comments, and it's less of a back and forth and more of like a hello type of thing. So it's nice to have the stream to really actually interact with you all and have a bit more of a deeper conversation. Yeah, this is the first stream ever, actually. So welcome to stream 1. Yeah, Nicola, I'll figure out a schedule and I'll let people know when it'll be. I just decided to do this one yesterday, so I did a YouTube community post, but the reach on those isn't very high, so I should probably get some kind of a Twitter or something. Yeah, JR, definitely, find what about WoW you like and just do that. I mean, case in point is Goldilocks. I'm not doing anything but farming ores right now, and it's pretty fun. So, yeah, just find what you like to do and do it.
I need to get closer.
Yeah, I didn't know how many viewers I would get on this stream, but I'm pleasantly surprised that you all like to hang out and farm some gold with me, so that's, hey, I'll take it. I'm super happy. Usually what I do when I'm farming is I have a stream up in the corner, and I'm just chilling, right? So it's nice to be on the other end of it. Thanks, Beeps. I work pretty hard on the videos to try to keep them decent pacing, and I script them out and storyboard them, so I'm glad you find it entertaining. Xandar, yeah, it's actually going up pretty fast, the XP. What I found, like right now, the only way we get XP on Goldilocks level 70 is the herbs and the ores and battle pets, but we're not doing too much pet battling. But because of that, and we log out in Stormwind for the auction house, we have so much rested XP, so we tend to get quite a bit of XP just from farming. Oh, Nicola, that's actually good to know. I might have some questions on how to multi-stream because I couldn't figure it out. But yeah, no, I appreciate the offer to help out with some ideas there. Hi Fireside Cat Smile. The Goldbound videos are very entertaining. I'm glad to hear it. I didn't really expect much when I made that first one, and it was just kind of a little bit of fun for me. I didn't think people would want to watch someone play Elwyn, but I tried to make it entertaining, and it seems like it's been well received. So thank you. Where does the name Patholarics come from? That's just my original World of Warcraft character. Patholarics is a human paladin, and it was a randomly generated World of Warcraft name on the character screen. If I recall correctly, I think it was like Pathanax, and I changed it a little bit, so then it became Patholarics. And I've been Patholarics on a lot of places. Oh, thanks, Nikolai. Yeah, I mean, it's been a whirlwind from the challenge coming off, and I think it's kind of spurred a lot of people on to make similar challenges, which is, I think, really good for the WoW YouTube scene as a whole. I mean, that's how new series come out. It's all about innovation, right? Kind of using what was worked for someone else and twisting it a little bit to make it your own. So I think in the next year or two, we're going to see a lot of really cool World of Warcraft content coming up. There already is. Already is a lot of cool stuff coming out. Actually, that's how you also got your main's name, Quigix. That's funny. Is that a dwarf? Because I have a dwarf named Shigix, and I find sometimes they use the same, like, naming conventions for, like, vowels. But I guess Patholarics is also an Ix. I do think WoW has one of the best name generator engines out there. I'm pretty happy with it. Binds, yeah, Settled really revolutionized YouTube gaming, I think. I think a lot of, yeah, like he was that's what spurred on that whole, like, what, 7-year old school RuneScape content spree. Really cool. And Johnny, I think in retail I just don't dismount when I go underwater. I might be mistaken, and maybe, like, because this is my regular account. I don't think I added a saddle. I definitely didn't add a saddle on Goldilocks, but maybe it is account wide. I don't know, actually. Oh, Wisp Mage. If I had to live in any one of the WoW zones, which one it would be and why? I have an instant answer that comes to head for that. No doubt in my mind, it would be Howling Fjord. I would love to live in Howling Fjord. The soundtrack, the views, the vibes, the log houses, like, you got the sea. Yeah. Am I thinking of the right? I'm thinking of the right zone, right? Yeah, Howling Fjord. Yeah. I would live there. Nicholas saying Dunmore or Mulligar are the only correct answers. I would have to say
It's too far away.
Mulligar would be a good chance. I'm wondering now if I was locked to Classic, Eastern Kingdoms and Kalimdor, where would I live?
I need to get closer.
What do you all think? Where would you guys live? Grizzly Hills would also be good. Sheep, yeah, the Canadian picks the tundra. No surprise there. Yeah, honestly, Grizzly Hills or Howling Fjord would be pretty awesome. I also like Sholazar Basin as a zone, but I don't think I'd want to live there. Wouldn't it be crazy if I said something like Val Shara or whatever that underwater zone was? I never want to step foot in there again. Yeah, Mulligar would be cool. Feels like home. Feels homey. Bravery, the new kitten hasn't arrived yet. I think it'll be tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow we'll get the new kitten. I'm gonna have to get a second cat hammock for him.
I'm out of range.
Mr. Bonglong, you passed out for nap and a steam? Oh no, and the stream is still going on. Yep, we're still rolling. I mean, 2,000 comp roller is no little task. But we're getting there. We're at 1,334, so we are actually making really good time on this second half. Yeah, Teldrassil honestly would be a really cool zone. I don't know if I want to live there forever, but I would definitely like to vacation in Teldrassil. Dunmer would be cool too. Quite literally cool. Hang out with the dwarves. Oh, honestly, now that I think about it, just for the tavern culture, I might go to Dunmorrow and just crush a few pints. That sounds like it would be pretty fun. Elwyn Forest would also have a good pub. You'd have the Goldshire Inn. Yeah, there's a lot of cool zones in WoW. There's some that you would definitely not want to be in, though. Like Hellfire Peninsula. Yeah, Flo, and Grizzly Hills is pretty min-max. Eversong Woods would also be cool. Yeah, Goldshire would be like Vegas. What happens in Goldshire stays in Goldshire. You're not wrong there. It's crazy. Nanagrand also is a good one. I mean, there's definitely like an upper echelon of zones that I would be okay with living in. I wouldn't be upset about it. I still back myself personally to be in Grizzly Hills or Howling Fjord. Those two, top tier. Honestly, Stranglethorn Vale would be more of a vacation zone, right? Yeah, I guess Ungoro to see the dinos. Oh yeah, Lochmadan to give a bit of a pub culture. A little more temperate than Dunmorrow. And if it was classic, then that's true. Lochmadan would be nice. Ironforge would be so cool to visit. Do you think that there's ever going to be like a legitimate edition for WoW VR? Like, is that going to be a thing? We're just way too far away for that. You would need, like, I would love to have like one of those omnidirectional treadmills where you just like run around with like your VR headset and live in one of these zones. Yeah, Scoop, because you're right. Stranglethorn Vale is like a vacation to Australia. Just animals trying to get you and kill you everywhere. I feel like with Stranglethorn Vale, you need to hire like Hemet Nessingwary to always follow you around to be your like local guide. Otherwise, you would just walk into a stealth panther and die. Like it's, if you think about the density of animals there, like people are afraid of bears and cougars. Like the per capita bears and cougars and like deadly animals in Stranglethorn Vale is like you're in a zoo that just had all the gates go up. Yeah, like actually having to run while running in game. I mean, the closest to that I've seen is Graze for Days, right? He has his body reading software where he has to like kind of jog and spot. And he has a heart rate monitor on and a pedometer, right? Cupcake Tyrant Dar isn't afraid of cougars. Welcomes them. We might be talking about different kinds of cougars, I think. Hey, thanks, Loot Crazy Jester. I appreciate it. I'm super happy you came and tuned in for the stream. I think, yeah, we'll probably try to keep streams kind of going forward. I can definitely see some fun ways that we can, you know, you can have a quota for how many of these to farm, but also if you have like a rare item you're farming, like we could do it where the stream ends when the rare item drops. And it could be either like 1 hour or 20. And then we just keep going until it drops. Maybe we'll have to make sure that the open world loot isn't broken for something like that, but I think it would be a good way to interact and work on the actual content as well. Greetings, Andrew Swally, fellow traveler. Welcome. Glad to have you aboard. Current copper count is 1,373. Yeah, Lukowski. I liked the idea like of having a stream with a goal. Just both from a practical perspective to like make some gold, but also it's just a fun way to interact. Yeah, if the item drops as soon as the stream starts, that'd be a 5-minute VOD. Hey, thanks, Peter. You actually just rewatched the videos and you feel like they've improved so much in just a short amount of time. I appreciate that. I've been trying to learn a little bit each video with like editing and pacing and all that, and so hopefully it's improving. I hope so. And glad you're enjoying them. Yeah, recipe for Z's. You're saying that you hope I keep the focus on the script and the narration. Storytelling is what sets the series apart, and like Settled, for example, never streams, and I think it's because he wants to make a story. I 100% agree with that. Even like with the concept of this stream, from a content perspective, I'm definitely a YouTube first kind of content creator where this stream here is supporting in the fact of I'm trying to get some materials to move a farm forward in my episode, but this will be like one part of one segment of the episode rather than cutting up this stream into a bunch of different YouTube videos, if that makes sense. Yeah, and plus, like with the 2,000 goal, I mean, it's a little ambitious, but nothing you can't do all in a good day's work. What could be crazy, and I have some ideas for other streams, which I'll keep cooking in the works once I get a more used to how to set up things on the back end of like stream elements and all that stuff. But yeah, Tailman, you're saying I could start a second channel for stream VODs? I could, yeah. I think on the current channel, it'll still be posted as a VOD on the live stream tab. Like, it won't get pushed out on YouTube as it was, like as if I posted a video. But if you go to the channel, you should be able to see my past streams and rewatch them. But it might make sense if, you know, can cut it up into a smaller package and post on a different channel. Lukowski, is there actually any real way to get gold from cooking? I did back in the day. It's usually current content though. Like you're making current content food that has buffs. Oh, and greetings, Traveler, to Tailman. Welcome to be fellow Traveler status. And welcome, Justin Paxton. Greetings, Travelers. I'm glad to have you all aboard. We're making a good dent. We're at 1,412 copper ore. Time flies when you're farming ore. I debated having it be 5,000 ore. I'm just kidding. Didn't debate that. Oh, thanks, Andrew. I appreciate it. Let's see if the cave has respawned the ore nodes. Not enough. Yeah. I was debating a couple other ideas for the first stream on different things to farm or quotas, but when it's Goldbound, I knew, yeah, like the rate for copper ore is going to be anywhere between 150 and 400 per hour, depending on the spawns and whatnot. So 150 is if I'm farming, like if I'm picking up every herb along the way, it really slows down the, ooh, Defender Girdle, let's take a look. So, no, not bad. Not a bad item. But farming herbs along the way definitely slows down the copper ore itself. See if Row the Silent is up. And yo, Storm, with the super chat 25. Thank you. Hi, Pathletics. Really enjoying the videos on Goldilocked. Well, I appreciate it. I'm glad you're enjoying them. And I'm having fun making them. And this stream has been really fun, honestly, for me. So I'm glad you all are having a good time. Yeah, Andrew, there is. I heard that there was a YouTube stream VOD cap. It's like at 11 hours and 55 minutes. Yeah, I had read that. So theoretically, I think if the stream was going to go pretty long and we were getting into like the 12-hour range, I'd have to stop and then restart it just so that it saves us 2, probably. Yeah, I have a second channel created for if I'm gonna post things that wouldn't go on here, like maybe like shorts or like things that aren't main Goldbound channel stuff. So I might be posting some stuff there later. Yeah, I think like if we did a longer challenge that was going to go over 12 hours, we would have to schedule like a second stream that would start a little bit into it. Like a second stream that would start 12 hours in, just so that we could end this one stream and restart a second one. I think that's how you'd have to do it for the VOD on YouTube. No, these unfortunately I didn't sell these. These all expired, so I'll have to go relist them. Hey Tailman, thanks for the super chat. Streamlabs handles multi-streaming extremely well. You can also record directly to your desktop, so you can upload VODs to a second channel. I've heard good things about Streamlabs, but I've heard things on both ends. I'll have to do a little bit of research. But that would be a good way to multi-stream because it would make sense. I mean, I know like Twitch is a pretty good place for streaming, but yeah, I do always want to stream on YouTube just because that's where 100% of my YouTube viewers are, is YouTube. And I appreciate the support, Tailman. Yeah, all those auctions expired. I won't go post them now, because if I were to post them, I'd have to open up my auction house and my mailbox, and then you get some spoilers for the mailbox. So I want to keep the spoilers off stream to a minimum. OBS and Streamlabs are the best setup in your opinion. That's what most people do. Yeah. That sounds like it. That sounds like what a lot of people are doing. Can I explain what comes next after 2,000 ores? The stream ends. Once we hit 2,000 ores, we're going offline. And then that's it. Well, then the Goldbound challenge continues. They'll be playing offline, but that's that for the stream today. Once we hit 2,000, we'll be done. All right, Andrew, your break's over. Thanks for popping in on your break. I'll catch you later. I appreciate it, Nicola. I might have to chat with you off stream and see what would work as far as trying to figure out how to multi-stream. I was playing around. I mean, this stream was my first time connecting OBS to YouTube, which, to be honest, I was pretty impressed with how easy that was. And then I was playing around with some stream elements, but they weren't really working, so I just turned them off. What mods do I have that makes OSRS look like this? That is a W. That is a W comment. I like that.
It's too far away.
I think the mod that I installed is, I don't know. Hey, Burster75. Thanks for tuning in live. I'm glad you're liking the show. Each, yeah, viewer/celeb dependent challenges would be really cool. Like, yeah, like every new channel member adds 10 to the tally I have to farm, like a subathon type of thing. That would be pretty cool. It could get out of hand pretty quickly, I think. But might have to do that one day. I do have to work tomorrow though, so. Yeah, I gotta make sure my stream's set up here once we get the stream elements set up for the notifications. Because right now I'm just using like the YouTube chat, which shows me most things, but I think some things don't get shown, I think. We'll get this one. I haven't been getting it most of the herbs, but every now and then it's nice. We'll see. I can't end the stream too late because I gotta get my 10,000 steps today, and I'm only at 3,000. 2,000 copper ore, 10,000 steps. That was the agenda today.
I'm out of range.
Tailman, I work in an office, but we'll see how things go. I might not be doing that for much longer. And I'm in Alberta, Canada. Although I've been kind of back and forth between Saskatchewan and Alberta. Lived in BC for a bit, so Western Canada. Yeah, I really should get a standing desk and a walking treadmill, shouldn't I? I know, like, I don't know if any of you watch Bajira, but he's prepping for a natural bodybuilding show as well. Different show, same federation that I'll be in. But he streams and he walks. That's a good idea. And I'm up to 1,472 copper at the moment. Yo, collab with Will Tennyson. I would love that. I was just watching his new video today, actually, when I was eating lunch. The one where he stays on a cruise ship or whatever. I watch every Will Tennyson video. Yeah, I gotta get a lot of... Well, I mean, the steps is for... I'm trying to get my body weight down because I'm on a bit of a diet. But I'm also in 2 weeks doing a ultra marathon, so I probably should actually just go for a run tonight. I did a small jog with my dog this morning, and I'm not doing the... I mean, it's called an ultra marathon, but I'm doing it with like a team, so it's like a relay-based ultra marathon. So the actual leg I'm doing isn't even the length of the marathon, so I don't know if I can even call it an ultra marathon, but I'm doing a component of an ultra marathon with like a lot of elevation. It'll be in the mountains. So I'm trying to get trained up for that as well. But I tend to put a lot on my plate. Bazil, real question, Oilers or Flames? That is the ultimate question, isn't it? And I have to say Oilers. That is my from how I've been raised, Edmonton Oilers. And Helferno, once I unlock a new zone, I can go back into the old regions. It kind of unlocks the map slowly. Varna, you wish you could come back and go into the future and watch Goldbound when there's more episodes? Fair enough. Well, down the road there'll be more. And Bazil Oilers as well? There we go. You can stay. Yeah, I lived in Calgary for a while, and I was still an Oilers fan. I caught a lot of heat for it. But it's not hard to be an Oilers fan. Well, at least recently. Well... There's some tough days, I suppose. Yeah, I'm not doing like a real set route. I'm kind of just doing perimeter of both zones. At a certain point after you've done this for so many hours, I don't even think about it and I just travel around the zone. But which zone is faster for this, Elwyn or Redridge? the gold per hour from just the raw mats for like farming a loop like this is pretty similar because it's a lot of the same mats. But the actual challenge, they both have pros and cons, and I think a lot of it will depend on random sales. Like I still have a lot of transmog from Elwyn that is adding to the sales on, like if you watch the last episode, I sold off the last bunch of frayed knots and some fingerless gloves, so
I need to get closer.
I think it's I think red, I don't know. If like you had to run each one completely independently, I think you might have a faster time in Red Ridge. But to be honest, I mean, with how fast frayed knots were moving, like if you wanted to speed run Elwyn, I think the move is just to farm like 2,000 frayed knots and try to sell them all for 200 gold. Like I think that would be the move if you wanted to speed run it, theoretically. But the market might not really like that. Tailman, YouTube recommended Goldbound to you at 11 p.m. the night it came out. And it didn't recommend it to you. You didn't click it, and it recommended again 10 a.m. the next morning. That's crazy. I think, like, the release day, I think it had like 100 views, and then like 2 days later, the algorithm took it and just blew it up. So I'm glad to see you came back and are hanging out. And Burster75, thanks for the super chat, 20 euro. And you have to say that my videos got me back into WoW, and you're making gold in classic mop. Nothing like I make, but you got 40k from starting and just bags. Glad to hear it. I'm glad you're enjoying having a good time playing mop classic. The gold in that version, right, is so much lower. Like I'm dealing with inflated numbers. So 40k 40k is pretty darn good. Yeah, I was really surprised with the Goldbound release, how well it hit the algorithm. Like, whew. I did not expect that, but I really appreciate everyone tuning in. Yeah, I think like with the first 100 viewers in the first like day, I think YouTube kind of does like tests, right? And it gets some data on click-through rate, retention, interactions, and then it probably had some good signals and said, try it out on some more people. I guess that's how it works. Imagine combining tile locked and gold locked. That would require some creative engineering, but it could be pretty cool. Yeah, I think like watching a lot of Settled's videos, Tile Man was just from his series. I know Swampletics is like the GOAT, but I think Tile Man is my favorite from his. Yeah, Tile Locked is another YouTube series that just came out recently, where the premise is the game is divided into like smaller chunks within each zone, and he can only unlock them after earning a certain amount of experience. And he's starting in Mulgore, he's a Tauren. Yeah, another pretty solid one I've been seeing lately is the Dungeon Locked series. Episode 2 just came out on that one. And of course, you have Nabal's Zone Locked. I always tune into that. Recipe for Z is, yeah, I appreciate you like the storytelling. That's a big part of when I'm going through and planning the videos. I'm trying to have the story, right? That's always at the forefront. Yeah, I feel like in a certain extent, not with like the same restrictions, but when Dungeon Finder came out, I definitely leveled a few characters, Dungeon Locked vibes, just farming over and over. Yeah, Sheep, the Dungeon Locked one's worth a check. I think he's on episode 2. Yeah, set out series for 1 HP, like the Nightmare mode. That one, that's an old school RuneScape series where he has 1 hit points. He made like a add-on where if he takes 1 damage, he dies, and his character, that's a good one. Matthew, no blue or purple drops yet, but we're mostly farming the ores today, like the ores and the herbs. We are going after a couple rare spawns as well in Red Ridge that would have blue drops, but we haven't got any of those today, unfortunately. Yeah, I kind of wish I knew about the Kill Track add-on after I did Elwyn, but it'd be really cool to be able to go through all these old zones and see exactly how many times I killed all those mobs during the series, right? That'd be pretty epic. Yeah, there's a lot of cool series out there between WoW and old school RuneScape now. That's like my favorite style of content on YouTube at the moment. Yeah, Nicola, I hear you on some of the edits there, and I will multi-stream the Twitch probably next stream. We'll try to get that set up. I'm always gonna have the mainstream on, or not mainstream. Like if I'll always be on YouTube for a stream, but it would be nice to be able to multi-stream because I know some people prefer other platforms to watch. But I think YouTube's done a pretty good job recently with like the YouTube Live. Like it seems pretty cool integration in my opinion. Yeah, I mean the nice thing about multi-stream is like then people can watch on their preferred platform, right? All right, so total copper ore tally is 1,563. And we're at, what are we at, 5.5 hours on the stream? So we're making pretty darn good progress, actually. Oh. For some reason, I feel like this whole Red Ridge loop, there's a lot of copper ore that just gets, like, disappeared. But, you know, is what it is. I think if you're just going for strictly copper ore per hour, you probably just stay only in Elwyn, right? Because in Red Ridge, there's all the weird quest zones that phase you out, and you're also getting tin ore, whereas Elwyn Forest is only copper ore. But I do also like having the atmosphere changed up. Yeah, I do like keeping the Goldbound pacing pretty pretty steady and very like narrative style. Well, that one just popped up. I do think it is because of phasing, and I mean, even in see now Elwyn has this weird like environment where it's hazy. Well, maybe it's just that one spot. But the different atmospheres, like the different weather patterns that happen in Elwyn, there's definitely some that are better than others. I do not like the haze. Sheep, you're struggling to learn how to edit videos. You want to start making stuff for fun between allowing the experience of being a new player, but video editing is sort of spooky. Yeah, I mean, it is a bit of a learning curve, but there's a lot of good information out there. I use DaVinci Resolve as my editing software, and there's some really good YouTube tutorials on how to do it. I definitely don't use it to the full extent. I mean, it's like Photoshop, where if you learn how to do it like properly, there's probably like a million more features than I even know exist. But the couple of features I know how to use, I feel, are once you learn them, they're kind of in your toolbox. So I try to learn a little bit here and there. Shax, hey, thanks for tuning in. Appreciate you liking the videos. Happy to see you pop in the stream. We're pretty deep into our 2,000 ore farm here. We're at 1,584 to 2,000 copper ore for the stream. Get on League Guys is saying the next stream should be 2,000 silver ore. Well, considering we're at 39 for... How long would that take? We're at 39 for 5 hours. That would be a little bit of a long one. Now, the best gold farming IRL content creators, I would say Ryan Trahan. He has those cool, like cross the US with like a penny or like all those kind of videos. Those are fun. I do think there's a lot that can be learned from those, that style of content. What's the reason for the copper ore? We're doing like some... I mean, really it was there's no reason for the exact amount that we picked, being 2,000. But I did plan on just farming today, and I wanted to have a stream to kind of interact with you all. So I set a number, and we are going to be, like, of course, using this to make some money, either just selling it as it is or doing a shuffle. See what we can do with it, but either way, we need to get some raw gold in order to get out of Red Ridge, because as you can see, we're at 54,000 gold, and the WoW token is 298,000, so it takes a little bit of work every day, I suppose. Yeah, Tailman. Ryan Trahan's 50 State Series, he's doing it for charity, and so far he's raised 9 million. That's crazy. He's also got that, he started a candy brand, Ryan Trahan, right? It's the sour candy. Yeah, the inflation on the WoW token is kind of crazy right now. I think it's because Mop Classic came out, so people were using probably gold to buy currency to like get time. I don't know, but it definitely went up. It was up to 310k for a while. We'll see when we're close to the token again. We'll see how much it is. But that's the fun thing, right? It's like a floating price, so it's always changing the target. Yeah, Joyride is Ryan Trahan's candy. I haven't tried it myself, actually. Does it sell in Canada? I don't know. I haven't seen it. No, I haven't tried Albion, to be honest. Not yet. Yeah, and this route through Elwyn, I've flown this thousands of times. But I mean, Elwyn is one of those one of those zones where it kind of seems like no matter how much you do it, it always seems pretty chill. It's just got a crazy amount of nostalgia. True, if I had a P.O. box, could probably get some from the viewers. Well, because Joyride is like the Ryan Trans candy. It's like no sugar or something, right? Like it's healthy-ish candy. Like there's still carbs, but I think it's like supposed to be not as much sugar or something like that, like low net carbs or something. But I also think because in the U.S. and in Canada we track nutrition labels a little bit differently. And in Europe, I forget which one does it, but they won't track fiber as a carb, and it won't go towards the calories. But in Canada, I know that we still track fiber towards the calories, even though you don't absorb it all. Do I have more nostalgia from Horde or Alliance? I have a little bit from both, but I definitely have more from Alliance. I did most of my earlier days playing in the game on Alliance, and then I think around like Kata, Mop, in that era, I made some alts on Horde to play Horde side. And I think I even did some character transfers to Horde for a little bit, and with that we definitely built up some nostalgia. But if I had to say Horde or Alliance, it would be Alliance for nostalgia for sure. Yeah, you don't track fiber in America. Yeah, it's interesting because I get the argument both for and against tracking fiber, but not all fiber is created equally, right? Like some fiber, you absorb more of the nutrients from it than others. I mean, there's insoluble fiber, which you absorb none of it, I guess. But who knows? I never took a nutrition course, so I just count my macros. I do have a minimum fiber target I try to hit, though. I try to hit like 28 grams of fiber a day. Yeah, but it's also because like each gram of what is it? Each gram of protein, each gram of carbs has 4 calories, and each gram of fat has 9 calories. But fiber, you don't absorb all of it. We're not going to take Noel Feaster down here. Noel Feaster is the only mob in Rudridge that doesn't get affected by Chromie time scaling, so he's actually like a raid boss. I don't even know if I can kill him right now. Nicola, yeah, carbs are 4 calories per gram, protein's 4, and fat's 9 per gram. Yeah, that checks out. And Silinar, remember to drink some water, everyone. Hydration check.
It's too far away.
100% true. Couldn't I also use lore walking to scale things up to the level? I'm not sure what lore walking is. I mean, there's time walking, but I switched time walking to Cataclysm for like the first little bit of Rudridge, and I leveled up. and then once you hit level 70, it kind of hits a break point where it undoes it and goes back. So unless I turned my XP off at level 69, I eventually out-level the zone. Yeah, hydration check, but I think after this I'll probably grab like some food. Take the dog for a walk. Pop is a kind of water. Pop is like, what? Pretty much just water. I track Diet Coke as water. Like when I'm doing a powerlifting competition, I'll often have to cut weight for the weigh-ins, right? And so in the week leading up, I'll drink like 12 liters of water a day just to get the body's hormone that makes you basically pee a lot and excrete a lot of water. And then like 12 hours out, you cut off your fluid intake and you just keep excreting water. And when I'm loading 12 liters of water, I track everything. I track like coffee, I track Diet Coke, I track water. Soren, I'm from Canada. Yeah. Yeah, Alico and Diet Coke enjoyers rise up. Well, yeah, the 12 liters is when I'm doing a water load, like for a weight cut. I'll do 12 liters for like 5 days, just so that the body starts ripping through it. Whereas on a normal day, I would probably drink like 5 liters of water a day, 5 to 6. But for the weight cut, you want to load water just so your body thinks it has too much water and it excretes it all. And that way, when you cut off your intake, your body weight drops down. T-Gun, as a Canadian powerlifter, have you heard/seen Matt Vina? I have. I follow him, and I've competed in the same meets as him. I've never outlifted him on any lift, though. So... No, but I like him. He's doing a lot more YouTube content lately, too. He's strong. He moved up recently, Matt Vina, to the 120 kilo class, and his squat is looking insane. So, yeah, I've seen him. David Small, you love the series and your dual gathering on a druid in Mop Classic. That is hype. There's no better way to enjoy Mop Classic than a little dual gathering.
I need to get closer.
Yeah, Soren. So what are my different max lifts? My best competition squat is it's 285 kilos, which is I think 638 pounds. Best comp bench was 319 pounds, which I think is 147.5 kilos, and then deadlift was I think 290 kilos. I don't know what that is in pounds. So those are my best lifts. Yeah, tap water, I mean, it can be pretty gross, Sheep. I think you're right. And even sometimes just like the flavor is off. I usually sip on, I don't know if it's definitely not good for you, but I usually sip on Crystal Light. Like the squirt bottle, it's like Mio. I squirt some Crystal Light in the water and drink that. Yeah, you know, I've been powerlifting for a while, so I've worked up slowly on the weights. But the next goal is a bodybuilding competition, so I'll be cutting down for it. Yeah, a lot of tap water does have fluoride in it. Yeah, I usually use gold farming each zone until you hit your deadlift in grams. That would be a harder challenge, I guess. Well, I guess it depends on what you would qualify it as. Like, would that be in kilo? Like, I guess 285, 290 would be like a WoW token. So I guess it would be the same. Unless you did pounds, then that would be a lot harder. Sir Jonald, currently on a cut. You started at 230 and you're down to 198. Trying to hit 170 for the next 10 or so months. That's some serious progress, man. Good on ya. 170, you're going to be shredded. Like, absolutely diced. I spent a lot of time in this cave hunting Mother Fang, but today we're just going to go ahead and grab the ores. Masugets, just stopping by to wish me good luck. Thanks for stopping by. You've been watching the series. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, tap water definitely can have a certain smell and taste. I usually use, like I have a filter in the fridge. I usually use that, or something else just to keep it a bit more filtered, but I also like the colder water out of the fridge anyway, so I may as well have it come through the filter. Makes it taste a little bit better. Dracos, I mean, yeah, I could have taken down Mother Fang, at least for like the first little bit of the new zone being unlocked. I'm trying to like mostly just farm the transmog in that zone. So, I mean, I might come back later and farm it.
I'm out of range.
What are my mobility keybinds? You just realized my mount is on D? Yeah, my keybinds are messed, to be honest. I have W as forward, and then Q and E as strafe left, strafe right. And then I turn with my mouse, like right click, turn. And then I can strafe and stuff. So it's QWE mouse. Yeah, we're actually on pretty good pace right now. We're at 1,708. And we've been, I think, live for just under 6 hours. So we're definitely going to go sub 8 for the 2,000 copper ore. I think the first 100 was like... yeah, I changed my movement keybinds when I was really into PvP. And I just have had it ever since. It makes it really tough though, because if I ever log in on my laptop with just like the mouse pad, not a mouse, or the trackpad, I guess, I literally can't move because I can't turn around. Because for some reason my trackpad on my laptop doesn't recognize a right click. Like you can't press and hold right click and like move around like that. So. Oh, Randy Montana is saying that the Scottish border tap water is the best thing there. I'm planning on going to Scotland pretty soon. I'll have to check out the tap water. You never know whenever you travel new places, like to not use the tap water. One place I definitely didn't drink the tap water was on my honeymoon. My wife and I, we went to Bali, and that is one place you do not want to drink the tap water. I'll tell you that much. Not for any minerals, just for bacteria. Get a pretty upset stomach pretty quick. You even got to be careful if they wash your, if you're not used, like if you're used to it, it's not a problem. But if you wash, like if I ate a salad there, I got sick just because the salad is washed in the tap water. But then after a couple of days, you kind of get, I think your stomach gets used to it. Yeah, Mr. Clark, the old Bali belly. It is a tale as old as time. When we were there, my wife had a bad case of it, but we had gone to like a beach, not a beach club, but like I guess it was a beach club. And she had some of the cocktails there. And then she got terrified that she had like the alcohol poisoning from like alcohol that's mostly like ethanol or methanol or whatever. But it turns out it was just Bali belly. Not to say that Bali belly itself isn't a really terrible experience, but it's better than losing your sight from, is it ethanol poisoning or methanol poisoning if you have like a bad batch of moonshine? Into the drink. Interesting. Alaska Tap is also good. I mean, yeah, I think it depends on the municipality, right? Because some places will probably have like very filtered water. It's ethanol. Yeah. But yeah, you basically don't want to have that. I have heard good things about Australian tap water as well. Yeah, Mr. Clark, it's the methanol that has to be removed when making any alcohol. And so if you get like unregulated alcohol, like kind of moonshine, if they didn't do it properly, it can be pretty dangerous to consume. Which is only WoW would have the best drinking water. You gotta think of somewhere with high elevation, right? Like maybe Dragonblight would probably have some pretty good glacial water. But there might be some weird stuff frozen into Dragonblight, Iceblight, like glaciers that could mess you up. Veil of Eternal, yeah, to be fair, Veil of Eternal Blossoms, Winter Spring, you know what, that's true. I second that. I feel like Elwyn might have bad tap water because doesn't the river here run down? Like, what if it's? Oh, I guess there isn't. I'd be worried about sewage though. I don't know if they have the best plumbing. Felwood and Maldraxxus are crazy. I don't know about those two. Undercity, I don't think I would drink any water in the Undercity. That is for sure. You'd have to pay me a lot. Like maybe a WoW token. Yeah, Winter Spring, Hyjal, Nagrand, Teldrassil would probably have the best drinking water. You could bottle that up and sell that. That would be a gold farm in itself. Like just travel to Winter Spring and be like, bottle this up. Winter Spring water restores 10% more mana. I would buy that if I was a mage. I wouldn't even conjure my own water. I'd just buy that. Alright, so the copper ore tally, 1,765. We are rapidly approaching in... Oh, that guy got that one. rapidly approaching in on the 2,000 copper ore challenge. We didn't get any more bags this run, unfortunately, no. We are doing pretty good on bags, though. Like, from the last episode, we had this Traveler's Backpack that got dropped. I think the way the loot tables are working in these older zones, since I'm level 70, any bag drop kind of gets upgraded to a higher level, like the highest level possible. So, I haven't been getting like 4 and 6 slot bags from regular mobs anymore. I've been getting the bigger bags. So we're actually doing okay on bags. Like, they're no War Within bags, but they're 16 slot is a pretty solid bag, a bag amount to have for sure. What do you think conjured mage water tastes like? I feel like it'd be like a high quality bottled water, like a Fiji. You gotta think it'll be like the purest form, right? There's gonna be nothing but H2O in that. Maybe like they would add some electrolytes to help you replenish a bit faster. Yeah, why isn't that a thing? Hey, Mason L. Greetings, fellow traveler, and welcome to the Travelers. Yeah, you're right. It would depend on the mage. It would depend on the mage who conjures up your water. You'd want to make sure you trust them. Like, a mage could conjure water, or like... Yeah, it'd be distilled. But they could add in some sodium now. Like, if you're out on a raid and you're fighting... Like, just put yourself in, like, a warrior's shoes. Or I guess not a warrior, they wouldn't need water. Put yourself in, like, a druid's shoes, right? You're out... Let's say you're in Hellfire Peninsula with your group. And you're just fighting these pigs that have, like, horns. And it's probably blistering hot out. If someone hands you distilled water for a couple days, you're going to have a really bad day because you're going to get severely dehydrated without any electrolytes. I think that mages should start putting electrolytes in their water, especially if they're supplying it for the whole group. Never thought about that before, but I think... Yeah, Red Purple, pure water, like distilled water, is kind of bad for your body, like if you drink a lot of it, because you'll sweat out and excrete out your electrolytes. So you can actually really mess up your electrolyte balance, which, if you do it to too big of a degree, will affect things like your heart. And if your heart stops pumping because you don't have enough potassium and sodium, then that's a bad problem. So yeah, if you just drink too much distilled water, like a lot of it, you have a really bad electrolyte imbalance. Hey Jerem, you love the series? Thank you. Thanks for popping in for the first stream of the series. And Shauks, shouldn't shamans be able to make water, like, so they can use the elements? I agree. I think they should be able to. Yeah. I also think, like, why can't you, if you have a vial, why can't you just go up and, like, fill up your water? You know what I mean? Yeah, distilled water does taste kind of weird. Yo, sheep! Greetings, traveler. Welcome to the rank of fellow traveler. Happy to have you here. As we have more kind of decisions to be made in the series on like when certain things should be unlocked and how they should be unlocked, we'll be polling our travelers, and those will be travelers only polls. So you'll be part of that. And Jerem, thanks for the super chat. $5. The series is great. Thank you for making YouTube videos. You're welcome. I'm having a lot of fun making them, so I'm really happy that you're enjoying watching them. I appreciate the support. And Mr. Meg, shout out from Norway. Hello. Okay. I wonder, like, if we average it out, right? We're at 6 hours and 1,788. What's the quick math on that per hour? $250? I don't know. I can't do math right now. Yeah, it's like 255, right? 255 copper ore per hour is what we're averaging. It's not bad. It's at least 15 copper ore per hour for sure. We are not getting 15 silver ore per hour, I'll tell you that much. Alcyone, if you could have any ability in WoW in real life, what would that be? Jeez. Oof. I feel like I might have to like limit myself to a class. Like if I'm a rogue, I would probably do stealth. Like that's pretty cool. But then again, what are you gonna do with stealth other than things that are illegal? Like rob a bank? I'm not gonna do that. No, I take that back. I don't want stealth. Let's think. Maybe adrenaline rush. Imagine in a powerlifting meet, third deadlift, you pop adrenaline rush. Basically smelling salts, but like better. Okay, yeah, resurrection. Yeah. Yeah, fair enough. Okay, well, if we're not limited to rogue, I guess resurrection, rebirth. Any kind of battle res would be pretty OP. Even just like heal, like a basic heal, you would be, you know, you could set up shop as a doctor and just anyone that comes in, you just heal them a couple times. Or dispel, actually, remove poisons or dispel disease. That would actually be crazy. That would go hard. Or yeah, any portal would be cool too. Another cool one would be flight form. Like that's an ability, right? Flight form. Yeah, remove disease is definitely would be a go-to one. Yeah, we might actually hit level 71. Although I don't know if we'll do it. Like I think we're gonna get 2,000 ore before we hit 71. I don't think this is the fastest way, if I'm being 100% honest, to level from 70 to 80. It might be faster to like quest in the War Within zones or do dungeons, but it's one way to do it. Yeah, Gazzy, if you're doing Moon Conform, make sure to get my Glyph of the Stars. You can find it posted on the auction house. We're actually getting quite a bit of gems too, eh? There's definitely a lot of really cool abilities in WoW that you could, if you had in real life, it would be pretty life-changing, I think. Yeah, Moon Conform, or for that matter, any form, like bear form, cat form, would go pretty hard. Yeah, Prostelis, we're doing like a big loop between Redridge and Elwyn just because we have both zones unlocked. And since we're farming copper ore, it kind of gives the zones a bit longer to refresh the ore nodes, so we can kind of maximize our ore per hour. But yeah, we are, like, the main farms that we're doing as far as, like, transmog and all those kind of farms and mob farms is Red Ridge. But as far as this farming the copper ore, we are kind of doing a big loop between both. We're at 1,820, so 180 to go. EBDB, is mining still making me more money than elites in Red Ridge? It's like guaranteed steady flow of income, but the transmog is actually making a fair amount. Like in the last episode, we sold a few of those scimitars of Attune for like 7k, which is like more than what the 2,000 copper ore that we're gonna farm today is gonna be worth. So there's definitely some pieces that we've sold that are pretty darn solid. But since we already have a few of those on the auction house, it's nice to swing around and do these. And we're also checking, like, every time we pass certain rares, we always try to take them down for a kill. There's a couple rares that we're really targeting right now, and Row the Silent is one of them. Yeah, I mean, if we were trying to get 2,000 and we picked up every single herb along the way, I think it would probably be like a 12, 13 hour stream. But when we're just picking up ore, it speeds it up quite a bit. And as you're seeing the rares come around, like every now and then there's a couple rares that we take down for sure. Dirts, didn't think you'd spend your night like this, but here we are. Fair enough. I'm glad you're liking the content. It's a bit of atypical content, isn't it? But you know what? I'm having fun making it, so we'll keep it rolling. There's like no ore on that whole strip there. Yeah, I'm sorry, okay, like, if you have the same rare alert horn, you're probably having flashbacks to, like, farming Time Lost Proto Drake or something. I'm sorry. Yeah. Just Volta, the price for 1k copper ore right now is 4.2 thousand gold. But we'll probably actually sell most of this after converting it into bars, and then probably a lot of them will convert into copper bolts. Because copper bolts, instead of like the 4 gold, 30 silver each, tend to go for like 5 to 6 gold each. So we'll probably get a bit higher. I'm assuming for a 2,000 we'll get probably like a 12,000 return. But keep in mind, we got a few like little transmog pieces we'll also list today, and some other herbs and ore. Once we're done the 2,000, I'll take out the loot appraiser, which will show the entire time of farming and also the total amount of looted item in the bags, which will include all of the materials and all of the transmog. Keep in mind, the transmog is going to inflate it because things like these two grays, it says they're worth like 5k and 1k. And these tend to sell for like 200 gold each, so that is going to inflate the price a little bit, but we'll see the total looted item value at the end. Once we have 2,000 ore. But it's really a dynamic duo. Like, you farm transmog to get it on the auction house, to hopefully have some sales come through. But then while you're waiting for those sales and you're doing undercut scans, it's nice to have some steady farms to do, and dual gathering, herbalism and mining, is one of the easiest ones you can just mindlessly do. Sorry, in Dallas, sad you didn't see we were streaming earlier. Oh, it's too bad, but you can always check out the VOD later if you want to see how it started. The first couple minutes was a little troubleshooting, trouble and error on a bit of an echo on my end, so might have to bear through that, but I'll pop in here again. Yeah, Mr. Doctor. Streaming is making this session go by like so fast. This farm session. I wouldn't do such a marathon session. I usually do like an hour or two here and there on different farms, and I switch it up. But it's been really fun just in like just chatting, and as well because it's hard to with the videos. Like I can only comment on so many replies, and it's less of a back and forth. Whereas this kind of opens up the ongoing discussion where we can actually talk, which is great. All right, Marky D, you gonna take your leave? Well, thanks for tuning in, and we'll have fun with the last couple ore here. Unfortunately, in Northshire Abbey, actually, the wolves in there can't be skinned, and there's no herbs and ores. So, and like the loot tables in there are so low. I wanted to do a bit of a segment farming only in the Abbey, but there's not much there except for raw gold. And the raw gold is really low. Tailman, you're literally just farming ore and herbs in Dorne right now. Fair play. And Sheep, you don't feel like you've been here for 4 hours? Yeah, that's gone probably pretty quick for me as well. I'm not gonna lie. All right, Mason, I'll catch you later. Get back to studying. Appreciate you tuning into the stream. And Dirce, yeah, this is on, we're on retail here. So the prices are a bit crazy, but so is the WoW token, which as of right now is 298,000 gold. $298,000. We have, I'll keep the bag open, not bad. We got 54,000, and then, of course, there's some in the mailbox, which is an undisclosed amount at the moment, which will add towards that, but we have a lot of item value in the bag, just from this little session. Durates99, you like how I say your name? I'm the worst at pronunciation, so I apologize to everyone all at once. Token on EU is 394,000 gold? Oh my gosh. Has the EU token ever hit a mil? What's like the highest price on EU that the token's ever been? Sheep, you gotta do some chores in your own hour, 3-hour grind at Eversong. Yeah, Eversong, I feel like it would feel like a bit of a deserted island. Elwyn, there's a little bit of flavor here and there. I mean, like, sometimes I think I get phased or something into like the more populated servers. And there will be randomly like a whole bunch of people at Goldshire. Highest you've seen the EU token was 500k. Ooh. Yeah, I wasn't really actively playing all that much when the Bruto came into the cash shop, which is too bad because I really should have bought that. I'm sure they'll release another one, right? Or I can just keep an eye out on the... Does the Brutosaur come on the black market? Lockin 000, hello. And Piero, hello. Thanks for popping in. Good to see ya. The WoW token EU 30-day high was 473,000 gold. That is crazy. Do more people in the EU use the tokens to actually pay for game time? Is that why it's more? Or is it just that is there more players or more gold farmers? I wonder why they're so different. Yeah, Casey, we're getting close. We're at 1,878. Where is this one? Oh, yeah. Have I watched the English guy that buys black market containers trying to get the Zulian tiger? I don't know if I've watched him, if it's the same person. I watched Student, who does a lot of black market openings, but I don't think he's specifically targeting the tiger. Tavern's coin. I probably won't be streaming again tomorrow. I do plan on doing more streams. It might be more of like a once a week thing for a little bit. Just as I gotta work tomorrow, so I don't think I'll be able to stream. But we'll try to get on a decent stream schedule because I had a lot of fun today streaming. Casey, I appreciate it. Yeah, I've been having fun just chatting with all the viewers here, so it's yeah, 1,884 copper ore to only 42 silver is a crazy ratio. I think like the only silver ore node is up here. Like there's like two. There's like one here and one up here. So there's only 2 nodes, I think, in all of Redridge. And half the time right now we're farming in Elwyn, so. Before I know it, I'm going to be a variety streamer. I'll maybe farm a variety of nodes. You know, copper ore and serenite ore. Yeah, there's no silver in Elwyn, so all the silver ore we're getting is only from Redridge. Yeah, big up Student. I like Student. I've been watching his stuff for quite a while. He got me onto the Loot Appraiser add-on and doing loot challenges. And Ghost Strings, yeah, so on YouTube, the VOD, I'll be posting the VOD, because YouTube, I think it automatically will post it on my live stream tab. So it should be available. I appreciate it, Tavern's coin. Yeah, I'm just trying to, like, the stream really, all it is farming some gold and hanging out, so it's nothing too crazy, but it's nice to chill, right? And the nice thing is, like, probably for future streams, we're always gonna have, like, a target, and, like, some days it might be, like, an item that we're trying to get, so it'd be, like, a rare drop. So we can keep it kind of crazy that way, but however way you cut it, we're just farming gold in old zones. It's not that serious, but it is a lot of fun. Yo, Carson, brother Delson, happy to see you here. Tune in. We're on the tail end of the stream here, so happy to see you pop in.
I don't have a target.
Yeah, Rave. Imagine casually carrying 2,000 pieces of copper ore in your bags. Let's just say Goldilocks been hitting the gym. You know, he's been training hard and he has some big bags. Astronaut or Aeronaut Gaming first world drop epic when? I can't wait for that. So far we have not had epics. We've had some greens get upgraded to blues, but that's about it. I think that there are world drop epics though in Redridge, so I don't know if there is any. There might be like some hidden loot table ones in Elwyn. I don't know. I think in Classic there are, but with like the loot table bugs, I'm not sure if there are any in Modern 1. You'll say it again, Swoldy-locked? Yeah. Goldilocks gotta lift a lot of weight. Like, how big these copper ores look? They gotta be like at least a key, like a pound each. So he's carrying like 1,900 pounds of ore. Jerome, yeah, I have seen Wabs on YouTube. He's doing the Torrent Tile Walk challenge. They're really cool. I like the vibe. It's like the OSRS content in WoW. It's a lot like what we got here. And yeah, we're on the last 100 copper to go. Am I hoping for Burning Steps on the next unlock? Honestly, I'm at a point now like where any of the zones that we could unlock, I would be happy to get. Like we have the old school ones, right? Like the Westfall and Dunmow. That would be cool. I would be, I think, the least excited for Dunmow, just because, of course, we get the new dungeon, but we'd be farming a lot more copper ore again. Westfall, I'd be really excited to do the quest line there, as well as do Dead Mines again. So I would be pretty happy with that. Burning Steps would be cool. Duskwood would be super cool as well. The last 100, I should play the Rocky theme song. Fair enough. I don't know how I would do that, and I think it might get like flagged for copyright, but we can all play it at heart. Live to win. Last 100 ore. Yeah, Rennie, Rian, there's a lot of WoW challenges popping up. I think if we fast forward like a little bit, it's gonna be a really cool scene on the World of Warcraft YouTube. There'll be a lot of cool series happening, I think. I mean, there already are. Justin Paxton, what version are you playing? I'm playing retail. Yeah. All right, Bort, thanks for tuning in. Have a good night, man, and I appreciate you popping in, and I appreciate your forum posts about the world drop problems. That's cool that you were able to pop in here and chat.
It's too far away.
Yeah, Duskwood might be a bit annoying to farm in the canopy, hey? Because of all the fog. Yeah, I mean, so Talon's Coin, Stormwind, we're treating it as open for the auction house and the bank, but I'm not trying to use it for like active farms, so that's why I haven't used Stockades yet. But we might have it unlocked in something else down the road. Because yeah, it wouldn't make sense just to have it completely off the table, but I think we gotta work on a good way to open up the major cities for like using them to make gold. And Trey, thanks for tuning in. I'm glad you're enjoying the series and the stream from Salt Lake City. Oh, here we go. Maybe one more lap of Ellen and we got the 2,000. And we're at 6.5 hours, so yeah, the last 1,000 actually went a lot faster than the first 1,000. Justin, oh, the first video pushed you to play it and you're trying Classic. I think that's a good, I think Classic is a good one to start on. Just because it's a lot more of a slower introduction to the game. So I hope you're enjoying it. I'm glad you started playing. It's a fun game for sure. Yeah, I've been really enjoying Classic. I've played a lot of hardcore era and anniversary on both of those. But yeah, we are getting close to the 2K. 1,933. So once we hit 2K, then we'll be signing off. But not quite yet. Passing over Fed Fennel. We could take him out, but we'll leave him for now. Yeah, Rian. Jampano's challenges are actually pretty fun to watch too. He has the what is it? Is it the melee mage? Something like that. Alcyone, any plans for a Discord server? I do have plans for it. Just to kind of keep things in the loop. Either that or like a Twitter. I don't have any socials for Path to Lyrics. I really should do that. Especially if we are going to stream every week or so. Or every week or two. It would be nice to get a schedule so people would know when it is and whatnot. I think that would make sense. Yeah, the last 1,000 ore is flowing pretty fast.
It's too far away.
There was a period there, like 400 to like 800, where it seemed like the nodes weren't spawning, but they seemed to have kind of fixed. I don't know if they were bugged. Yeah, we're at 1,949 copper ore out of 2,000. This is actually, on the whole series, the most I've sat down and farmed in one sitting. So, that's pretty cool. I'm getting a little bit hungry though, so after I farm this, I'll probably make some dinner and then take my dog Stella for a nice big walk. Still got a lot of daylight here. It's only 6... What time is it? 6:30, and I think sunset's here like... Not for like 4 or 5 hours. It's the beauty of living in Canada in the summer. In the winter, it's a different story, but we might actually finish the 2,000 on this loop of Elwyn. What are we gonna eat? Oh, I think. What do I have? I'll probably just gonna do a big scrambled eggs. I need to go grocery shopping. That was on my to-do list while my life was gone, but instead I gathered 2,000 copper ore, so... Whoops. That'll be a tomorrow job. I'm in mountain time. Yeah. Yeah, it's cool seeing the different time zones. Mm-hmm. It's 1:30 in the morning there. Oh my goodness. Well, pretty soon, once we get this 2,000 copper ore, it might be time to get some Z's, hey? I respect the dedication. But at least, you know, for the dedication, this is the first Goldbound live. So you can say you tuned in, which is kind of fun. Sleep is for the weak. Yeah, I am a big sleeper. I'm not gonna lie. I try, if I can, if I'm left to my own devices, I'll sleep 9 to 10 hours a night. Yeah, it's cool to see all the EU viewers. Let's see, yeah, where is everyone at? What's their location? You don't have to give me like a pinpoint, but just like, you know, countries. Let's see what kind of country representation we have at this time of the day.
I'm out of range.
Got Germany, Sweden reporting in, Serbia, Sweden, Germany, UK. A lot of EU, yeah, Denmark, Texas, nice, England, Ohio, Brazil, US, Norway. We have a pretty good spread here. Ireland, there we go. The last place I traveled was Ireland. I had a good time. I went through, I rented a car and did the whole, like a 7-day kind of tour around all the way down to the south and the west. It was a lot of fun. A lot of pints.
It's too far away.
Iceland, New Jersey, Canada, there we go. Fellow Canadian, Hawaii, Brazil, Mr. Worldwide. Yeah, we got everyone tuning in. Yeah, the Elwyn music and ambiance, it is something different, isn't it? Ore count, all right, we'll keep it alive. Ore count now. We're at 1,981. I feel like I'm counting push-ups at this point. 1,983. And then we got 1,986. 14 to go. This flew by. That's crazy. Who knew? I'm having a fun time chatting. 1,988. Yeah, who'd have thought farming gold in the most ridiculously restrictive way possible would be so universally enjoyed? I think it's part of the nostalgia, right? It's just a fun thing to do on a Thursday afternoon. 9,000, all right. 1,991. So on average, you need 3. I think ores can spawn 2 to 4. So on average, we need 3. I don't know if, do we go into the cave? No, we stay out of the cave. Yeah, people just love WoW and talking about WoW. That's fair. Okay, well, this is a tin vein, so it doesn't add to the tally, but we're still gonna take it. You left for work this morning and you came back just in time to see it finish? That's awesome timing. Yeah, it's one of those games, right, where if you imagine, this isn't true, but if you went over, it would reset, right? So if I went to 2001, would it start at 1? Maybe for a different stream. I think I'll need a bit more supplies in the game room for that. Oh, is this copper? All right. Last couple ore, let's see what we get. 2, so all right. 1993. Anyone born in 1993? I got a copper ore for each of the year. Oh, silver vein. We for sure take that. Yeah, so this is the other silver vein that I said that spawns. All right, we got 7 ore to go. All right, 1996. That's my birth year. Any other 1996ers in here? Respect. So now the next copper ore, it could be the end, right? Like if we get 4 copper ore on this next one, that is unreal. That would be so satisfying. Let's go for it. First thing we gotta do is find a copper node. Come on. This one? Yeah, copper vein. All right. Let's see if we get the 4 ore drop. Let's go. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Okay. All right. 1998. We need a 2 drop. All right, come on. Any 1998s in the chat? All right, copper vein. This has to be it. Either way, it's it, right? We either go over or we hit it on the dot. Oh wait, let's just make sure it's lined up, right? There we go. There we go, and we got the 2 drop. Here we go. What is that? 6 hours and 34 minutes of farm time. Pull with the loot appraiser. GG's. 6 hours and 29 minutes to farm 2,000 copper ore. Didn't really know how long it would take. I think it took longer than I thought, but it was fun. And as far as total item value in the bags, we got 25,897 gold in the bags. Go ahead and open all there. This was all just looted here today. So a couple of transmog items and a couple things as far as copper ore. So we'll close out of that. And with our 2,000 copper ore in the bag, that's going to be it for the stream. So GG's, thanks to everyone for tuning in. This was the first Goldilocks stream of the series, so I appreciate you all tuning in. And for all the fellow travelers, thanks for popping in, and we'll see you in the next video. And Slenarf, thanks for the super chat. We did it. And thanks for the stream. All right, guys. I'll catch you in the next stream.